I'm sorry. Peace and love, everybody. We here. We is here. We took a little break. Okay, but we are back and ready to get it going. I am Sister Freedom Big Mama in the house. Happy Wednesday.
Peace and love, everyone. Happy hump day. It's Dulcinea.
It is Wednesday, and oh, sniggle snaggle. Welcome to the show. I'm Nisha.
Now, how I'm going to follow that up, y'all? It's D to the O to the T to the S. What's up? Happy Wednesday. I'm kind of glad we took a break, y'all. I'm very thankful for the break we took, I'll be honest. But I'm happy to be back. All right, Big Mama. Hey, boo.
I'm trying to get in here. I told you I was anxious mama in it
tonight. Okay, yellow.
I'm still
here. Show that yellow.
I'm still here just for a moment. Came back up.
Yay.
Anyway, we got to get it started. We got to get it. We got a lot to do, y'all. We really have a lot to do. We're in trouble. We absolutely are in trouble. If we don't start making some decisions and come together and fight together and put away all the bull crap that we sit around here on YouTube arguing back and forth about, we got to think of the future of our children and grandchildren. We need to get it all the way together. And that's how I'm starting it off. So, Dulce, you can take it from here, please.
Yes, that's a fact. Well, we can start off a little bit with, you saw, like I put the Amanda Seals. Have y'all seen her quote of what she was saying as far as what we need to do, what we need to set aside as the Democrats for the better future of us?
That we need to do what? Say it again.
She was saying, like, going in on people that were talking down on Biden.
Do you want to play the clip? Because I didn't see that one.
Oh, it was a quote on her face. I think Twitter. Hold on. I can get it, though.
It is. Okay. While Dulcie's pulling that up, we're going to say, what's up to those who came in already? Sister Bethy, it's always a pleasure.
Yes.
Beautiful. How are you, Sister Bethy? Darvish, where have you been? Where has the more known as Darvish been? Where you been, bro? You've been kind of missing in action, bro.
Yes.
Peace, Queens. Peace, Queens.
That was a good one, Nisha. That was good.
Right.
Ariana, though her pretty self, is in the building. Orthella and Willie Grandbaby, how are you, beautiful? I never know how to pronounce your name, so please, Ani. Oh, girl, I'm so sorry. I would love to know how to pronounce that. You know how to pronounce that, Freedom? Because I don't want to say it wrong.
Wait a minute, I can't even see
it.
Glasses on.
Anivanya, girl, I'm sorry. It sounds beautiful though. So welcome. Akiri, how are you doing, beautiful? Girly girl. Hey, boo. Where y'all been? So yeah, Dulcie's pulling up that quote from Amanda Seals. And we're going to get into the fear mongering and Project 2025 Doomsday Agenda, that kind of thing. So
yeah, I put it in the back. Can you bring it up?
Absolutely.
Okay. No.
Yes.
You want to bring it up? Want me to do it, or you want freedom?
Go
Freedom.
ahead, you could do it. You could do it.
Okay, hold on.
Let me turn this off for a second. Like I keep putting my blanket on.
I hope she isn't saying that we're all Democrats, because we're not all a monolith. So I need to understand. I need clarification.
Well, she is saying we should all vote Democrat for us, for our well-being in the future.
Oh,
But is she giving a reason as to why? She's weird. But is she giving a reason as to why?
Okay, so Dulcie, this is not the video yet. It's like the quote. Do you want me?
Quote.
Okay, hold on.
And then it's her tweet, and then you can scroll it down to like her tweet.
Okay, my thing is paused for some reason, so bear with me, y'all. I'm not sure why there's a delay. 1 second.
To me, as Americans, and know that we're Americans, it's time for us to unite. We got to open our mouth somewhere around the lunch. Spend too many years of hush hush and letting them get away with whatever they want to do and make decisions. They immigrants coming over here making decisions on what to do and set up shop over here, start a whole business called the United States, and they can been telling us what to do, how to do it. And we just been going
sure what's
on.
Here, y'all. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
What's going on? Nene done fell off. Is this where you want me to? You don't want me to put it on like that, right?
Freedom?
Yes, honey. Do you want me to put it up there now? That's what I just said.
Do you see anything? Yeah, if you can, because I'm not sure why my thing is having a big delay, y'all.
That's why I said, "What you sure you want me to put up there?" Yeah, because see, I do like those sounds with the butterflies.
Yeah, mine does too. That's why it's like the power. But I'm getting my computer together right now too.
But what's up with them sandals? Is what?
Yeah. So this is what she said. She said, "I don't want to hear no more ish about reparations, Black agenda, Kamala as AG, or the '94 crime bill. We gotta stay focused on the now and get the orange out of here." Y'all familiar with the orange? What she means by that?
Sound like Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
An orange Napoleon or something.
Okay. Well, I don't know how I feel about that. What y'all think?
I'm afraid that this is the thing, and I'm from straight Delaware, right? I don't know. I'm not in agreement with the Biden thing. I just don't. I just think in this whole little thing that where long as he's been the president, he's the one that's been the president through COVID and all. Am I correct to say that? Has it been Biden?
Well, it was a mixture of them both.
That's what I was thinking in the beginning was that's why I said has it been Biden? So Trump started it off, right? Trump
wasn't president when it started.
And then Biden came on, but since Biden has been on, the bills have went up tremendously. I just can't believe it when I go in the stores. I mean, everything has gone up, but your money ain't been going up. I'm just saying it, and I'm, and he is letting a whole bunch of immigrants come over, and it seems like we paying for them to come over. We seem like we taking care of them when they're here, but they don't take care of us. Now, that's just my opinion about it. So, y'all might have your own opinion about the immigrant thing, because I'm just saying, Trump ain't letting nobody no immigrants come over. But even if he did, I don't think that he would allow the immigrant to be taken care of before he would allow an American to be taken care of, even though he's an immigrant. We'll say that too.
What you think, Niche?
And the people in Chicago, they feeling it. I mean, and they speaking out. How can you give immigrants $9,000?
That's what Sister Bessie was talking about going in on it today. I'm telling you.
And the $9,000 is for what?
The $9,000 is for rental assistance. The city has allocated $4 million to assist migrants in obtaining temporary housing, with the state contributing an additional $38 million. So, yeah, I guess 9,000 maybe per person, per family. But this is ridiculous. They're walking over their own homeless people in neighborhoods that could use that $4 million. But instead, they choose to give it to the migrants. But we're under Biden's, whatchamacallit, his presidency. We're under that. And so we want 4 more years of that. I want to try something different.
But that's what I'm trying to say. We are allowing this to happen. We're not standing up for who we truly are, because they use all of the constructs, okay, to put us in certain type of categories. So we won't, I don't know if this, because they think we're not smart enough to find the truth out, or whatever the situation may be. But the point is, however it is, we're not standing together, fighting and saying, no, we're not going for it anymore. It's just ridiculous. You can't do this. And it seemed like they do it mainly for the copper-colored Americans on the land. That's how it seemed to me. There's a lot of things that we can bring up, including the marijuana situation. There's a lot of things that we can bring up. And in order for you to get in office, we need to write some of these things down and make them stand on it. I don't know, like I was saying to Dulcie, is it a way that we can make them sign something? Because a lot of times they sit up and talk all this smack just before they get in, right? And then once they get in, ain't nothing happening no more.
I mean, isn't that how it is, though? I mean, that's just
right. But it's okay. I was trying to ask Dulcie way before the president, the mayor, and the city council legislating all on 4 different levels, and do 4 different things, I believe. Now I'm not sure, but I'm going to say I believe. But I think that the mayor's office worked together with the city council. If there's enough people that go in on these things, you go to the I don't know who goes to the legislations for who, but I believe it's the people that go to the legislation office. They go to the mayor. I would hit all of them, including the White House on situations. It's just ridiculous that we are sitting back and whatever they say, whatever they want to call us today, because we're the only ones, as Sister Bessie was saying today, they got all these different names before we even became African American. We're the only ones.
I don't see.
Hey, but I mean, we're going to get into it a little bit, but why I said what I said before, and I was like waiting to kind of get into it, is because we don't really ever talk about the people that are actually passing the bills. And when you look into it, it's not presidents that are passing legislation. Even Joe Biden, who was in the Congress before, and he has that most controversial bill of the 94 crime bill, when it talks about how they'll go in as far as with searching and different things that they were allowing the police and different entities to do. That was still just one bill. So what we're going to find is there's a private sector, and they are introducing thousands of bills each year, and 20% of them are going through. So a lot of times we think, oh, it's the vote for the president, but we're not even talking to the people that are really paying bills. And there's a reason why, are making these bills, and there's a reason why they took the power of it from us, of being like us coming together and boycotting some of these corporations, us actually researching how they researched during the Blue Lives Matter and said, oh, Target is an entity, let's boycott Target. No, they sent white people out to go and riot at Target and then say it was us. So they do little things to keep us from our actual power, which is going to these corporations. But yes, you need to get them to sign. You need to get them to sign. You need to get them to promise and know that that is going to be for sure pushed through, and not just a empty promise, because we're going to see that most of these are just empty promises on both sides. Whether they're promising a conservative to build a wall or they're promising us reparations, they ain't doing either thing.
And the thing is, little sis, what I'm saying is, do you think it's possible, like, say they have good intentions when they're first going in? A lot of times, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of times, these promises that they made, and they're really so sure that they can do it, and then they get in and they get bullied, and it started, you can't do it.
I don't agree with that. They do not have good intentions. They're politicians for a reason. They know what they want to pull through. They know what they don't want to pull through. So they're going to say what they have to say to get into the position that they're in. But they even know their job. So really, we as a people, unless you really have had to take politics and learn the different branches and really learn what they do, they make the American people really oblivious to who does what that really means, what is an executive order, how many executive orders can be passed, who can take out the president's executive order. Like, there's so much that we don't even know of the things, because really we talk about voting once a year and not voting these congressmen, not voting for these mayors, not voting for anyone else but the president. And the president doesn't have some of the powers that we want to actually infiltrate or be in. So there is a lot of stuff that goes unnoticed because we don't really know who's doing what, who to go to, or how to even vote and make our voice heard.
Well, do you think that, I'm gonna say this last thing, then be quiet. Do you think that we should give them a certain amount of time? Like, okay, so I'm just gonna say Miss Johnson. I'm gonna give a name, just a made up name. Miss Johnson, you said that you was going to make sure that the elderly did not have a problem in getting movable wheelchairs. Okay. And here it is. I've been waiting for Miss Jones to get her wheelchair after you made the promise. It's been 30, it's been 60 days. You know what I mean? These promises that they've made, do you think that we should give them a time? 90 days. If you're not keeping the promise, you need to be pulled down. There needs to be a time frame on these promises that these, the mayor, the city council, legislation, and even the president. There should be a time frame on things, and we should be able to discuss with them the things that are affecting us. You know what I mean? Gas has gone up tremendously. Everything since COVID has went up. When COVID knocked people down so bad, but everything done went up, that's ridiculous.
So yeah, I definitely agree, but I would say even with the time frame that is introduced now, we don't utilize it. When you're looking at most of these congressmen, these congresswomen, like even, we'll say our auntie Maxine Waters, look how long she's been a congresswoman. Look, these people are not in for just a couple of years or even 10 years. These people are in for 30 years, 40 years, the same people over and over. And then once it's face recognition, name recognition, it's just a check of the vote. Like they're the ones that are automatically in. So they don't have to uphold any of these promises, because there's not any kind of example of someone being like, I promised something, it didn't happen, and then 2 years at the reelection, not reelecting them. They can promise whatever and they're going to get reelected.
And realistically, since, in order for anything to become a bill, it has to go through certain steps, right?
Right.
That's a lengthy time period. So if someone is running to be a congressman or congresswoman, for example, right? representing their state, like those who just said, they have 2 years. If you run for Senate, you have 6. How much can you really get done in 2 years, right? And we also have to remember at the end of the day that this is an operating machine. It's a system. It's going to function by itself, irregardless of the players, right? So there's those sorts of like stipulations, if you will, or boundaries as I see it. And you mentioned Auntie Maxine. I want to look up and I want to share a video real quick of what she is saying and who she says we should vote for in terms of 2024 for the president. Because I do want to get into a piece of the conversation, just talking about like, you know, the history of how we even have political parties, right? I mean, even though this technically is a multi-party country, technically democracy, we know that usually, especially now, there's 2 political parties primarily that we have to choose from, either Democrat or Republican. Those are usually the 2 that are, unfortunately, that are left, right? But I think it is important to talk about, like, okay, how do, you know, what is the role of the presidency and the vice presidency, right? You know, what is the trickle down effect on everyday citizens' lives? You know, like, so does because a lot of people feel like, what is the point of me voting for president, right? Nothing is ever going to change. And then Freedom, you talked about the importance of voting and staying connected in like your local elections, because that really is where it counts, right? Like that really is where it counts. So wherever your county is, you definitely need to participate in those local elections, and you can hold those elected representatives a bit more accountable than you could ever do your state senator, and especially the president and the vice president. You know, but I think that that's definitely an important conversation. I know we're going to get there. So let me quickly look up this video, you guys, of Auntie Maxine. Let's see what she has to say, who she thinks that we should be voting for, okay?
Akari mentioned even the age of the president. That is ridiculous. I just do not understand the concept, Akari, of them keep electing these old men. Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, I know what mostly everybody that's in the chat seen the debate. Now that was just ridiculous. They was forgetting words, a line, adding things in. It was like a comedy show. I'm just saying, why they keep picking there got to be a reason. I'm going to look it up. Why they keep picking all these old geezers to be, that it should be home relaxing. Why they keep picking them to be the president with all the new ideas and technology?
It's a paternal organization, Freedom. It's a system, right? It's not meant to work for you and I. It's a you know how they used to say, like the old boys club, right? It's based on bloodline, number one. It's based on who you know. It's an old world fraternal organization, point blank in the period. So the people that are usually that gets elected, that will be considered the nominees, right? They usually got a lot of money. They have influence, right? There's usually some tie with the bloodline. Let's be very clear with those presidents that we have had, okay? Since the founding of this country.
And then even Obama.
Yeah, so there's a reason. It's not like we don't know why. We're saying it as if, why? It's because, again, this is a system.
Keeping it 100.
It's not meant to, it's going to operate and it's going to work irregardless. Hold on, let me pull this up for
wait a minute, I'm turning my fan off. It's freezing here. The air on and the fan, that's not going to work. I can't. All right. No, I'm glad you gave me that information. Overturn the order. Have we ever had anybody that you know of, anybody on the panel or in the chat that passed away while they were actually in the presidency? I know it was actually one of them because they just, let me see who died as a president.
I think one may have, where the vice president took over, like died of natural causes, but of course we know JFK did and stuff
but
like
we know people that passed. I mean, while they were presidents, because they keep on.
Yeah, I mean, like JFK passed while he was president. I mean, he got murdered while he was president.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh wow. I'm talking about from old age, and he probably was the youngest, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was the youngest ever.
Ain't that something? But all these ones that they keep hiring over poop butt age, they just keep on just holding on and debating. Ugh. Please sit down. I'm waiting for that to bring that up. To go into a club. What Akari? Um, just a face with a limited power. Okay. But you think Trump is that way? Trump big mouth don't seem like he the type of person that don't have no power. I really think that Trump thinks he gets something. He don't listen to nothing nobody say. He makes the last decision. Now I don't know if y'all see Trump that way, but it just seems like that to me.
I think they all have a boss.
Facts. I think
So
Trump can manipulate the boss a little better. Sorry, because of it
Mhm.
being a business. And
yes,
he's been the face of business for so long. Like, I understand business to a T, so he could understand what those business lobbyists and the corporations and the private sector wants more than most presidents. But yeah,
right.
I definitely think they have a boss. I know they have a boss. They go to someone else. They do not make the last decision.
Yeah, they don't.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is a short, and this is actually, she's actually talking about the age as well in terms of why we should be voting for Biden over Trump. Hold on, y'all. Now I gotta find where my tab is. Hold on. Here we go. And I'm sorry if y'all can't see it. All right. Let's see.
Time where people are talking about Biden is too old. Hell, I'm older than Biden.
Come on now. You look good, Congresswoman.
And I get up every morning.
All right.
And I exercise.
All right.
And I work late hours.
All right.
I take care of black people.
All right.
Trump has told you who he is. He defined himself. He is a no good, deplorable, lying, despicable human being. We're now at a point in time
where
people are talking about Biden is too old.
What y'all think?
Oh wow, that's her opinion.
I'm interested.
Yeah, I think it's agenda based. I mean, we're seeing all of them say this same thing right now. They're all saying how Trump is the scariest thing to us. And that's why I wanted to show like the Amanda Seals, like to the hyperbole. You know, like one thing they have always used to pander us is reparations. So it's like, oh, okay, now they're even being like, well, we got to stop with the reparations talk. We got to only worry about Trump.
Did y'all get the one where Trump had rented the church, the black church, to speak with the people of color? That's what he called it, was the black church. That's what he called it. And everybody that showed up pretty much was white. I said Trump said Roland Martin made the biggest thing on that. I said Trump is crazy. Yeah.
So
if you can find it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
No. I said if you could find that, you should. It was funny. Well, Trump and went to the church, went to the colored churches, trying to get them to be on his side, and didn't nobody show up, but white people to the church. I'm sorry for laughing. He used to say he's a clown show sometimes, but
yeah,
he's a walking reality show.
I know we talked about this so many times before we have made this statement, and I know I've said it a few times already, just in terms of like, you know, when you think about whether this is a viable option. I think for the most part, most of us would feel not, right? Biden or Trump. Okay. I'm curious though, out of those two front runners, to the cousins in the chat, if you're voting, right, but in the presidential elections, who are you choosing to vote for? I'm curious to hear that.
A lot of people may not want to tell that.
And right, because you know, for a long time, you know, I don't know about you ladies, but there, you know, for a long time, especially I remember like as a little kid, right? You're taught that when it comes to like the political process in the United States, it's based on what? Majority rule, right? You always hear that kind of like word, majority rule, democracy. When you think of democracy, oh, majority rule, right? And so it gives like this image that if it's majority rule, then that means that each one of us who has the right to vote, we go to the polls, right? And someone counts up all the votes, and it's based on who gets the majority of the votes. But is that how the president and the vice president is elected? Is it by the popular vote, majority rule, or is it by another process?
I don't think it's by. I think it could.
It's another process. It's not majority.
I think they already know who's gonna win. Because they know
exactly. I believe they do. I mean, like
I think they do because ain't no way in the world Trump it just went to court for all them charges and felony charges on top of that, and this man's still able to run for the president of the United States. That's what I'm saying. This is a whole rigged up situation.
But one second, before you take it there, I just wanted to like just finish this thought because I think this is important when we're talking about. I think it's easy to start from now and say, okay, like yeah, these are two, but just in terms of how even the president, the vice president is elected is actually kind of it. You know, that's important for us to remember. So like as we already said, it's not based on the popular vote. It's based on something called the Electoral College, right? And I don't know about you ladies, but for me trying to understand what the Electoral College is and like what it means, it was very confusing for me for a very long time. How about you ladies? Do y'all understand?
I don't believe what they say it means. I mean, they say, oh, it's going to be based in the popular vote that based on population and state size, every state has a certain amount of electoral votes.
Right.
I don't believe that for 1 second. Not at all. But yeah, it was hard to understand. And once I understood it, I didn't believe it.
She didn't believe it. So Dolce was like, I don't believe that. How about you, Niche?
Nah, it's a whole bunch of trash.
Yeah.
It's basically what they it's the lie that make you keep believing the lie. So no.
Listen, I was confused. Oh, I swear to y'all, I was like, wait, what? Okay, so wait. So look, I looked this up to get my numbers right, y'all, right? Okay. So I knew some things. All right, so like how many electors are in the Electoral College? Does anybody know that number? Anybody can answer that in the chat. We're gonna play a little Simple Minds Jeopardy.
233. Is it?
Okay, not the total number of votes totaling it, but by state, like the totality of the Electoral College. How many electors are there total?
It's like 60 something, I think.
Anybody in the chat? All right, so it's 538 electors, right? And those 538 electors total 270 Electoral College votes. Okay? So whoever wins the majority out of 270, right? The president who wins the majority out of the 270 is who wins, right? So there's 538 electors totaling 270 votes. I know, y'all, it gets a little bit convoluted and confusing, very confusing.
Right.
Every state, though, y'all, I'm gonna try to slow walk this. Okay, so every state, so there's 50 states. Every state has a certain number of electors as the members of your congressional delegation, right? So for the House of Representatives, there's one for each member, and then there's plus 2 senators. So like certain states like California, I think they have the highest number of electoral college votes. They have 54. New York also has a high number. I believe our number is 28. Texas has a very high number. Their number is 40. Florida also has a high number. I think their number is like 29 or 30 or 31, one of those two, right? So each state has electors that ultimately is going to cast their vote. And the idea is that those electors are supposed to cast their vote based on the popular vote. Are y'all following me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we with you.
Okay. So most states, they will follow that idea of like winner takes all, or, if I'm an elector, like I'm from New York. So let's say if I was one of the electors, right? It would be based on the popular vote, right? Of the area that I'm representing. But there has been times, y'all, in history, right? Within these presidential elections, that presidents have actually, they were elected through the electoral vote, even though they lost the popular vote. So you know how every time the president is elected, they always cast and they'll show you like, oh, there's now 139 electoral votes for so-and-so, right? They'll show you the tally for each state. It has happened over time where there have been presidents that have been elected, and they lost the popular vote, but they won the electoral college, right? And two of them happened during our lifetime. So I thought that was very interesting. And I want to pull this source up for you guys. I know it's very confusing. Yes, George Bush was one of
with Al Gore.
Right. Absolutely. Yep, you're absolutely right. And in 2016. You're absolutely
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, wait, let me pull up one of these things that I saw that I thought was really cool. 1 second, you guys. One second. Okay, Freedom, I'm getting ready to share. I hope I'm sharing the right screen, y'all, because hold on.
I mean, and that's why Trump was so upset.
Absolutely, Chickasaw.
Yeah, because he actually won the popular.
Okay, so tell me when y'all see this. This is from history.com.
I see it.
Okay, so this is just talking about the Electoral College, right? Summing up sort of what I just said, y'all, okay? So just real quickly, it says, of the 58 presidential elections in the history of the United States, 53 of the winners took both the Electoral College and the popular vote. But in 5 incredibly close elections, including those for 2 of the past 3 presidents, the winner of the Electoral College was in fact the loser of the popular vote. And then they explain, here's how that can happen. The United States president and the vice president are not elected by direct popular vote. Instead, Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution provides for the indirect election of the nation's highest offices by a group of state-appointed electors, and collectively, this group is known as the Electoral College, right? And they have 270 votes in total. And this little map here, do you guys see it? And you see the numbers? It goes by state. So there's 55 electors in the state of California, Texas, Florida's at the bottom. I think it says 29. So each state has a certain number of electoral college votes. Okay, here we go. To win a modern presidential election, a candidate needs to capture 270 of the 538 total electoral votes. States are allotted electoral votes based on the number of representatives they have in a House, plus their 2 senators. Electors are apportioned according to the population of each state. But even the least populous states are constitutionally guaranteed a minimum of 3 electors, right? So it doesn't matter how small the state is, they're guaranteed at least 3 electors. This guaranteed minimum means that states with smaller populations end up having greater representation in the Electoral College per capita. Wyoming, for example, has one House representative for all of its roughly 570,000 residents. California, a much more populous state, has 53 representatives in the House, but each of those congressmen and women represent more than 700,000 Californians. Okay, I'm going to scroll down, y'all. Since most states, 48 plus Washington, D.C., award all of their electoral votes to the person who wins the statewide popular vote, right? That's generally how it's worked. But it's mathematically possible to win more electoral votes while still losing the popular vote. For example, if one candidate wins by large percentages in a handful of very populous states, for example, they'll probably win the popular vote. But if their opponent wins a bunch of smaller states by tight margins, he or she could still win the Electoral College. And that's basically what happened in 2016. So these are the 4 times. I said 4 times. I think it says 5. I was wrong. Maybe it's 5. So we got, it happened with John Quincy Adams, 1824. That's really important. Rutherford B. Hayes, 1876. Benjamin Harrison, 1888. And then let's get down to when we was alive. George Bush, 2000. As well as in 2016 with Donald Trump, right? And that was like, you know, so I wanted to just quickly share that just for the conversation and to have a base so we kind of understand, you know, how the process of even voting for the president and the vice president goes, right? Because then that may make it a little bit more sensible. But I'm with you guys, like it's kind of foolishness, right? Because once I figured out, I'm like, oh, so it's not really, I mean, they say it's by the popular vote, but that's not making sense to me. Right? If it's by the Electoral College. So what do you guys think?
I mean, like I said before, I'm just saying, I think it's bullcrap. I think that, you know what I'm saying, it's already rigged up just because of what's going on with Trump. I just think it's rigged up. I think it was rigged up from the gate. The fact that they keep on putting these old men in office.
Can I just say though, how many of you guys, ladies, and also y'all in the chat, how many of you identify as a Republican or as a Democrat or as an independent? I mean, do you identify with any political party?
I don't.
I don't either now. Nowadays,
I don't.
So what do you say to people when they say, because the assumption is, right, that if you, since you're melanated, right, by default, you must be a Democrat, right? And if you're not voting for a Democrat, and if you're not voting for Biden, I mean, you have Maxine Waters, you have all these representatives that look like you and I, and they're pushing for Biden. What do you say to that?
I asked them to please show me what has been the benefit in historically voting for Democrats. But in the beginning, the majority of Black people was Republicans. So then it flipped. Just please tell me what the benefit is, because all this to me here is trash. We're really in the Truman Show, for real.
Yeah, I agree.
I think personally, it's all a puppet show. So for me personally, just looking at it, I'm like, neither side gonna do nothing, and I can guess that every year and be correct. I think when it comes to this or anything, they're just not the ones that are doing anything. It's supposed to be this distraction, and that's what it is. So they do this big walled up to get everybody wound up, whether it be on the reparations talk, on the immigration talk, on whatever talk that it is for this section of the year. And then we go back to our normal lives and all this other stuff. And we don't know what they're passing. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know what wars they're starting. I'll say majority of us do not know what wars they have started. Don't know what laws they have passed. All we see is the gas going up. the food going up. All we see is the effects of these things. And we don't know who's introducing it, how it's being introduced, or why it's being introduced. So a lot of times, like you were even talking about, like how long legislation takes. I feel like a lot of this stuff is a distraction, especially when certain legislation is about to pop up on the scene. They're like, oh, let Biden go to sleep real quick. Let's give him no-dos. So we don't have to talk about this controversial bill that is about to change everything for everybody.
Not no those.
Right. No, he just old.
You know what, Dulcie, to me, that is sad that they keep us so mind effed, you know what I'm saying, with stress and all kinds of things. Like you said, the bills going up, all of this mess, that we can't even pay attention to what these flippers is doing. Okay, we can't even pay attention to it. But again, like I said, right here in the city, you really got to watch and watch what they doing, because they write directly on to you. But that's sad. We just go along with the get along. We do. We don't all come together and say, now wait a minute, wasn't they just talking about, and now what happened to that? Yeah, we don't do that. And the next thing you know, it done changed something. We had no parts in it. Every decision that they made, pretty much we had no part in. I mean, being actually Americans, we had no part in it. Everybody get money except us. I just do not understand it. I understand it, but I don't understand it. And that's when I put it back on us. We got to focus, calm down, and pay attention, because it's slipping. All these different names and stuff that we've had, it slipped right past us. And we again went with the go along, get along. Everything that happens slips right by us, and we made ne'er bitter decision. We don't have no seat at the table to make no decisions. And they so slick that even when I think it was Amarosa, you can count the many people that are of copper color that was working in the White House during Trump's range, and all the rest of them. And we don't fight for that particular situation. I don't get it. So, and then we'll blame it on somebody else except ourselves. From the beginning, we got to fight. We can no longer allow them to make decisions without us having word in on what's going on. And we don't want to hear that mess about African. No, we here and we have been here. Stop. Because see, if you say you African American, I think that somehow stopped you from being able to say anything, because these immigrants are saying that you an immigrant. So they're not letting you come in, because we keep on carrying this narrative that I'm an African American, so I'm the descendant of an African slave. No, my people was right here on these lands, and you enslaved the people on these lands before you even enslaved the people that came from over yonder. Come on now. If that was how it really went, and you really put the stink on it, to trick mind us to believe that all the people here was it. There is a lot to this, and we need to calm down and come together and put the other stuff away. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sis. I just wanted to ask you a question.
So
what are we fighting for?
Okay, there's a lot of things that we need to help make decisions on what go on with us here here on America's lands. They just doing and making decisions without us. Just like, okay, for instance, Social Security and disability. The people are struggling on that Social Security and disability. We need to make the decisions on the different programs that go along with those with Social Security and disability. We need to make decisions with them on what happened to our children, school systems, all kinds of stuff. We ain't in on nothing. They just making decisions right in our faces. Soon as we turn our back, the decision's been made, and we ain't had no part in it. The moment we open our mouth and say we are certain things, and they like, well, they not really, they not really. Are we really citizens? because we truly ain't made no citizen decisions. I'm just saying. I mean, if y'all don't agree with that stance, I understand. But it's like Dots just said, it's the old boys. Oh yeah, the old yo boys. You know what I'm saying? That's making all these decisions. And it's coming from old high. I'll put it like that. Old high. And they put these old people in the office because they know they can control them like puppets. They that's what they do. That's what, cause see, that's what saying what she said. And I started sitting up here thinking, yo, cause see, they can push and bully them around. But see, the thing is Trump. I don't care what nobody say, right? Trump seemed like the type of person to me that you just ain't gonna just make no decision. He gonna have something to say. Now I ain't gonna say his decisions always right, and I like him or some old good stuff like that. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Some people you just can't say, well, look, I'm the president. Yeah, all that. And I'm listening to what you got to say, but yeah, just remember y'all made me the president with all his felonies. Y'all don't think that's weird? Let's see, he's even able to run, and they will put the done man, they will put the copper American in jail. You already guilty before you even went to court. You innocent. That lost your job, can't take care of your kids, all kinds of can't pay your bills. You already in jail until the court case come up.
Chickasaw Mal says something interesting. I think that's from the chat. No, you're speaking facts, Freedom. Yeah, he said, yeah, these pro-black folks keep saying we descendants of the slaves, and that made me think of something. Remember when I was talking about going into like the history of even how like the political parties and how they started, right? Like where this idea of even Democrat, Republican kind of came from. And when you said that, Chickasaw, I went off camera because I wanted to it reminded me of something that I had read. And it was off the US Gov website. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute.
Just saying, you know.
Yeah, and I just think, you know, of what you're saying, because a lot of it is true. The whole thing, though, is like there has to be some sort of fight, but we need to know how to fight, where to fight back. A lot of times we think it's so simple as, oh, once we know, we'll come together and we'll do this, but it's not the lack of coming together. Black people already come together. It's the fact that no one's wielding power the way that they need to wield power. So coming together ends up being null and void.
Well, to me, living under what they were, we're living black. We're living that we're actually playing the part. So as long as I'm sorry, okay. As long as we playing the part, they're gonna play it right along with us. They done gave us the part to play, and we playing the part. And we just going on with our lives, like Dulcie said, every day, like it's not nothing. We ain't got nothing. Whatever they say, we so lazy that we not paying no attention. And fear is the mind killer, and we full of fear.
And Akira said because it's all part of the performance, controlled opposition. I like how she stated that.
I'm sorry, I can't. We'll say it again, guys.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
It was me.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I was saying Akira said in the chat because it's all part of the performance, controlled opposition. I said I like how she worded that. But I wanted to say, you guys can see this, right? So
yes, we can see.
Okay, so like real quickly, right? Like how did sort of these political parties come to be, right? How did the Democrat, Republican Party come to be, for example? All right, so real quickly, y'all, and I know y'all know this, but so after ratifying the ratification of the Constitution, like during the Constitution Convention, right? The first presidential election was 1789, and we know George Washington was elected, right? So he was the first president, and he served 2 terms, and then he retired. Okay, but by the time that Washington had stepped down, you sort of had like these political parties sort of started to be established. So you had the Federalists, if y'all remember, and that was led by Hamilton, and then you had the Democrat/Republican. That was one political party, right? And that was led by Jefferson and James Madison, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And so initially, when Democrat Republican, because that was one political party before it split into two. Now it's two, but it was one initially, right? The reason why they began to split came up like during the 1828 election with Andrew Jackson, who at the time sort of led the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party in the 1820s, their platform stood, they was not so much for a national government. They believed in states' rights, right? So that the states should rule themselves, sort of, not have like this national federal government. And they also, if you were a Democrat at that time, you also favored the spread of slavery to the Northwest states, right? And that's like during the 1820s. And I think that's important because, especially when we're talking about just even how the United States came to be, we often, we talk about those 13 colonies. And now we know that the United States is made up of 50 states. And those states soon were added, to the Union. But that's really, really important. So initially, the Democrats, right, that political party was made up of largely white Southerners, right? Because of what they sort of believed. And then the Republican Party was more federalist. They believed more pro-national government, and they opposed the spread of slavery into the Northwestern states, and they were for more of a national government. So I'm sharing this little script, this article. Hold on, let me go. Because I think it's important, right? When we're talking about the history of how these things came to be. So the Kansas-Nebraska Act, 1854, declared that the new states forming in America could decide to join the country as free states or slave states, right? The Republican Party was formed to prevent new states from becoming slave states. So, all right, so we know that initially. After the Civil War ended in 1865, the Republican Party was responsible for passing 3 constitutional amendments that established Reconstruction in the South. So you had the 13th Amendment that says slavery was no longer legal. 14th Amendment said that all former slaves were now citizens with equal rights. And then the 15th Amendment, which gave the free slaves the right to vote. Almost all blacks, and that's the term that we're using, okay? So let's not argue that, voted for Republicans who favored Reconstruction and stopping slavery forever. So that would make sense, right? Almost all Southern whites then moved their votes to the Democratic Party. Okay, I'm going to skip the next. Let's continue. After the Civil War and Reconstruction, the Republican Party was seen as the friend of the quote-unquote Negro. The Democratic Party was seen as the party that supported segregation and white supremacy. Blacks in both North and South typically voted Republican during that time. Now, the next 2 things are really key. The federal government gave little attention to the needs of quote-unquote colored people at the time. Still, by the standards of the day, it says the federal government was relatively integrated. Many blacks had jobs with the United States government. And again, this is we're talking about the 1800s, not even in the 1900s yet, right? But remembering that according to the slave narrative, right, every person of color had to be a slave. And if you was a slave, of course, you couldn't work. You're not going to be able to have any kind of freedom to work. So how was it that you had people integrating into government jobs during this time? Let's continue on. It's just, things to think about. Between 1865 and 1900, there were 21 black members of the House of Representatives and 2 black senators. Guess how many of them were a former slave? It says it right there. Only 1. Let me repeat that. Between 1865 and 1900, there were 21 black members of the House of Representatives and 2 black senators. 1 of the 21 were former slaves, and all the Republicans were from the South. So that right there also sort of that's why when I said when he said about everybody being a slave, that's not true, right? So from when 1865, right, when we said, okay, slavery is no longer legal, X, Y, and Z, between 1900, only 1 of them were a former slave. How is that sway? How is that sway if everybody is a damn slave? If everybody of color and, that came over here from Africa were slaves. How is that?
Not true.
Okay. I just,
It's just not true. But just keep in mind what she just said. What I was just trying to say too. Look how many people was in office, and it's still like that. I'm talking about the copper people. It's unbelievable that you can count them on one of your hands or two of your hands, and the whole Congress, the whole thing. That's ridiculous. I mean, I know where you was going with it, Dots, but I was thinking about that too as well.
These are just things. I don't like forming conclusions for anybody, but it's just things to think about. Things that just don't make sense, and why the story continues to sort of like be, be sort of corrected, right? Because things just don't
need to be. The stories really do need to be corrected, because just recently I was doing some more research on Savannah, where I'm from, and I just ran across the free colors between, because I'm looking for a relative, and I was looking at this free color, people of color from 1817 to 1829, and just looking at all of the free people and thinking of this narrative that they give us, but then looking at all of these free people and they list their professions and all of this, and they gonna continue to lie to us. They lie to us. They lied from the womb to the tomb, and that's just what it is. So it's left up to us to get it together, get our life right, and however that may look to everybody is different. So I don't think that everybody has a fight. Some people are just good, and that's okay.
True, I believe that too. So I wanted to get into this and this is going to lead us to Project 2025. So as I said, as far as before, like we don't really know what's really going on, who really is doing everything, who really holds the hand or anything. And these presidents are just a show. It's no different than the Super Bowl that we're about to experience when it comes to Biden and Trump going back and forth against each other. So let's go about ALEC, the American Legislative Exchange Council. This is going to be the council that introduces 1,000 bills every year, and about 20% of them are going to get passed, go through without hiccups. Is the Americans' largest nonpartisan. So I really wanted to make an emphasis on this because we often keep going back and forth about what political party has the power and all these different things. Is it Democrats? Is it Republicans? And they're going back and forth like, oh, we should all hate the Republicans. We should all hate the Democrats. But their boss is nonpartisan, meaning they don't have an affiliation with either party or none of them. Voluntary membership organization of state legislators dedicated to the principles of limited government, free markets, and federalism. The American Legislation Exchange Council is America's largest nonpartisan voluntary membership of organization. The ALEC model is a home to dynamic, innovative ideas to reduce the cost of everyday life and ensure economic freedom. ALEC is a forum of stakeholders to exchange ideas and develop real estate-based solutions to encourage growth, preserve economic security, and protect hardworking taxpayers. ALEC's members understand the importance of hearing all sides of an issue and value public-private partnership in policy discussions. Job creators and state legislators alike come to ALEC to offer important policy perspectives to ensure the economic security and opportunity in all their communities. So what we're going to see as far as this is the basis of Project 2025. We're going to go into the founding of this group when it came to be and who's actually a partner of it and who is funding it. So far, of ALEC, what are y'all thinking so far when you're hearing that this particular group that's a forum of stakeholders, they say they're in the private sector, they're their own individuals, and they're Congress people coming together to ensure the economic security of all the legislation passed.
So is Alec the same thing as the people for the Project 2025?
Yes. So what we'll see is the ALEC people are coming out of what they call the Heritage Foundation. So the
Right.
Heritage Foundation is going to be what endorsed or actually created this project 2025.
And
So,
they endorsed, and then they endorsed Trump,
yes.
the Heritage Foundation. So how can they be nonpartisan?
Right, but they've endorsed some Democratic candidates as well.
Girl, I don't hear nothing but gimmick and trick mind bull crap again.
Mm-hmm.
And then Trump gonna have to know. I don't know nothing about it, but good. I don't know nothing about it, but good luck to him. I wish him luck.
Because if money is being allocated, and they may say it's for policy and not the person, right? You still have some vested interest. You have vested interest there. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Exactly. I agree. And yeah, and we'll see like as they're coming in because we see that this was founded in the Heritage organization. They're founded in 1973, so we start seeing them wielding their power with Ronald Reagan. And that's where we first see this first project 2025, which is based in the mandate of leadership. But first, I want to go into some of these founders real quick because I think it's just really interesting. Right. So when you look at who founded it, we get to Edwin J. Fulner Jr., Joseph Coors, and Paul Waywich. So when you look into Edwin and who he is, hold on.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh, Eddie. And I know that Coors name sound familiar. Okay, his birthplace is in Cook County, Illinois. He's the son of Edwin John Fulner. And you'll see they're actually from Germany. The first time his family would come over here is in the 1870s, his great-great-grandfather. Then we go to Joe Coors.
Now you know ain't nobody drinking Coors Light.
Yeah, we ain't, at least us. We get to his great-grandfather, Adolf Joseph Coors, or Coors spelled in. He's from Germany. He came into Virginia and then ended up in Colorado, where they would say he started a brewery, right? But then again, this is him coming across in 1862. And they said he was a stowaway on a ship. And that's how he got here, poor, whatever, stowaway on a ship. He ends up with a brewery in Colorado. All right, then we have the last Paul Weyrich that is named after this grandfather that came from Germany in 1894. So there's a trend of this Heritage Foundation. All the founders, their great grandfathers, are from Germany, but where we would also have this story that's like, oh, they've gained their wealth all from slavery. They weren't even here. Right? They were here in 1860. They're here after slavery's already gone, ended.
That's crazy. But and again, let's not forget the word, they're immigrants.
Right, they're immigrants though. They're immigrants that by the time of the great grandson, they're able to put together an organization that passes 20% of our legislation every year.
That's the reason why I said what I said. We just sitting around and letting the immigrants tell us, and to tell us we immigrants, and to run the place like they Americans. and we just sitting back letting it happen. I think we should say it to all of them, but y'all immigrants. We should make rate letter. We're asking you, the immigrants. We're saying something to you, the immigrants. We're letting you. We're putting it on. That letting them know we know you are an immigrant. It's actually there, just like Dots always say. When to hide something from us, put it in the book. Because look what else he just read, and we know this though. This is not something we're not aware of.
Right.
Ain't like we've been fooled because they can easily say, well, here it was right here. So it's not like y'all didn't know. Y'all just didn't put the book up and read it. Y'all just didn't read or write down these things to keep it in mind, because she's giving you where it is, where she's finding it and everything. You know what I'm saying? They could easily just say that. Well, you had knowledge of it because we ain't hide it from you.
Right.
So y'all just sitting around letting us run our business here, and really they owe us taxes. We don't owe them taxes. They owe us taxes.
And sorry, I was putting her.
Go ahead, do it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. And that's what I'm saying. Like there is an allowing of this that's going on, because not only is there allowing of being like, we're giving it for them to come over, but like we're allowing them also with the power that we uphold economically, and we're giving it to them.
Absolutely.
So that's how they're funding a lot of these things, is because we just hand over the economic power and we say you don't have to do anything for it. And then now the private sector can come in and coexist with Congress and say, we're gonna decide in what route you go. We're gonna decide how you need to shape this political. So I do want to get into Project 2025, but I do want to pull up a specific thing that I was cracking up with Nisha about. I want to go into the gender equality plan that they have. But you guys go ahead. What did you guys see with Project 2025?
But wait a minute, let me say this also before you go into Project 25. The crazy about the old thing, the whole thing is, damn, it just slipped my that I was about to say. God, today I hate that when that happens. It's more on that level on what you was just talking about, how we are allowing them to say to control everything here. And they got, here it is. They have the nerve in pictures, movies, and everything that they show us, where they're telling the copper American person to go back to Africa. That's how much they done flip, mind you, where they're actually an immigrant, creating you an immigrant in your mind and telling you to go back to a continent you know absolutely nothing about, because it Johnny come lately just got a colonized name, and telling you, the copper American, to go back to this place. That's crazy how they mentally mess up the people like that, to make them believe that they are Africans, and they going right along with it. And they get to make all the rules and regulations with their nonprofit organization here on these lands called America, that they are mentally, physically, financially, and everything using us, when they really owe us money. They really owe the people, the American copper people that was on these lands for hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years, that they ain't no even time frame for. And they just make and just telling us we are actually paying them to keep their business going. For all the tickets we pay, all the everything that we do, we are paying them to keep their business. Every time, that's what we're doing. I'm sorry, Dulce, you can go on from there. Going from there.
No, y'all are good. Did y'all want to say anything else before I bring up this gender thing?
I mean, but what do y'all think about that, though? Am I wrong for saying it? Am I wrong, DOT?
You know you're not wrong, girl. Come on.
Am I wrong, Nisha?
You know what we
The
stand
Stanger.
No, ma'am.
Absolutely not.
So now that we know it, again, they're gonna say, well, we saw y'all looking at Unscrambled Minds. They done gave y'all all kinds of
Trinkets.
and They done told you where to go to find it to fight with. We saying we just got over here in the 1800s. What part of y'all missing? No, we ain't no. Okay, y'all let us do it now. You know what they told me? If I let that man keep his gate on my property line, I'm just giving you a scenario, that by my own fault, he gonna end up owning part of my own property because I didn't, because I didn't make him take his gate off of my property line. And after a certain amount of time, it becomes his property. So that's the same thing we're doing. It's been all this time. So in their mind, they mentally believe that this is their land. And they going with it, just doing what they, like it ain't nothing, because they saying, well, y'all ain't saying nothing.
Because we turn
like homeowners. So you have to pay taxes for what you is. They say that you don't necessarily even own where you really live. You might own the house, but it's a question if you own the land. No, I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. Like that's the setup. This setup is just playing over and over and over in all these dynamics. So now you got to go to the state to tell them you want to put something in your yard that you're paying $300,000 for. To be like, oh no, you didn't get permission to put that gazebo up in your backyard. Oh, tear that down. Oh, you didn't get any permission to get that more. Tear that down.
2 feet. But the point is, 2 feet is expensive. Why would you do that? Why would you put that's the set that, and it's the undone family that did it. Oh, I didn't even know that. You didn't know that was my property line when you put it directly on my garage.
But you a Christian though. You a Christian and you supposed to turn the other cheek. So you supposed to turn the other cheek and obey your master.
But if somebody get hurt on that 2 feet, guess who getting sued? Guess who getting sued?
You are.
Okay, that part.
They're gonna say it's your property then. It wasn't a second ago.
And they're gonna say
it's yours now.
And they're gonna say I knew it, Dulcie. Gonna say I knew it because we talked about it before. Because when I knew it was my property, I mentioned it. I told it to them like 5 times now, hoping they would say, well, let me just move it because I see she being a bitch. So we might as well just go on and move it. Ain't moved it yet. To the point now, I feel like I gotta go to the county and get a letter sent to them because I don't want no problems. See, that's the problem. In my inner self, somehow or another, I feel a little fear. That's what that is. Rather, I want to.
But you, at the end of the day, you have every right to, because at the end of the day, you yourself do not wield the power to be like, oh, you can try to fight back against it, and then they can tie you up in legislation for the rest of your life, make it where you have to go as far as it, make it so you lose the whole thing. So it isn't really just a fear mongering thing as far as to be like in a situation like that you have to move strategically because they do wield power that you don't.
So what I'm going to do is have them send a letter because I see what's going to happen, and then if I snap out, it's going to be worse. When you shouldn't have put it there anyway, somehow they'll still blame it on you because that's the mentality of this undone mind that they will blame. They knew what they was doing in the beginning, but somehow it will be your fault because they can easily say to you, I was looking at Sister Becky's show. She had all these sources and showed you where to go. What y'all got? Chief Topcats, that's his name. Oh, yeah, well, I seen the show where he told y'all this, that, and another, and that was 4 years ago. Y'all ain't did nothing in 4 years that this was told to y'all. So why are you coming at us now? That's what I'm saying. And I know, CJ, you're right, call their bluff.
But 20, oh, yeah.
But I'm just saying. All right, Dots.
Nah, I don't forgot what I was getting ready to say. Go ahead, Dulcie. Damn it.
Okay, well, I want to get, and it'll be fast because when y'all said trinkets, like that's exactly what this is. That's what Project 2025 is. It's not real legislation. It's not going to affect our daily lives, the gas or anything like that. This is just to start an argument. That's all they're doing. And that's what they do, is they play on people's minds. So let's read what they have here. This is a part of their gender equality for the future. The next conservative president must make institutions of the American civil society hard targets of woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the term sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term to derive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule. Agency regulation, contract, grant regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. I wanted to get to what they promise.
Ain't that something? But I think it's wrong that men can make a decision on what a woman does with her body.
Says the notion tenets of critical race theory and gender ideology should be excised out of the curricula in every public school in the country. These theories poison our children, who are being taught on one hand to affirm that their color of their skin fundamentally determines their identity, even their moral status, while the other are taught to deny the very creaturelessness that inheres in being human and consists in accepting giveness of our nature as men and women. So I'm going to stop sharing for now. I'll get the other quote up. But I just think, of course, you can even hear the trigger moments in that, to be like, oh, this is going to start a whole little war back and forth between the Democrats and the Republicans. But what does that even do? What do they even define as something that they're going to establish for real? That's why I think these are just distractions. But go ahead, Dot.
I agree. I definitely agree, especially because even when you talk about critical race theory, right? And usually they're talking about like within K to 12 education. I mean, we all know, depending on the state that you're in, your curriculum is going to look very different. So what they teach and how they teach, let's say in South Carolina, is very different than how they teach and what it would look like in these curriculum books in let's say the state of New York, right? It's very different. That's point one. Number two, though, when you was talking about that gender equality and whatever else those long ass words was, it's a whole bunch of words for no reason. Like really, y'all? Like, come on.
Right? They saying they going away with gender reveals. Y'all can't find out what the baby is until it's born. They deleting all the genders.
Right. You know what? Now, wait, hold on. I'm going to say something a little bit controversial, and it is what it is. But this is just my little spiel, right? Because I do agree with the point, especially on that Republican side, when it comes to placing some type of limitations or statutes on this whole LGBTQ. What is it? LGBTQIA? Because that's what I think of, right? And I think of just how far we have come. Not even come, but like how much we have sunk, I believe, just in terms of our collective consciousness when it comes to gender, right? Which is very different than assigned, let's say, roles, right? But I'm talking about just biologically what it means to be born male, biologically what it means to be born female. And I know there's people that are that they're what are they? I was going to say nymphomaniacs, Lord Jesus Christ. Those people who like sex, it's the hermaphrodites. There you go. There are some people who are born with both, for example, and you have those blurred lines. But I do think that that we have sunk big time when it comes to that. And so, in terms of the Republican side, that is definitely an area that I 1,000% agree on.
Me too. I'm with you on that part. I don't think that a man should be able to tell a woman what to do with her body, as far as if she chooses to not, to have an abortion. Now, I can see women coming at the table talking about that, but I just think it's a personal thing, and that no man should make a decision on how a woman handles that. Now, that's just personally me. I know people might not like it, but that's my personal opinion. I agree with you, Dots. On the other situation, it's got absolutely pathetically crazy. Just down right now, they letting even with the sports situation where they letting men wrestle women and box women and football and just women's sports, like they're allowing these men, because that's what they are,
Yeah.
into the situation and hurt these women. And
Like,
it just is it's unbelievable. Then they you can get in trouble for not calling them what they want you to call them and all kind of stupid, petty, dumb stuff. And it's like you give them a rights, but you don't give us no rights. So to me, if one of them tricks a man, you see what I'm saying, and gets hurt, it's the man's fault. It will make a law that they should tell all the men that they men, that they was born with the same thing they was born with. Make that law.
But yeah, and I agree. But what I would say is that there's nothing here that says they're going to make a law about anything. All it
right,
is to
right,
trigger you to
right.
be like, oh, this to trigger the fight, to make it all about divide and conquer. Because at the end of the day, there will not be a resolution for any of those real concerns that you guys are mentioning. We'll just go on because they propagate us going back and forth, us whether it be going back and forth with the alphabet people, going back and forth between men and women, going back and forth. They perpetuate this fight.
Right.
And then they introduce nothing as far as a bill wise. That's why this is just a trinket. This is just a distraction. They're not trying to give any solutions. They're just like, oh yeah, what they do and all this is horrible. Okay, what are you gonna do? So okay, here's one thing they say they're gonna do. It says, so to do so, USAID's Office of Women, Children, and Families should strive to ensure that communities have their basic human needs without which they are unable to thrive. Met first and foremost, basic human needs include equal and safe access to potable water, sanitation, food, education, healthcare, houses of worship, justice, pregnancy, and family research centers, working capital, electricity, technology, and business opportunities. So my question to this is, how are we not already having these things, and what are they saying as far as they're going to give to make sure that these things are in place? Or is it that they're just giving us filler words to just satisfy us in any different moment because we don't know what they're really planning on the back end? That's what I vote for.
Well, I think that this project 2025 really and truly is just is letting you know who Trump, if he's elected, who he's going to be putting in power in terms of his chief of staff, right? So Paul Dance, he already was working for Trump. All of those dudes that's on this thing, the board of directors or whatever, they all, you know what I'm saying? They're tied to the Heritage Foundation, and they are pro-Trump. That's all that is, right? So it's pretty much telling you who, if Trump is elected, who he is going to more than likely have on his staff. That's how I take it. This is like you said, it's nothing. It's just a lot of words, a lot of filibustering, right? Mm-hmm. It's a lot of words.
Exactly.
Not saying anything.
But if Trump get in, you can best believe those men are going to try to implement their ideas and what they want.
Well, they're funding, because they're pro-Trump.
Well, yeah, the men are going to implement, but we don't even know what are they going to implement? What do they want? We don't even discuss those things because they give us all these BS things to fight about, these little trinkets to go in front of our face, which it would be cool to be like, even if it was going to be an all boys club, if they were going to sit in front of us and say, this is what I plan to do. This is how this is going to go in the future. I want to implement this policy for us to actually sit back and say, okay, I like this. I don't like this. I think you should go more this route or anything like that. They don't do that. Yeah. This is just for us to fight till November, see who's the president and forget about it all once they're president, and them to pass whatever they want to pass. And us to wake up in the morning and be like, damn, gas $5?
Yeah.
What happened?
Wake up in the morning underneath the Christmas tree.
Facts.
They are something.
The chat has been saying, you guys have been saying a lot. Y'all want to drop the link soon?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Sure.
You
Oh
guys
yeah,
have been saying some
I
cool
didn't.
stuff.
I didn't. Dusty, drop the link. Boop boop.
Okay.
I can. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, global pioneer. I agree.
It's just
CJ, you've been saying some cool stuff. Hit the link if you would like. Ray, welcome.
I
Yancy,
hope
what's up?
Sister
Original
Becky is still in
Skywalker.
here because we got a
Chad,
lot of fights to get into.
our girl Chad Spire is in the chat. Hey, girl. Hey, Chad.
Drop the link, boop boop.
Let's get it. Well, I welcome y'all. Hey, Big Dog Philly, what's
Right.
up?
Okay. And then I just want to
Hey,
show this
big
one
dog,
more thing that I
Philly.
think is so the foreign initiative,
We're
right?
Anton and Wait a minute. Let me see.
Under the foreign initiative, under this plan, this
This
quote unquote
plan.
plan. Okay. What do they
So
say?
part of the foreign initiative is they see that there's this problem of not only have Democrats have pushed abortion on the U.S., but now they're pushing it on Mexico and other foreign countries. So they're going to stop U.S. foreign aid from supporting global abortion industry. The next conservative administration should issue an executive order that at minimum reinstates PLGHA that summarily blocks funding to the UNFPA, but also closes loopholes by applying the policy to all foreign assistance, including humanitarian aid, and improving its enforcement. So I just was like a little key about that because, again, like if we need to talk about immigrations, why aren't they putting it in? If they're so conservative and they care about U.S., why isn't in the plan to stop the $9,000 that are going to each foreigner to get them a house in Chicago? They're not talking about any of the real issues, and that's my problem with both sides are a distraction. Neither side is talking about real issues. So we have to come together as a conglomerate and understand how to write our own legislation, who to introduce it to, and how we promote power of saying economically, we will no longer support the people that fund you until you do these things for us.
Mm-hmm.
Go see for president. Okay.
Taking more.
Go see for president.
Right?
Go see for president.
Okay. How many times it got? She's okay. Was she almost at the age? She got 20 more years, and then she could run because she gotta be old.
On the ballot.
Right, gotta be old as hell. That's why though. And peace, CJ.
Hey, CJ.
Yeah, Dots.
Yes, baby.
Okay.
What's going on?
It always makes like I can't see straight through. But
how y'all doing?
Then
we good, CJ. Welcome. Hey, St. Louis.
Am I coming through clear? Am I clear?
You are clear.
All right. Wherever y'all would like to start, start from wherever. Oh, I can introduce myself. My name is CJ. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky. Okay.
I'm 28. My mother and father raised me. We've been in Louisville since I was 3 years old, since 01. No, that's 6 years old. I was born in Canada, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls. My dad's Jamaican. My mom's from Louisville.
And you a Pisces.
You're a Pisces.
I'm a Virgo.
And he's a Virgo.
Wow.
Yeah, I already know he coming with the knowledge. Let's go, CJ.
Is that what it's going to be?
That's what it's going to be. So relax and let the Virgo talk, okay? Let the Virgo get it in.
Go ahead, CJ, so you can talk.
I went to college for 4 years and didn't turn out too well. So I only came out my associates in computer science. I have trade in network security, as well as cybersecurity, as well programming. And right now, I ain't really in my career. Kind of messed it up. Was doing my interim as a computer scientist entry level, but I messed that up. And right now, I'm just working as a setup at Caesar's Palace. So that's my intro.
Okay, so you gave us your whole rundown. All right.
I know. I was about to say, what's that old show? The dating show. That's what I was saying.
Right.
No,
next-
no.
He's
Shay,
doing just like a typical Virgo does.
Whatever. Freedom. We don't need to hear
And
all
it
that.
is
Yeah,
the computer
Virgo.
science.
We don't need to hear all of
Virgo
that.
stuff. Go ahead, CJ.
CJ, some
Honey.
haters on a panel. Don't worry about it.
Well,
So what do you have to
that's what
say
I'm
in
saying.
regards to the
That's what I'm
conversation?
saying.
Mainly, let me start with this. So I'll be participating with Aboriginal channels, mainly Aboriginal TV, Aboriginal Power, Supreme Chief Holiday, as well AB TV. So those are my main three I really participate in. We go into the historical timeline of the civilizations, mainly ours in America, and how we look at the past as in it so happened to be the future, and how our technology that we are using today um, mainly is kind of old and outdated compared to the if we was to go back 200 years, we would see the vast difference in engineering, smelting, blacksmithing, uh, constructing. Everything was made to last longer compared to today. Everything breaks down. I am more of an architectural engineer, the way I look at things. So my scope on how we look at the land today is based on building. So that's how I would like to start. What I would go back to is John Adams and Thomas Jefferson when we're coming to just the true basic breakdown of what is the American paradigm. And started with two presidents. You got Thomas Jefferson running as a president after what's his name? I think not George Washington. What's his name? Something like that. And John Adams was already president. So after John Adams took the spot of George Washington, John Adams was the first president to pass away while being president. And Thomas Jefferson passed away while running for president. So we had two dead presidents at the same time before they quote unquote called the Civil War, before the Trail of Tears. So what I see is they trying to push us into the same paradigm of what happened before the Civil War and in the American paradigm. Because the reason I say paradigms because they have a timeline that we all went to public school to figure it out and study. But when you do your own research, you start to realize there was two civilizations taking place at the same time, and those one civilization we could see clear as day being bombed and destroyed. What I call the deconstruction era, but it's reconstruction in their timeline. And their civilization was being built up upon the rubbles, the destruction of ours. But that's where I would like to start.
Okay, so are you saying that was taking place during the Reconstruction era, or do you have a date as far as where you would like to start?
Where I'm starting from is like 1730 that timeline, all the way up to the early 1900s. We're talking about deconstruction of a whole civilization, wars after wars, a continuation of a war from the early from the late 1400s. So we're talking about a continuation that went on compared to there being an intermission in the early 1600s when they said in 1662 that we're going to classify these people as Indian and label them as savages and so other things in order to erase their identity. So basically placing our identity on top of us was another way of erasing our identity.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
we're talking about warfare that been taking place since the late 1400s, but we don't look at it like that. That's the problem.
Hmm. But what you just said was absolutely true.
Definitely, and I think it even is a testament of how long it took for anyone to even come here and get into a position because of the fact that there was a lot of wars. Means a lot of people were fighting back, fighting on different sides. So you were saying starting before the American Revolution and really that stamping of the United States of America in 1776. And we can see before, even before that part, a lot of warring, different portions, and then going all the way to the 1900s. But I would say, as far as like a definitive where I think they got our mentality, I believe that that's fully 1900s.
That's facts. They did it so fast too. It seemed like.
Yeah,
Well,
I think,
say
I don't
gradually,
really know if it was fast. I would say what was happening is they were
gradually.
able to convert some people, they weren't able to convert others. They thought this separate but equal thing would be the way to exert power, but then they saw people living fine separately. It's like it's going on without out a hinge separately. So then it became this objective to be like, okay, no, they had to be under. It all has to be one accord. We all have to be together. And that's the only way to exert power on them. That's why we can see the full-fledged force of the 60s, 70s
Right.
coming
That's
in,
what I was
changing
trying to say.
everything about our families.
That's what I was trying to say. Because even in my little time, the colored Negro and then Black America came about. So that's why I said it happened so fast, but yet not so fast. Because you tipped it
Right.
off
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
gradually. When you said it happened gradually, and because right after the Indian thing, they started with that mess. You know what I'm saying? They actually seemed like they were erasing the identity of a people by giving them the names until they got the name that they wanted to fit their agenda.
Well,
You know what I'm
what we
saying? So I'm
what I
sorry.
think we need to kind of see, just look at how we are today. Like a lot of us mind our business, and it's to a selfish degree. Like that's how I look. It ain't very selfless. It's very selfish, and
Would you answer me?
Sorry.
Hello?
to this level of selfishness, we kind of we're still the same people from the past. The reason I say that is because they was doing propaganda for at least 50 years before it even showed up on the shores, even in the Caribbeans of South America. Like, because it already basically the main message was hitting South America before it hit North America because everybody was why I say everybody that wasn't American, like copper tone individual that is original to the land. Uh, Everybody was basically plotting against us in ways in their country, propagandizing their own people. So when they were to come onto the shores through the Middle Passage, because that was still going on during the time of indentured servitude, and we wasn't indentured servants. Um, During that time of indentured servitude, they was getting through the Middle Passage, but as well they came with an indoctrinated mindset of negativity. Um, in their religions, they would call it the what you call it, the Jezebel spirit.
Yeah,
Just
they
jealous.
meaning who? So when you say they, who meaning who?
We
Specific.
got your Pacific type of religions: Catholics, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism. All of these religions in the early 1600s, they started the Middle Passage under the Indentured Servitude Act. That goes back to the Servitude Act of 1672, I believe, and this gives them the right to come to the new land. The new land for them and the other lands that haven't yet turned themselves to civilizations by way of having irrigation systems, electricity, as well agriculture by means of trade. Those civilizations hasn't yet built up, so they had to get a passage on over, but you had to go through their church. There was no other way but through the church, and the Pope already signed himself as the holder of all religions in 1300. So everybody was going through the church, no matter which church it was. So all religions
So are you
gave
talking
place.
about? I'm sorry. So just specifically, when I was saying they. So are you talking about specifically in terms of groups of people? Are you talking about white Europeans? Are you talking about
This is
Africans?
this is
Are you talking about
everybody,
coming over to
ev-
the Americas? Got you. Okay.
Well,
everybody,
let's get
everybody.
specific for a second of something that you said, because I think it's important, and where like it's important to actually learn the history and know what's going on, because you were like they passed legislation in 1672, right?
Yeah, the
And you know
Servitude Act.
the Servitude
May
Act,
be the
right?
wrong. It may be the wrong date to be
No, no,
exact.
no,
But
no, 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 no. That's good.
No,
No,
you're doing
stay
good.
there.
You're doing
You're
good. You're
good.
making
You're
a good
good.
point.
I wanted to bring up, because you know how they say, uh, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on us. Well, in 1672, we can see there was the initiative of the Plymouth Company that was like you said, was coming as far as when over here for those servitudes, or what we'll call indentured servants, and given these policies to try to grant them land, try to grant them different things. But what a lot of times, what they were finding out with what you were saying with the warring, is that these companies in those beginning 1600s, they were failing. They were failing to get with the people already here and establish anything. So they would go as far as, okay, Plymouth Company, that's not working. West Indies Company, that's not working. Virginia Company, okay, we're getting a little further now. All these certain companies to try to infiltrate, to try to get land and resources here.
And Dosey, why wasn't it working?
Because the indigenous weren't having it. They were
Having
fighting
it.
back.
Okay. That's important to have. That's right.
Yeah, Mela said the Beaver Wars. Yep.
That's right.
And to original Skywalker 1672, where these pale people, was they melanated? We know the truth, but we'll keep going.
yeah, we know them. Well, I know them. Let me be specific. I know them to be the slaves of the Ottoman Empire. Um,
You
this
said
this
you
goes
know
back
them
to
to be what? I'm sorry.
the slaves of the Ottoman Empire. So we're talking. We have to go back all the way to the time of the you call the Romans versus the Huns or the Hindus. So this is where you get your Vedics, your Huns, and your Hindus. But the Hindus wasn't called Hinduism then; they was called Hindus at that time. Then they appropriated themselves as Hinduism. So weird. Oh shit, so weird. But during that time frame, they was enslaving all of these. You would call them today Native Americans, right? So these are the people that's basically using all of the settlements that's here today. Back then they was called settlements. Today they called reservations. They're using all the reservations as means of income. So the same way how they exchanged sharecropping trades with the people that was already here, indigenous to the land, they end up reneging on them and basically giving them a faulty loan and burning their crops up. And in exchange for that, all of their land, they lost it in order to gain the little wealth they got, which was an insurance policy. That's what most people went through. Like even my family went through that. That's why. Me technically, I don't have no land. Like to be Pacific, like other than what my dad has in Jamaica. But besides the point, that's what most people went through with their great grandparents and great greats.
Well, you said you don't have land. Are you for sure of that? How far have you gone back in your genealogy?
I would go back to 1874, because from that point, that's when my great great grandmother she moved from Mississippi on my mother's side.
Okay, yeah. So I wouldn't go, because I mean I have a grandfather that we have similar of what you're talking about, of had land, sharecropping, or different things. As I'm going further back, I'm seeing a lot of people, not just my grandfather had land patents. So it might be a thing. But I wanted to say something really quick, because you brought up the Caribbeans. And I would say I think it's very interesting as far as like dating that indoctrination, because I used to always tell people that it's been passed down, that there's an African somewhere in the family. And I've always been, it was because it's like when you go back, you're going to be Caribbean. So my brother was making that clear. I always was like Haitian or Bahamas. He was like, no, our people are from the Bahamas. So I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. But it's still that story in the Bahamas that they became African. It's like, when? What is the story? How many people came through the Bahamas? And wouldn't there be an actual ancestor that we know came through the Bahamas that is from Africa? So there's a lot of the indoctrination, and I think the indoctrination did start earlier amongst grandparents and great grandparents as well.
For sure.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference, every island, especially in the Caribbean, obviously, it's nuances, right? And so I know that like with the African slave trade and the influence, like you'll find like in Jamaica especially, they're heavy with that. You know, but when you take like depending on the island, like if you think about even like the island of Barbados and the history of Barbados and the migration of the people and how long that the migration of the people between Barbados and let's say the United States have been going on. And also just knowing just the Carib tribes that have been there, and just like I know, like y'all already know, my grandmother is from there. My mom and myself, we were born here, so I was second generation. But she's always been clear that like there's no African in our bloodline, right? So it definitely depends. I wanted to ask though the question to CJ when you were talking about land and things like that. So what are your thoughts around reparations? Right? And the whole 40 acres and a mule. Usually it's tied to whenever somebody mentions reparations, we say 40 acres and a mule. So what is your personal view about that?
People's gonna take it personal, but I feel the land where your feet is at right now, that's your land. That's how I honestly feel. But I don't feel reparations is forced. It's repatriation or repatriation. Getting back our nobility. So to catch my breath. So there was a time where we used to do promissory notes. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
So what happened is we lost our ability to contract through nobility. I know it sounds catchy. Let me say it again. We lost our ability to contract through nobility. So when it comes to creating forms of wealth, we can't create forms of wealth through our signature and our blood stamp, which is our thumbprint that we use with blood. We was the first to start blood contract. That was our form of creation of wealth because we already knew that alchemy behind transmuting resources, like turning coal into gold. Like nobody could do that but us. Turning fine ember into copper. Nobody could do that but us. Turning different fragments of limestone into marble. Nobody could do that but us. We didn't put a price tag on those things because we transmuted. This is alchemy. But besides that, we already had a form of creating wealth. We need to get back our nobility. So repatriation is on the road I'm looking towards.
So define nobility in
Your
your
no, your nobility lies in your identity. So your identity is already insured as a living person, a living body, and every part of your body is worth a price. And all of those parts of the body that is worth the price is accumulated energy or orgone energy that the mystics would call it in ancient Egypt. This energy is basically what creates the environment around you. It's called uh, carbon monoxide, what you breathe out, what produces photosynthesis, not just from sunlight, but it's your breath as well. So all of this is part of your nobility as being original to the planet. And this is what they took away from us.
Okay, and you don't feel like your nobility at all is tied to like your family, your surname, your last name?
All that, yeah.
Yes, it all is. It goes all the way back. Even though people have been married in and people adapted different last names, it's tied to paperwork. Like they have the paperwork. That's the one thing that this government does have. They have paperwork on us from early times.
but everybody isn't noble.
true. So
Well,
we'll
it's
see.
one thing is letting them know that we know who we are. That's a very important thing too. And letting them know and putting in their face that you're the immigrant. That has to be said too. Stop playing. You're the immigrant. Stop trying to make it seem like you're not. You're the immigrant. It's a shame the immigrants have been the presidents. I keep saying they set up shop here, and damn. But we have to start letting them know that we know the truth. And stop trying to do this, that, and another when that you're trying to do that too.
It's
Yeah.
really
Well, I would say, because I do want to say to Nisha, I think that all people have a nobility. I think we've changed nobility to say, oh, it's a certain rank. So now nobility is only if you have a queen or a princess or anything like that. But nobility really is just your birthright, your bloodline. And if
Right.
anyone that has a last name has a nobility.
Yeah, I saw what it said. But I know what Nisha was thinking too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot
like
of
there
people
there
honest.
is a whole there's a whole I call it a dichotomy. It's like two things going on at once. A parallel timeline that we're on, which one of our timelines was deleted. Like when I say deleted, I mean scrubbed, deleted, almost wiped off the face of the map, but we had to put it back together as if this is what happened.
Well, hold on. You said one timeline has been deleted. What timeline? Could you give us dates that what you
Uh,
think is deleted?
for Look, I can give you a pure example because for me it's a stage memory. So for you, I give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
So the Civil War versus the Gully War, or they would call it the Seminole War, but they taking place in the same timeline.
Mm.
Right,
That's
but
a delineation.
a race though, or is it the fact that now we have a different mentality, so we are engulfed in one and not learning about the other?
Yeah,
That's what
we are. That's what it is. Exactly. So
exactly what he's saying.
exactly what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what I was saying is because it's not erased, it's not something that we have no ability to learn about, or they've erased the documentation or made it something that is disappeared from history. For the most part, a lot of history, we have hidden it from ourselves now because
Yes.
we have a narrative to all these things. And when the narrative doesn't match up, then we're like not looking into it. We're like,
Right.
okay, this isn't the narrative that
That I'm
I,
looking for, even though it
exactly.
might be the truth.
Exactly.
And don't it seem like our history started when they came over? The stories all started when they came over, and so we ain't had no life before that. So when they came over and start enslaving and treating the people horrible and things of that nature, that's when the story started. They start telling the story from there. So we had no lives before then. That's how it appears in their history books.
Well, see,
Yeah,
in the
but we
word,
can't even make it that's true as far as their story of they came over here and started enslaving us or anything
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. That's when they when the
right,
story.
that's where how they start the story
Yeah,
and get
that's
it
how they
from
started
there or
the story.
anything. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
they
That's
say, oh, there's this fight because all these white Protestants came and they're the ones that signed the Declaration of Independence. But then you find, like, I was like, I found the daughters and sons of the American Revolution in my family that fought for the American Revolution and fought for it to be the United States of America. So there is going to be these different things that once you actually look into it, like it's a more convoluted story. Like CJ is saying, a lot of stuff's happening all at once.
Yeah, you don't hardly find no books where they something we came over and we enslaved our peoples first. We enslaved Spanish people, native people. They don't start the story. Yeah, we have really tore y'all. We did this. We're the real ember. They don't tell the story. No, they start telling the Uncle Tom type like stories and the slave like type stories and the all this here. They put a whole narrative in our minds, like a trick mind, almost like a dream. A mirage or something, and that's where our story starts.
Right, because they don't even like, because they convolute the Spanish story and the Spanish coming over here, because they failed to mention how much the Spanish was getting their ass kicked.
Yeah.
They were like, we see it. We see all these revolts, all them getting kicked out of here, kicked out of there. It's not going. It's not going as well as they thought it would go, and that's why they had that 1619 agenda. Oh, let's start there and not start at that 1500 point where Spanish was coming here and at war with indigenous here and lost. So there's all these different aspects.
So were the Spanish enslaved people of color as well. They show them stories too. You can go and find them on YouTube. Where I don't know what kind of Spanish, but they was I can't call it right now, but they were beaten. Find the stories where they were beaten the slaves and stuff, had them on trees and stuff, and they were Spanish. Well, we know Christopher Columbus was Spanish too, so you know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that those stories is that they kind of mold over them and give it to us really quickly, because once you start looking into that Spanish history and those conquistadors wasn't establishing anything to be like they were beating people and putting them on the trees. They were struggling. Even in the 1600s, that's why I brought up the Plymouth Company and different. They were struggling. They were struggling to get a stronghold on a lot of these places. In Virginia, they were struggling to really like, oh, we can get land, we can get this, we can get that. Even on the fact of now you're here, but I need you to understand the currents. I need you to understand how the land works. So you thought you could just come here and take something, and you can't, because you now have to work with me because you don't know anything about this land. So they were getting beat up on every aspect of trying to establish these things from the 1500s, 1600s, even the beginning of the 1700s.
They say Delaware was the first to start slavery, and quite as it's kept, they say Delaware was the last to free the slaves as well. You know, Delaware was the first state. So I heard that just recently. I don't know how true it is. I do need to investigate it on, but when a friend of ours come on, Alabama, he's going to explain a lot of things that we probably never even heard before.
Big Jam is coming. I
Yeah,
like
he
Big
was
Jam.
supposed to be coming Friday. He was going to
Big
try to
Jam.
sleep in the night, but did you know they don't have any Wi-Fi and electricity, and they don't have none still. So you know, it's sad that storm went by and took away everybody's electricity and things of that nature. In Jamaica, they still don't even have any water and whatnot.
Well,
But
they don't have running water in a lot of places in Jamaica, so they're gonna be all right.
yeah,
Yeah, hopefully it comes back soon. I don't know what you're talking about, Uncle Foreskin, who said all natives were Spaniards, but I'd be confused. Like the Native Americans aren't the Spaniards, aren't the indigenous, aren't the American Indians. I mean, like these are all different people we're talking about. But the Spaniards and natives are not the same.
Oh, that's a nasty name.
Like I said earlier, the Ottoman Empire.
Come on, him. I know it's got some meaning to it, but come on now.
I mentioned about the Ottoman Empire. That technically all of the what we call Spaniards, Hindus, Huns, Mongols, Siberians. The Ottoman Empire enslaved them. Who's the Ottoman Empire? Today we'll call them Moors, but we are called Murs, Muurs.
Yeah, and you.
They overlaid us with them and said we was the ones that did those things to them, but in all actuality, they did it over there in the Middle East. They've been there and still haven't left. They still there today.
That's why I would love to get a more on here
That is still Africa.
and have this conversation for real, with that whole Moorish paradigm, because that's very interesting.
Yeah, it's the same paradigms on top of paradigms. It's like a unscrambled egg that we gotta. I mean, it's a scrambled egg that we gotta put back together.
Yeah. So going back to that 40 acres in a mule, and why I asked that, especially when we're talking about land, right? Because that's so important. And you spoke on the different ways that land has been taken, right? Illegally, right? And through other, we talked about this before on our show, but so going back to the 40 acres, right? The mule came later, as we know, right? And initially, that decree was ordered by General William T. Sherman, Special Field Order Number 15, and it stipulates, how these 40 acres and these 400,000 acres between the islands of South Carolina going down to Florida, how they were supposed to be split, right? And there were 3 really specific points and reason. And I want to kind of highlight this for a reason. Hold on, y'all. Okay. So today we commonly use the phrase 40 acres and a mule, but few of us have read the order itself. 3 of its parts are relevant here. So section 1 of the order says that the islands from Charleston, South Carolina, south, the abandoned rice fields along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea, and the country bordering the St. Johns River to Florida are reserved and set apart for the settlement of the quote-unquote Negroes now made free by acts of war and the proclamation of the President of the United States. That's important because the abandoned rice fields, and understanding that you mentioned, CJ, about this is wartime, right? And so it's not so much that these lands were necessarily owned by, as they would say, white Confederates, right? But this land was illegally taken. This land was abdicated. It was confiscated. And it was abandoned by, as you said, the copper-colored people that was here even before the influx of all of these outsiders coming into the Americas. So that's number 1 to unpack and understand. Then section 2 of Order Decree number 15 stipulates that these new communities will be governed entirely by quote-unquote Black people themselves. And it says, on the islands and in the settlements hereafter to be established, no white person whatever, unless military officers and soldiers detailed for duty, will be permitted to reside. And the sole and exclusive management of affairs will be left to the free people themselves. That's huge, right? So by the laws of war and orders of the President of the United States, the quote-unquote Negro is free and must be dealt with as such. You understand that? Let's go to the last section. I think that's really important. And this specifies how land should be allocated. So each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground. And when it borders on some water channel with not more than 800 feet waterfront, and the possession of which land the military authorities will afford them protection until such time as they can protect themselves or until Congress shall regulate their title. So with this order, 400,000 acres of land, it would include the strip of coastline stretching from Charleston, South Carolina, to St. Johns River in Florida, including Georgia's Sea Islands and the mainland 30 miles from the coast. So it's not so much that this is just land, because today, if you ask a person like, oh, that 40 acres, everyone get 40 acres. No, it's a specific allocation of land in a specific territory. And we must understand that this land wasn't just uncultivated. It was cultivated. People were living there, right? This was land that quote unquote copper-colored people actually lived and thrived on. That's really, really, really important. And you also have to understand why they would even make an order like that themselves. Because now, again, this is wartime, as you said, CJ, right? This is okay. So this is still during wartime. And now you have the mules coming in because now you have an over surplus of livestock, okay, as a result of the war. Where are they going to go? How are we going to use them? So it was sort of like a way of, it's a way of, in my opinion, when I see this order decree, it's a way, I think, of recognizing and acknowledging, right, that people were even here before, quote unquote, colonizers came over, right? That there was land that was cultivated, that was people thriving on it, that was abandoned, that was taken, stolen, however y'all want to remix that. That's what that stipulates. I think that's very important. And sometimes when we water it down and we say reparations or whatever, but that's a very important document, I think. What do y'all have to say to that?
I think it's important because I think it's part of remixing the story as well, because those areas, like you said, people already live there. So now when we see an African town that pops up and says, oh, this is a town that was established after slavery, and that's where all these people come in, and the story gets mixed and mastered, where people don't know after they end up having to do a great migration to another place that their family's actually from there. Their family's actually from Georgia, from Florida, from South Carolina. But it's like, oh, well, you were there because of African town. You were there because of this, of freeing the slaves. So I think it's just interesting of the repurposedness of what was going on.
A quote unquote abandoned territory.
Exactly.
Because it was abandoned territory, right? And so there was a problem on their hand. But that's how you start to unpack the story a little bit. Oh, we have somebody else that joined us. Gwen.
Yeah, peace, Gwen.
Welcome to Unscrambled Minds. How are you, bro?
You're muted. I see. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. What's up with y'all? I was on here before.
Oh, okay.
But I was just enjoying the conversation. But, like, I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm just glad to be here. I joined in when y'all done.
What are your thoughts about what we've been talking about so far? I know we've been talking about a lot. So, anything that sticks out to you?
No, I like a lot of what the brother was saying. I think he hit it on the money. Like, he hit it on the money about, like, the alchemy and all that. It's just not using the Moor word. The alchemy family was the Moors, stuff like that. And it just get tricky. It just get very tricky from, like, the information I've been saying. Like, it's just because, like, the white people, they killed people off and they played as them. Like Rod Hayes said, that picture of George Washington, that's not really him. That's the founder of the Illuminati. What's his name? Adam Weisenhunt, something like that. Hitler, that picture or the idea of Hitler that we've been seeing, that's actually Walt Disney, stuff like that. So it's like, once we, like, it's just tricky. Once we start really breaking it down, it get real. Like, I found out the real name of Virginia is Cinemaca. You feel me? The Moors named it Virginia. Like, they named Maryland that too as well. And when you say the names right, Virginia and Maryland, Virgin Maryland. So it's just a lot of, like, double entrees. It's just very tricky. Like, once you get etymology and stuff, it become familiar. But I was learning. You get what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times when y'all talking, I just start getting mental downloads and stuff.
Right.
So that's really what it be. But I agree with a lot of what the brother was saying. He ain't say nothing wrong. It's just that a lot of this stuff was in the Americas. Like, the idea of Morocco was really Missouri. You feel me? So, like, it'd be little stuff like that. People say, oh, we not from Morocco. But if you think that Morocco was already in America, things like that. So, yeah, once we get down to that. And I ain't gonna lie, Facebook a huge source on it. But I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. Like I said, I was learning as well. So I'm still listening. But, yeah. And genealogy, that's the biggest thing. Because I learned the most through genealogy. Like, I got back, like, at least to the 1600s on my mother's side. You feel
and where
me?
they're from? Where's your people from?
They from, as far as my eighth great grandfather, like, the prominent people that I found, he was from Edenton, North Carolina. His name was John Jack Braveboy. It's actually a little article on him, and he was like the first Indian in America that went to court. I think in 1716. Hold up, I'm about to find it. It say John Braveboy was born in the Beaufort precinct of Colonial, North Carolina. He was teetable there on December 25th, 1712. This precinct was formed from the Pamlico and previously Bath County. This precinct included well-known Tuscarora locals such as, I don't know, it's a crazy Indian name, like Ninyu Herky or some wild shit. This was also where Tuscarora man was killed by immigrants, which was the atrocity that ignited the Tuscarora War. What can safely be assumed about John Braveboy is that he was given a Tuscarora name at birth and eventually was forced to choose a European name, or perhaps was assigned a European name. If he attended school, he had no surname at birth, consistent with Indian culture. When the Tuscarora War began in 1711, he would have been approximately 13 years old, and for performing some Atrocious, meritorious acts in battle during the war, he was given the name Brave Boy. John is the patriarch of all Brave Boy, Tuscaroras, and Robeson County today. Through accent, the name moved from Brave Boy to Brave Boy generally in the early 1800s, but varies by family. It's a lot. I don't want to read the
That's
whole.
beautiful. Is that on your mother's side? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Dulcie. I didn't mean to
that's
interrupt
on my
you.
mother's
No, I
side.
was just agreeing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But yeah, but it's like once you start doing genealogy, you can't even listen to your grandparents no more because you're going to know more than them. You get what I'm saying? Because my grandmother was there for our family, but once I started doing this, I found out stuff she ain't even know. But
Yeah, it's about verification. But I want to get back to something I see that keeps coming up. It's kind of like this the spiritual warfare aspect of it. And I know you were talking about the Moors coming here and renaming things. I want to know, as far as, do people see that renaming of things as a spiritual warfare curse, like a misclassification? So now we're here in this 2024 saying, well, the Moors called it this and Morocco was here. Do we know what Morocco really means? And is that really taking away from us really knowing what it was, because they gave us these spells to call it?
no, see
I
the
got a
idea,
good
like,
question. I got a good question for you, brother. Good question.
yeah, I'm listening, brother.
All right, so what if you was born into the world, right?
Right,
And you was born with your past life memories. I'm talking about
right,
your first life, your first life on
right,
this planet, and you named yourself. Nobody named you. You named yourself,
right.
and then something happens with the sun or the air. Something just wipes your memory. How
Right.
much of a traumatic effect would that have on you for the rest of your life?
Extreme.
This is what we're going through as a people,
Right,
because we have genetic memory, but we forgot who we was in our previous life. So when you erase or change, when you change things, not necessarily erase, when you change things, and you may misconstrue things in a way to where you just switch the words around. Somebody that isn't well trained with the well versed of grammar, they're not going to see that every vowel is interchangeable. They
right,
will not see that there's an origin behind that word, and there's a prefix and there's a suffix.
right.
They're not going to see the root meaning.
You're
Then
right.
it takes training. So what we have to do is we have to relearn, and we have to change our whole thought process. We have to obtain a new mind.
Yeah, bro, that's hard, bro. Especially with the English language, because we curse it every time we talk. I get what you said though, because I be thinking the same thing, but just with little stuff. You feel me? Like I said last time, like money is based off water, currency, current of the sea, loan shark, drowning in debt. You get what I'm saying? Like even the name Moor, people think, oh, what's the idea of it? The earliest term of Moor, it meant land. You get what I'm saying? Moor, marsh, all that, it all go back to the same thing. And I learned etymology from like Bobby Hemmett and Malachi Z. York, to the point like when you say a word that start with M-A, you gotta instantly know it's Moorish. The Moors they brung music to us, music. You feel me? Like, and they got us thinking like a lot of the history started in Egypt.
I don't know about that, bro.
It's true, like for real. It's, I mean,
Well, I
but
know,
listening.
and I'm familiar with Bobby Hemmett and different things he was saying. But what I would say is, even saying the whole English language is a curse. I don't know if you meant it like that, but I would say it's more how they mix it up. I don't know if you know Brother C. Freeman L, but I really enjoyed him and really watching
Shout
him
out
break
C.
down
Freeman
the
L.
sim. Oh yeah, Freeman. See what you say? C. Freeman L.
I said shout out to him.
Oh
He
yeah,
taught me a
yes.
lot. He
So
taught me a lot.
the symbols that are in it, I don't think it starts off as a curse. I think it becomes a curse when we don't understand the symbology. We don't understand how we're saying things, like, the morning, and that
Right,
it means to be sad, and then saying good morning. So I understood when people were saying grand rising, because it's just what you're saying. Like, you were like, I'm drowning in debt, or that negativity where it gets to a point where everything you're saying is so negative. and you're never giving any kind of positive energy out. So you get what you give out. So I think it doesn't start off at the basis of a curse. I think it's how we use things, how we say things, different things like that, that it becomes a curse. But just saying that MAMU is all the Moors, I don't necessarily agree with that. But I can understand when people say a melanated people were the ones that are beginning of as far as music, culture, different things. But I think that's a trick bag, as my sis Dot says as well, for us to kind of throw everything into one, mix it all in a pot, and be like, oh, this group did it or that group did it, instead of us really learning the history.
Right. The idea, like when we say Indians, we should say tobacco moors and corn barons, because that's what the Indians was of America. They ran the tobacco trade and they ran the corn trade. So if we was to say that, I think it'd be easier. We say the word Indian, and it's like we create the Indian culture is the Siberians. Like the dude,
I
like
agree with
he said, the Ottoman Empire brought all those slaves over. The Ottoman Empire was Moors. They brought all those Siberian-looking Eskimos to America. And like Rod Hayes said, when we was fighting with the Gullah Geechee, they was doing what? World fairs? They was doing world fairs. And while we was fighting with the Gullah Geechee in Florida, we was, or whatever, they was teaching the Indians how to be Indians. That's where Indian school came
But
from.
they were calling them Native Americans. Even then, they were calling them Native Americans, not
True.
Indians.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with that, but wasn't they using both terms?
No, they actually, most of them refused to be called Indians. They call themselves Native American for a long time.
Man, they Siberian. Everybody know that they Siberian, so it's like I'm not refuting that, but it's not like if all of us do our genealogy, 9 times out of 10, y'all gonna see your ancestors. It's gonna say occupation on the census. 9 times out of 10, it's gonna say farmer. Farmer is basically a tobacco moor. That's you feel they own the land. That's why most people be saying, yeah, my family own land. Yeah, they was the ones that was running the tobacco trade. They was tobacco
They
moors.
were slaves.
that word Indian really be messing these people up.
What you say, bro?
No, that
I
was
said,
freedom.
I said that word Indian, which
Yeah, that's that word right
it
there.
messes people all
That's
up.
the word that mess everything up.
It's Tonto.
But
Tonto.
I mean, I'm listening to all angles because I listen to people that go against the Moors as well. So I'm not just one-sided with it. You say something that go against my logic, I instantly turn to a student. So I'm here.
Okay, well, what do you know about the Moors that came to America?
They basically betrayed the tobacco Moors. But like first,
What do
like
you mean
like
they
the dude said,
betrayed the tobacco Moors? Because
like
why are you calling them? Because there's a definitive, you would say there's a definitive people that they're no Moors. They come from a Moorish bloodline, right? Now, the ones that you're calling tobacco Moors, you've named them tobacco Moors. Do they call themselves tobacco Moors?
I believe so.
I thought you said
Where is that
Indian.
that they would have called themselves tobacco Moors, and what group?
I ain't never heard him say that. I thought he said tobacco Indians. That when you talk about
Tobacco.
tobacco
I
farmers.
mean, see, the thing is, it's messed up because a lot of the museums, it's a specific museum in Amsterdam. It's called like hold on, I'm about to find it. I understand what you're saying.
Are you talking about the one that has Montezuma's headdress, and they're saying in 1621
Yeah.
the
You
word
know,
Indian was taken out for more?
yeah.
And Tanya, peace.
You
Do
know
you have
that
anything to kind of add to? Are you familiar with that source about in 1621 the word Indian or the word
yeah.
more was substituted for
Yes,
Indian?
yes, I believe the man's name was Albert Gaschet. He was the one that did it he wrote about it in 1888. Albert Samuel Gaschet.
Actually, that source is much older than that. We're going to see it in the 1600s.
Right,
But
yeah.
Pecan,
But as far as like, yeah, I agree with it. I can pull it up right now. I can read it verbatim. But yeah, I'm very familiar with that. I actually,
then are you familiar that Europeans said it?
yeah, not yet. But this is
So
like 18th, like I like 18th century and early 19th century like research because a lot of it is before the enemies of the truth touch it. So
right, this is the 17th century, but I would disagree with that, saying it's before the enemies. So this is European folklore, right? They're coming in and they're saying at 1621 that the Moors were substituted out and then they put in Indian. But it's a European that's saying this. Why didn't the tobacco Moors or people that were on this land that you're calling Moors, why didn't they say, or any of their scholars actually see as far as that they were Moors before and they were being taken and now being called Indian?
Right. Most of the history we getting from Woodrow Wilson and Daughters of the Confederacy. And you get
And
what
why is that? Why are most of the, would you call them Masonic?
yeah, but they children of the Moors. Like 9 times out of 10, their 6th great grandfather was a Moor. You get what I'm saying? Like they have black ancestry. It's not like
Oh,
they
well, okay, we can say they have black ancestry, but I want to stick with the Masonic thing. Why is it that the Masonic people are the ones that are telling us all these things, and
because
not the family lines passing it down?
I get what you're saying. That's a good question. I don't know. Because I feel like a lot of them, they probably beefing with the Moors. I don't know. It's tricky, man. Like that's where it get tricky at, and that's why we all here talking about it. But I get what you're saying.
I think that truth of a family and how they identify has always been passed down, right?
Right.
However, history is always told in the eyes of the victor who's in power,
Right.
or who has control, simply,
Right.
right? So there's a disconnect when it comes to truth, right? Especially when you're talking about someone's identity. So I think that in terms of, if you're talking about family line, right, and being able to, call out, your 6th great grandmother or 6th great grandfather, what have you, and where your kin come from, the land that you own, your story that has always been passed down. I know my family that has always been passed down, but that story is not going to be told, let's say, in a history book. It's not going to be told on paper. It's going to be something very different. And so it brings me back to the point when CJ had initially asked you that question about the what if your genetic memory is erased, right? What if you at one time had the capability of remembering your past life, or your past 2, 3, 4, 5 lives, right? And then something happens and that's erased. And so you think that your physical existence, let's say in this world, is all that you have, right? But this is why they say babies are the most intelligent, right? They tend to be, if you want to put a label on it, or the most in touch, right? Because they literally are empty vessels, and they're going to soak up whatever is around them. That's language, that's culture, environment, X, Y, and Z. And all of those things definitely will form a person into who they are. I think when you say trick bag, and even when I think about my personal experience going through this and going to college, because CJ, you mentioned that. And I know y'all heard me talk about this before, and this always comes up. And y'all know me and my little slogans and my Nana, and I love her. That's my baby. Her presence stays with me. But it's so important because she always said that the 3 types of Black people you are, the brilliant, basic, and brain dead. And when I went to college, she said, I'm sending you away brilliant. You don't come home telling me that you're African and that you came from monkeys and apes. Didn't understand it then. Went to college.
Your mama said that?
My Nana, my grandmother. My
Oh,
Nana.
damn.
There's 3 types of Black people: brilliant, basic, and brain dead. I'm sending you, she said in her accent, but I'm sending you away to college brilliant. Don't come home telling me that you're African and you come from monkeys and apes. Now, I could, at that time, being a 17-year-old girl from Harlem or whatever, right? All right, fine. I'm going to college. Those 4 years of college, when you talk about indoctrination, right? I have a real experience with that. Because basically you're not in an empowering position. You're trying to pass and you're trying to get this degree, you're trying to get the hell out of here or whatever. So even when you know who you are, when it comes to submitting your papers, when it comes to getting grades, when you're in those history classes and when you're in those anthropology classes, okay, when you're in those science classes, irregardless of the brilliance you have, you become basic and brain dead because you parrot what the hell the professor is telling you so you can get an A+ and get on out of here. Do y'all follow where I'm going with this? Yeah. Right? So remembering and reclaiming your identity, reclaiming your legacy, restating and being very clear, like, yo, that's why the youth is so important in any generation. because the elders can only do so much. They're going to pass down what they know at the time, the knowledge they have at the time. We got to give our elders grace, right? At the time. But the youth, that's the beauty of the youth. That's the beauty of us, right? The youth is supposed to take that and say, okay, now we got more. All right, right? We're going to fix this. We need to update this mental software. And so now it's a reintroduction, and you're reintroducing yourself. And I think that it just reminded me of that when you said that, CJ. I'm done.
Wow, but listen, the thing is, I wanted to say, when anybody did their genealogy on here and it came back to them being a Moor, I don't think so.
Mine came back.
Not mine. Mine didn't say Moor.
Like I said, I'm first cousin 7 times removed of Al Gore. Man, I found out the Moorish family that they married into. It's called the Maduris family. My 8th or 9th grandfather named Domingo Maduris. And they from.
How did you find out that they were Moors?
They from Portugal. They
right, so Moors are not indigenous. So a Moor can't be indigenous to the Americas.
But even though, so you said they from Portugal. Hold on, Gwen. You said they're from Portugal. From Portugal doesn't necessarily just make them Moors, especially because the Portuguese, what we know of nobility in the 1600s, 1500s, fought against the Moors. They were going ham against the Moors. So how do you know that those Portuguese people were members of the Moorish ones or the ones that were fighting against them?
Are you familiar with the Fomorians?
The Fomorians?
Because that's the thing. Like, we have to realize that y'all trying to act like Moors started in 1492. Moors is like, that's an antediluvian word.
Who said that?
Yeah, we didn't say it came in 1492. We're saying that it's a bloodline of specific people that we can definitely trace way before 1492. But they're a bloodline of people, and to just say, oh, these Portuguese, they were the Moors. These tobacco Indians, they were the Moors. That's not how the Moors work, because they had a specific bloodline. Hold on, Gwen. They had a specific bloodline. And a lot of times you're mentioning people that the Moors fought against. Like you said, the Moors came here and renamed things. That's true. There's a timeline from where the Moors got to North America, and they were actually on side with the people that were called themselves exploring North America and all the colonizers. And there was a Moor with the colonizer. We know that story. Even with Zarco, or what you would call Columbus, there were Moors with him. So we can say, okay, so if you're related, are you related with those Moors that came with the colonizers?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How are they? They're not indigenous. They're not from
exactly.
America.
We can't just say that just because someone's dark skinned they were a Moor, though. They would have to be from a Moorish bloodline.
The definition of Moor is a dark-skinned person. It was spelled different ways through different generations.
House had a bloodline. I mean, I don't know, Dulcie, but I'm just saying that was another.
He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth.
The bloodline started with the Anunnaki. Are y'all familiar?
It's a bloodline, like Blackfeet.
Let me finish. Right though, Dulcie, because in that part of North Africa, them particular people. I'm sorry, Nisha, if I talked over you. If those dark-skinned people over there in that particular small portion, when the Greeks and the Romans was calling them Moors as a nasty, ignorant name, called them something that sound like Moors. I don't know if it was exactly Moors or if that's the English term for Marus or Moors or whatever. But they wasn't calling them a nice name. But yeah, they talk about dark African people. But when you say bloodline, Dusty, I'm starting to believe you on that, because they was talking about them Pacific people in that region, and they may be all a Pacific bloodline.
Right. And what I would say about it is, there's a lot of exonyms and stuff like that, but I would compare it to Blackfeet. There's a specific people that consider themselves Blackfeet, so it's passed down. So why I would say it has become a bloodline. Maybe it started as someone that said, well, Blackfeet is a tribe too, as far as this. So that's why I used it. So, but they considered themselves Moors. Certain people considered themselves Moors. So even though it's an exonym. So I get that, but I'm saying as far as now, when we're saying, oh, well, Moor just means dark skin and all these people are Moors, that's not how it works. Because now we should adapt that that's an exonym. And why would we take that?
Right? We just say black.
Exactly. Why would we take that as, okay, this is what we're going to call them when they didn't call themselves that?
Can I say the definition of black or Moor? A dark-skinned person, especially one from Northern Accra. A Negro or Negress. That's the definition of black or Moor.
Exactly. They say especially from Northern Africa.
But that's the motherfuckers just trying to, you get what I'm saying?
No, I don't. No, I'm telling you that those are people from Northern Africa. That's who consider themselves Moors.
It's continents older than Africa. Asia is older than Africa.
Most of there in Asia, you bringing up that, but it was Moors in Asia. First of all, do you consider yourself a Moor?
I am a Moor. I'm from Baltimore.
That would be by choice.
My last name is Baylor. B-A-Y. B-A-Y-B-E-Y is the same thing.
You all gotta stop doing that. Everything that sounds like a word don't make you it. You know, one word in English.
Oh my goodness!
Right? What's the lure? Hold on. Wait, let's get it.
Bay, okay?
Exactly. So it would have been bay. So where did the lure come from? Why did they add lure to bay? You should just be bay.
Why they do that? It's really weird.
But no, that's a good
freedom. You said that was like a. That right there
it was a mic drop. But when people do this, at least the more is more, okay? It's just with the E at the end, but it still sounds the same. So I'll give people more, even though more ain't no more. But when you say Baylor, listen, Baylor, why did they add the lure when it was just Bay?
I get what you're saying. Throw it off. You get what I'm saying? That's to throw it off.
Like, what did they do?
That's to trick you.
A trick bag.
You can't stop doing that.
Okay. So I have a question. If that is to trick you, as far as it, because when it comes to these last names, right? I'll say I have on my dad's side. Hold on 1 second. I have Wheeler, Ote, Johnson. I have a whole lineage of lines of last names on my dad's side, and I can find these families, and this is what we were talking about before with nobility and inheritance. What family of hold up, Gwen. I want to know what family of Bays, not the Baylor, what families of Bays led to the Baylor?
Well, let me say this, Dulcie.
Hold on. This freedom. No, freedom.
You said what? This is the thing.
How did you become a Bay? How did you become a Bay? Right.
Yeah, the coats of arms for Bay.
We are Black Europeans. All of y'all have Black European blood. You get what I'm saying?
But that's not
all
a Moor.
Of y'all are Moors.
That's
all
not a Moor. Black European doesn't equal Moor. A lot of Black Europeans were warring with the Moors. Do you not agree with that portion? The Black Europeans war with the Moors? Okay, so if they were at war with the Moors, would that make them a Moor too?
Yes, all the old wars was Moors versus Moors. It's Moors in Europe, it's Moors in America, it's Moors in Nigeria, it's Moors in Belgium, it's Moors everywhere.
And he's saying they niggas everywhere. That's what he's saying in other words. But
it's the same thing. The word nigga came from what? The dude from the Bible, Simon.
So when people in the future say the Dalits of India were dark, are we going to be claiming, are our ancestors, our descendants, our children's children going to be claiming the Dalits of India because they were both dark and being like, oh, dark people are in India, dark people are in Pakistan, dark people are in Palestine. Oh, you're related to all of them because they were all dark.
You ranting right now. Let me talk.
Said, is Baltimore mean more still?
300 seconds.
Baltimore.
Let me talk for 300 seconds. I will shut all this up. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying nothing.
No, but I'm just saying, Gwen, you know why you're doing that, though? You know why you're doing that, Gwen? Because we here in America are going to be been so trick-minded that we keep trying to identify ourselves with people who have somewhat been doing stuff through history, like we Egyptian, we Moors, because the Moors. Let me finish, baby. Egypt did this, Africa did that. So because they have trick-minded us to not be proud of who we are here, with what we have accomplished here, We keep trying to connect ourselves now. And I mean, it's a sad thing that we keep doing this.
America.
But American copper people
Like, oh my God.
have been tricked minds so much that we've been, and like I said, instead of be proud, because you interrupt me, and proud of who we are here on these lands, but our accomplishments here, they done hyped up all these different places and different things that people have done around the whole world, that we keep on trying to connect ourselves to these people that ain't got a damn thing to do with us, okay? Because we got our own hype up over here that we can be hyped up for, and that's the problem. We keep on trying to hype ourselves up different people's accomplishments.
Just let me spit these
because
facts.
that's how they trick-minded us to do. Because we now looking for ourselves, and we right here.
Black
and after, Gwen, after you're done, let Nisha jump in because she's been trying to say something.
Okay, and I promise I will. I have no problem listening. Bey is Turkish, and it means ruler or governor or landlord. Bey also means bee, queen bee. The Moors, Turks, same thing, were high priests of Anu, aka the Magi, who were people of the sea or people of the waters. Sailors, merchants, and pirates, mariner, marines, mermaid, Mormon, mooring a boat, Moors, land by the waters, and mourning. And all are terms dealing with the Moors people, Turks, Moors, Phoenician, Gaul, Gullah Geechee, Persians, Sumerians, Cushite, Canaanites, Vikings, and etc. We're all people of the sea, and hence Moors, which is tricky term because it has many spelling variations. That's why y'all getting confused because
hold on. Is that a dictionary or an encyclopedia?
Wait, I am not Turkish. Okay.
Right. Can you tell the source that you're reading that from is what book is that? And can you tell us the year it was published?
The term code, just let me talk.
Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, is this online? Tell us where you're getting it from. That's all I'm asking.
Amahotep Al-Bey. He's a Moor.
I told you a Moor. Said it.
The term Bey is just code for Bey.
I don't have nothing to say.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not tripping. The term Bay is code for Bay. For example, let us look at harbors of bays: Hudson Bay, Massachusetts Bay, Tampa Bay, San Francisco.
Okay, hold on though, because Gwen, this doesn't answer my question. Now I need you to tie it in for me. Who are the family of bays, and what time did they exist?
Right, I was still waiting on
so
that
many of them. Like you
somebody got to read what Darl is saying. Hold on, let me put this.
This is where it get confused, right? Because look at like the Rothschilds. If a man he'll have a baby, but the baby won't have his last name. So he'll be a president of the United States, but the idea of him is not a Rothschild. You get what I'm saying? They thinking it's a lot of presidents.
No. So that's not Gwen. Now you're using someone with a completely different last name than Bay when you're telling me that Bay is the original last name, and then it goes into Baylor, Washington, all these other stuff to confuse us. So now I'm asking you, this original family of Bay, when did they exist?
I mean, I gotta do research on that. You feel me? I'm not here to argue with you. You feel me? But it's so
you don't know. You don't know of them.
Like Bay, it's more of a governorship. Like Kemet, like the Candace of Kemet. The name Candace was a rulership. Like that was like a queen of Kemet. The name Candace. So that's like you feel me. So you have to know these things. Like you just saying stuff without not really knowing. You get what I'm saying? Like
no,
you
just said. Wait, hold on. Because you just said that initially you said that genealogy, right, is the most important thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So following that, she's asking you who in your lineage was ever a Bay.
All of my peoples, like what you talking about, like just
with the last name, with the last name Bay, Bey.
Nobody.
Or B-A-Y.
Or B-A-Y. Exactly.
It's the same thing. If you know etymology, it's the same thing. That's all I'm saying. It is.
It is not.
Oh, you cannot say I'll give you Baylor, but Washington you moving the post.
George Washington was black. You get what I'm saying? You don't even know no white people with the name
But
black.
that doesn't make him a Moor. That doesn't
Right,
make
and
him
being
a Moor.
black,
So
and,
what?
and being black is not a classification of a people or identification of a people.
Do y'all
Like
know
that
George
doesn't.
Washington?
Exactly. That's why it's confusing. So that's why I brought up. Hold on, Gwen. That's why I brought up the Dalits. So the Dalits are melanated. The way you're talking about it, they're very dark people. So when we go in the future, when we go 5,000 years from now, you're telling me my descendants are going to say, those people are my cousins. I come for those people because they're black just like me?
Hell no. That's
Exactly. That's why you got to know where these people are coming from. And
I look
more
like you.
specifically,
Hey,
know how
Gwen.
you're related to them.
Gwen, I look like you, Gwen.
Right, what that mean, bro? Like, yo, like I don't really get the point that y'all trying to argue, honestly.
Because nature made different types of
people.
Melanated people. God,
Would you consider yourself black, Gwen?
But people was fucking. They was all over the world.
Like we all had different cultures, Gwen. I think that's what they.
And even if you say your people were all over the world, just like I was talking.
Y'all peoples is all over the world too.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, I have people all over the world, right? I can go then and then find my people all over the world.
Okay,
those people are gonna have.
What language
did they speak, Gwen? What language did they speak coming from North Africa? What language?
What you mean? Like in the 9 times out of 10 in the 1700s, 1600s, they spoke Hebrew. The Moors spoke Hebrew. The Indians spoke Hebrew. That's why they could communicate. You get what? Yes, that's why they spoke Hebrew. Let me talk. No, y'all not sad.
Wait, no. You're no. I'm just asking for you to source. No. Source that there was a time before in the 1600s or before, I forgot what you said, that people here were speaking Hebrew. Can you source that?
Oh my.
Yes. Like, yo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't get upset.
Okay.
It's just
I'm not getting upset. It's just that it's a bunch of females talking.
And are you
No. What you need to stop doing is taking bits and pieces from what you hear versus actually understanding what you all been reading.
As soon as I say something, it's just like just stop talking for 500 seconds. I got you.
Right.
No, Gwen, listen. We're trying to even understand what you're saying, but what you're accusing us of doing, that's what you're doing right now. You're saying things.
Y'all not listening to comprehend. Y'all listening to respond. It's 12:07.
No,
don't say nothing
I'm
to 12:12.
listening, Gwen.
It's 12:07. Don't say nothing to 12:12. I got you.
No, hold on.
I will show you the same respect.
No, hold on, bro, because you just cut into what I was saying, and then I promise I'll mute up and I'll allow you to speak, because we definitely want to hear your source and we want to know where your source is from.
And make sure you explain that point of a bunch of females, because I'm getting ready to
just do that. Well, don't let's
y'all ever been at a workplace? Y'all don't like y'all.
No, Gwen, listen to me real quick before you cut in, because you're the one being rude right now. We sit back and let you speak, but every time you don't like something, you start over talking. So listen real quickly, okay? Now, what you are accusing.
And I'm about you. I'm listening. Y'all got my ear. Listen.
What you were accusing people of not knowing is kind of like the Bay thing. You don't know of the original Bays or the family that would be called Bays, but you're speaking on it like it's something that's known in history.
It's more of a title.
There is when you're speaking while I'm speaking. So you're saying it's a title, but we know that bloodlines had names. They have surnames, last names, and you're not really showing how a certain last name is tying in. You're just saying, oh, all of them were Bays. All of them are Moors.
The Moors,
and when I'm asking, hold on, Gwen.
It wasn't no last names before the Moors.
Please, can I finish, please?
So if I say something for 20 seconds, it's going to refute what you're saying.
But can you listen to what I say fully before you refute it? Because you're saying that we're listening to respond, but you haven't even listened fully to what I'm saying before you're like, oh, I can refute everything. How? When you haven't listened to me finish my statement.
You got it. I apologize. I'm listening.
Okay. So when I'm bringing up the point as far as to be like, now in history, now today, We have melanated people all over this planet that we are not related to as far as family wise. How can we then break down in history when you're saying, well, that person is black, so there are more? What more qualifications are entitled than being just a dark-skinned black person? Because right now we know of melanated people all over the world that we're not related to. So how do we differentiate a melanated person that's a Moor and a melanated person that's not a Moor in history?
Everybody is Moors. That's the thing. Like, fuck the people that got them burgundy things. I'm not saying I'm out here in the militia with a burgundy hat. I'm not on that. I'm just talking about the idea of it. They were called Moors. Moor has a culture. It ain't no culture in that Indian word. Y'all gonna run into Siberian people, and y'all not gonna get past it if y'all trying to claim whatever people trying to claim. But the Moor word, it's a lot of culture in that, and they know that.
If there's no culture in the Indian word, why did your 8th grade grandfather call himself an Indian?
Because he didn't know what we know. All of us are smarter than our ancestors. They didn't have the internet.
It sounds like he did a lot. It sounds like that your 8th grade grandfather, I'm sorry, but I listened to the story and it sounds like he was a very powerful man.
No, you know what it sounds like?
This is what happened. I can tell you the story with him.
Gwen, now it's my turn.
I got you.
So, no, what it sounds like is the talk of a colonized mind. It sounds like the talk of an outsider, right? And I think that my only question to you, because I'm still on that comment about the woman interrupting and talking because you've never dealt with you never handled 4 women at one time?
No, I'm getting used to it. I'm listening.
Oh, well, he ain't no player then.
Poor baby.
He ain't no player then.
Maybe one day you get, maybe one day that could be part of your story, baby. You can, maybe teach your grandson.
No, it's all good. I'm listening. I ain't getting overwhelmed. Don't think I'm upset. I'm listening.
All right. But Anton, I'm sorry, Dulcie. If you want to say anything else, but
no, let Anton come in.
Anton, hey, peace.
Hey, peace. How y'all doing?
He said he's getting practice with 4 women at one time. He's never had that experience.
Yeah. He started cussing and everything.
But then you ain't no player then.
He started cussing and everything. He couldn't take it.
Go ahead with the dollars, man. I don't want no smoke. I'm here to listen.
We messing with
you.
We just playing.
No, we dead serious. We ain't playing. We dead serious. But this is how we get unscripted.
Everybody got it, bro. Everybody got it.
I have to stand on your square when you say stuff, Gwen. That's all that is. That's all. Hi, Anton.
Hey, yeah. I mean, that list he gave, from that book, from that guy.
Some more.
Yeah, none of that reverted was a people. That was all those definitions that he gave were basically positions that they have. And the key thing that he said they were sea dwellers.
Right. That's what he's saying.
You see what I'm saying? Those are the things he had mentioned. I would like to go. If y'all don't mind, I'd like him to go through that list. I'll break every list. I'll break every one of them words down and show him that those aren't people in America. Period.
Yeah, if you could go back to that list, Gwen, but while he's getting that, and then I have a question for you, Aton. When we're talking about the curses and everything, and you just mentioned that a lot of these words are taking you away from land and taking you to water. Do you think that was done on purpose?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So the bottom line is that's right, brother. And
so y'all think y'all not Moors? That's all I'm saying. Y'all think y'all have no black European blood?
Hey, brother, hold on, Gwen. You had plenty of time. You did a lot of talking, and pretty much wasn't saying too much or nothing. So just hold your peace.
Bro, you got it. Go ahead.
Hold your peace. Thank you.
Be cool.
I appreciate you giving me permission.
I'm listening.
Mute up, homeboy. Just mute up, because you can't help it. So the thing is that the one thing that these things have done, right, is it put people in place and removed other people out of place. Now, for the example is that he's doing nothing but repeating that same thing, because he just pretty much said that his one of his ancestors didn't know what he was talking about. Back in those days, those people knew more. Those people knew
That was
more than they was
crazy.
talking about than what we talking about right now. Because
Right.
we trying to figure it out. We trying to
That is
put
so
the pieces back together.
So
And I
disrespectful.
don't know, were you here anytime when he gave the full story of he was the first Indian that actually went to court, this particular 8th great grandfather in the region that he was. He's the first one Indian in history.
And
that
said
went
he didn't know
to
what he was
court,
talking
and he
about.
said he didn't know what he was talking about.
Nah, I didn't catch
Wildly
that. The only thing I heard was tobacco more. That's what I got. I heard tobacco more. That's what I heard. That shit, I almost fell out my chair. Yeah, I mean, I want to hear that list again. And, but the one things that he's talking about, you know what I'm saying, is like all that stuff is dealing with these people that you were calling Moors that came over here were pretty much people that were indentured servants, prisoners, and so on and so forth. They were ousted out their land. How you think they came over here and they were indentured servants and prisoners, and they came over here owning something and taking over something? That's a bunch of bull. I mean, we need to get out that damn conversation. That's crazy. Doesn't make no damn sense. And you talking about a tobacco Moor. Who in the hell came up with that word? Who came up with that? That make no damn sense.
Gwen.
I thought at first he said tobacco.
I think he said tobacco Indian.
Farmers and Indians. Yeah, me too. Dots. I thought he said that too. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, but then when he started saying, "Oh, all of them are Moors. Those were the tobacco Moors. The North Africans were the North African Moors. The Asians were the Moors."
He's thinking of everything. That's what he's saying. Moors was all over the place. And this
is the thing about indoctrination. This is how you know when somebody's indoctrinated, because if he can't make his point and make his stand, then he just gonna actually tell you everybody's Moors.
Bro, y'all not
That's
letting
it.
me talk.
Be quiet.
You not saying nothing,
you need
bro.
to mute up, homeboy.
You not saying
your
nothing.
time, bro. You got your time.
You be quiet.
You don't understand what he's saying right now, Gwen.
He don't understand what I'm saying. He don't understand what I'm saying because he's still learning. He brand new. I can hear it in his man. He got Similac on his breath. So with this information,
you not saying nothing, bro.
Yeah, I know. But at the bottom line, if you can't show the people and all that stuff, and if you can't put it all together, because you was all over the place, brother. When you done, go rewind this stuff and listen to where you went. You went from Portugal to North Africa to tobacco Moors.
He said we spoke Hebrew. He said they spoke Hebrew.
And everything. Man. You was all over the place, bro.
He said
you came up here to try to indoctrinate some people and push your understanding, your religion on somebody else. That's what you was trying to do. It ain't gonna work here.
Well, hold on, Ed. Let me ask you a question. Oh, okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
Read the thing down there.
Y'all more comfortable with the word Indian. That's the word we comfortable with. The word Indian.
Ray.
Yes, absolutely.
Ray.
And I would say I'm more comfortable with you even calling yourself an Indian. Why? Because your 8th great grandfather went to court as an Indian, and now he is recognized. Now you have the story.
He was a slave as well, though. After that war, he got
no. What you read to us was that he knew himself as an Indian.
If you melanated, you're a Moor. Do not listen to this guy.
No. Okay.
Can I
well, let me ask a question real quick because I want to know. Because he said that all the Moors were speaking Hebrew all over the place. Can you tell us? Can you show us the Quran that is in Hebrew?
Because freedom acts for
that's what I'm saying. Y'all trying to go everywhere and attack
No, that's what you.
No, freedom said what was the original? What was the language? What was the original language they spoke? And you said
Hebrew.
You said Hebrew.
Okay, so some of them were Muslims. So could you show us the Quran that was in Hebrew?
I can give y'all pages on YouTube that can back up everything I'm saying.
With
a video on YouTube?
Dialects.
You have a source? You want to share a source? You can share a source.
Yes,
That's like
Re-Educated
Wikipedia,
TV.
man.
Re-Educated TV. My favorite source is this white woman named Michelle Gibson. A lot of people don't listen to her. She a white woman and she breaking down the whole
white woman? Drake?
Okay.
I want to ask him a question.
Moving right along.
I want to ask him a question.
I'm listening,
bro. I want to ask him a question about his ancestor who.
So wait, is that why so many Moors love white women? Because you just said that. So it sounds like you just said that your favorite teacher who teaches you and breaks all of your history down.
No, she's not my favorite teacher. I'm saying because it can be like, oh, they pro-black. So hearing a white woman it's like it'll be more non-biased. You get what I'm saying? For like the masses. I don't need her. I was already
Y'all hear
on it.
this?
Minds, baby.
Do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear this?
Unscrambled minds,
Talking
man.
about y'all is,
Do
I'm
y'all
saying,
hear
like,
this
the
more?
idea,
This
like what
is
we
the
talking
more.
about, right? The
Like, this
masses
is
are saying we
crazy.
pro-black and delusional.
I got
That's
a
what we
question
are.
for him.
This is
To the
crazy.
masses.
I got a question for him. Let me see. This should
Oh,
probably
wow.
this should probably shut it down. Okay, you talking about your ancestor that won that court case, right?
I never said he won a court case. Let me hold up.
Okay,
Let me go to family tree. Do y'all be on
Do you
family
even
tree?
know?
bro.
This is my family tree. Like I just be looking at my ancestors.
Wait, man, calm down, man.
I'm listening. You not saying nothing, bro. You
I
being
asked you
funny.
a
Say something,
question.
nigga.
I asked you a
Now
question, man.
see,
You
now
better
I'm
calm
going
your
to get
ass
mad
down,
with
bro.
you. Now you and CJ do not look alike after that just little thing right there.
Man,
I
calm
didn't
down,
say
bro.
nothing to y'all. I don't
You
want
and
no
your
smoke. He
emotions.
came
That's
on here
because
being
CJ's a
funny.
I
Virgo.
asked you a
Chill
You
out.
need to
question.
respect your elders. You don't
I
talk to
asked you
him
a
like
question,
that.
man.
All right,
CJ's a
ask the
Virgo.
question, brother.
CJ
I've
got
been
I'm asking
listening.
you a question, man. Can
I'm
you handle it?
listening,
If
brother.
not, man, go find something else to do, bro. It's that
Nigga,
simple.
I'm listening. I said I'm
All right,
listening
cool.
5 times. You whining.
Just
All right,
mute
cool.
up, boy.
So
I'm
here's the
listening.
thing. I'm asking. So your ancestor, you said that was in court, right?
I'm listening.
Right. You okay? So you say he didn't win. Did you say? I'm trying to get a clarity because I wasn't here at that time. Was he a slave? You saying he was a slave?
According to genealogy.com, John Braveboy is a mixed blood Indian born in 1700 in NC. According to the list of free Negro families of Virginia and North Carolina, John Braveboy was a slave of James Ward. According to a suit brought against him by Patience Speller, who alleged John did not repay her for purchasing his freedom. He was addressed by the Cohen Court as Jack Braveboy, a Negro coming into this government with a woman and do live together as a man and wife. It was ordered that Braveboy produce a marriage certificate. His
Okay.
probably one
Okay.
should
Hold on.
remember
Hold on.
that
Hold on.
Indians were listed as colored on many records.
We
I'm
good.
listening
We
though,
good.
brother.
Okay. So is that a narrative or is that the court case?
This is a court. You can look his name up. All of y'all can look his name up. It's gonna pop up. Like I'm not. This is not nothing I'm making up. Y'all
Yeah,
can look
but
up on y'all Google.
where you're
Okay.
confused about what he just asked is when what you're reading right there
After
is
the
it
war, he
the
became a
original?
slave.
Is it the original court case you're reading, or is it a
Yeah.
recap, a secondary
Oh
source
no, this
of
is
the?
yes. That was a recap. I can go to the original court case.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
But y'all can too though.
did you find any indentured contracts between them?
No, he became a slave after the war. He participated in the Tuscarora War, and he got captured. They gave him his last name. He didn't have no last name. They like, you know what? You was going hard in the war. We're gonna call you Brave Boy. You get what I'm saying? That's the type of stuff the Moors did. If a Slav was a blacksmith, it's gonna be like, hey, your last name's Smith. Oh, he good on the mills. His last name Miller. You
So
get what
wait a
I'm
minute.
saying? But I'm
Okay,
listening.
so what are you saying? So you saying that your ancestor was a Slav?
No, he wasn't. I'm saying the Moors brought the Siberians over. Like y'all said, like the dude said the first time. They
Can
came
I have
over.
his full name again?
John Jack Braveboy.
I'm confused. Okay,
My
okay,
mother's last name is Tillman. The Tillman go into the Lomax. The Lomax go into the Hammonds. The Hammonds go directly into the Brave Boys. I'm listening though, brother.
okay, so you're talking about some Moors. I'm gonna get off that your ancestor because that's confusing. I'm gonna look it up though. I'm gonna take your word for it. So
the prisoner of war.
Yeah,
right.
prisoner of war, slave, prisoner of war, same thing, bro. You
No,
feel
it's
me?
not.
It's just that they gave us the word slave.
It's
But I'm
not the
listening. My
same
bad.
thing. It's not the
Right.
same
Not the
thing.
same
It's
thing.
not the same thing because that's what they taught us, the word slave. But the idea of it, all of our peoples was prisoners of wars. The Jacobites from Europe,
No,
a
that's
couple.
not
Come
true,
on, man. We don't
baby.
need a whole diatribe, bro. You giving
All
us
right,
a
I'm listening. All
diatribe.
right, I'm
This,
listening. I'm
all
listening.
right, so peep this, right? So check this out. Let's get on this more thing, right? Because in that list that you listed, you was giving descriptions of people of what they did at that time, right?
What
None
list
of
are you
those
talking
things
about?
were. None
I
of
don't
those
even
things were.
remember, bro. I had a
None.
list of people.
No,
Okay,
you had a list of descriptions of these Moors and their definitions of what that guy had in that book that you bought,
Okay.
right? Those were descriptions. Those were not people. Those were not people. That was not a family. That wasn't a lineage of people that it described what they were doing at that time. Now, my thing is this, and I'm gonna stick to this, right? And this is what you need to understand, or overstand, or understand. The bottom line is that those Moors, or what you call it Moors, were not Moors. They were a different type of people. Now, if you equate them to North Africa, they Caucasians. Them people were different people, and those people were people that actually came over to America, right, in opposition to us. Nothing the Moors did was in favor or in conjunction with what we was doing as allies. They were opposites.
I don't disagree with y'all, but y'all still have
Okay,
bad
so why
blood,
are you calling us Moors then,
like
brother?
blood in y'all veins, bro.
So why are you calling us Moors then, man?
Bro, they
Why are
listen.
you calling us
They
Moors,
did so
man?
much procreating on the whole land
Why are
that
you
we
calling us
all,
Moors,
bro.
brother?
Y'all
Stop
surnames is
deflecting, man.
Moorish.
Stop
Y'all
deflecting.
surnames is Moorish.
Why are you calling us Moors then?
Cause y'all surnames in America are Moorish.
So are you over here to try to gloat? You over here bragging and talking
No,
shit,
I'm not,
just saying,
bro. I'm
"Hey,
not,
I'm a Moor.
bro.
We
I am
beat
not
y'all ass."
bragging. I'm
Is that what you're
genuinely
saying? And we gave
listening.
you all our names. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
CJ, what you got to say,
Need to
CJ?
stop.
Jump in. I see you on.
All right.
Yes,
Yeah,
I like listening
Bring
to
some
CJ. I
sense
agree
to
with
this
most of the stuff he said.
conversation because your brother came in here on a slide. You know, he came in initially, he was like on track, and then he sort of just did a whole remix, right? So, like, what you got to say, CJ?
I mean, besides what I initially said from the beginning,
Exactly.
I ain't got nothing
Oh,
new to
my
say.
God, bro.
And what I said was true. Like he's saying the Moors, they are from Portugal and they from Spain. We keep forgetting that. We forget that
Oh
the
my
Moors are
God, bro.
Spaniards.
I ain't forget it.
Yeah. But besides that, I want to build on what Dots was talking about with the
And
Civil
that's
War.
wrong. And that's wrong. That's wrong, brother.
Bro, oh my goodness, bro.
That's wrong.
Which
Okay.
part's
All right,
wrong?
Let him
Anton.
finish,
Let
brother.
Prove it.
Let him
Hold on.
Anton, wait. Let him
Well,
finish. Let him finish. CJ, go ahead. Continue. What were
Please
you
let him
saying?
finish, please.
Finish your
I
point.
want to go back to the Civil War and how, I mean, not the Civil War, reparations and us mentioning how it's always been a war. So the war is maritime. We know about maritime law, right?
Yes.
That's the
where
law
to go
of
back
the
to water.
land. Maritime law is the law of the land in every country. Okay? Yes,
Yeah,
we know about
but
maritime law.
the problem is since the Papal Bull, the making of the Papal Bull of, let me be correct, the Pope Alexander the Sixth Inter Citeria, where they authorized Spain and Portugal to colonize the Americas. That was the start of maritime law. That right there, the start of it. So we have to go back and see how basically they reenact it because it's all an act. War is theater. They call war theater war. It's all a playing field, and the playing field is a chessboard, and the chessboard is on certain lands they call countries, which is nothing more than land masses that we know. So, back to what I was going to, when they, in order for them to even get to the part of us being, quote unquote, freed slaves, they had to pass the Civil Rights Act. And the Civil Rights Act was for those that was born as citizens. Keyword is citizens under the full rights under the Constitution. So what do we know to be citizens? Anybody know what citizens are?
Go ahead, brother. Just finish. May I rebut, sisters? Once he's
Go
done.
ahead and rebut.
All right. So check this out. Let's go a little bit deeper in history, right? This is my lane. I love it. You're talking about Moors in Spain and Portugal. A Moor is a job title, right? When y'all got your asses kicked, y'all was given job titles to run the seas and do their bidding and be pirates and kidnap people and infiltrate and be 007s on people's lands, especially America, and pose your way in because you guys knew we was related, distant relatives, and come in and do business and figure out a way how to infiltrate. That's number one. Number two, if you want to go back, right, you talk about the Goths. You talking about the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, the Anglo-Saxon Huns, the you talking about what did I miss? Ostrogoths, Visigoths, the Vandals. They wasn't Moors, bro. These were people.
Oh my God, bro.
These were
The
people. The
Visigoths,
people
the
that
only
went up.
one that
Hold
probably
on, let me
not is the
finish.
Visigoths.
Hey, stop,
You just
please. Let him finish. You keep saying
hold
you're
on, man.
listening, but you keep cutting in.
All
Because
these
his name is
people.
Moors,
Sakina,
is
hey
definitely not
I'll
girl.
Moors.
be damned. I'll be damned.
My mic is me.
Maturity, brother. All right. So here's the thing, right? When you're dealing with those people, and including the Vandals, right? When you're dealing with those people in specific, those people were considered barbarian tribes that fought against Hannibal's people, the Romans, the Phoenicians. These people were fighting at that time, right? When Hannibal lost control, these people came in and took over. There was no such thing as a Portugal. There was no such thing as a Spain, and there wasn't no such thing as a Moor. Now, when you get to the end part of it, you also had the people that actually came, where the Indo-Aryans started infiltrating, Attila the Hun and so on and so forth on down. You see what I'm saying? Where is a Moor? It don't exist. It does not exist.
The Fomorgans predate everything you just said. Do you know what the Church of Isa is? Do any of y'all know what the Church of Isa is?
Can you give us a source on it?
More, brother.
Just look
Go
up
ahead
Church
and
of
give us
Isa.
no.
No, y'all look it up. No.
Okay,
Y'all
spell
look
it.
up right
Spell
now.
it.
I'm
Spell
not
Isa. Spell Isa.
IESA.
IESN.
IESA.
IESA. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What is you spelling Isa? Isa's ISA.
And tell me what pop up on Google for you.
You gotta stop looking at Google. I'm listening.
No, I don't use. I don't.
No, you don't get to pick the source. You only get to pick the source if you pick the source. Now that you're making me research it, I pick the source, not you.
Let me just say one thing, if you don't want to look. Where's that? I'm trying to look for it because Rome was a colony of Ireland. You get what I'm saying? Everybody think history started in Ireland. No, it started with the Druids and Celtics. They Rome and Egypt invaded that and took their knowledge and made. You feel me? Like, come on, man.
No.
That's why I said look it up right quick so I can show y'all. Church of Isa. It's going to pop up. Like y'all don't even know this, so it's hard to. Come on. Like I
Come on,
not
brother. Your shit is falling apart.
It's hard to come
Listen, Bible and Pyramids Wisdom, Bible and Pyramids Irish Wisdom preserved in the Bible. That's the book was written in 1923.
Okay, but what I'm talking
That's
about happened in the
1923. How is that older than what Aton was talking about?
No, the book he talks about how Ireland.
Oh, I get it. You're saying the book references something that's older. Does it give a primary source to it?
This book will show that everybody he's talking about is Moors. Phoenicians, all of them are Moors.
Because you believe it. It shows that because you believe it. Now I'm asking you, does it have a primary source that we can reference?
Yes. His name is Mac Davis. He the one that wrote the book.
Mac Davis? Okay, let's look at who he is. Is he a white tea man before I look him up?
Just look him up.
Okay.
Like, come on, y'all not trying to fuss with me.
McLovin. His name is McLovin.
Thanks.
Well, have we gotten over the more conversation because it's a whole belief,
Yeah, that's.
I do like the law.
This is crazy. His name is Connor McDermott. Irish Wisdom Preserved in Bible and Pyramids. It's a certain page. I'm trying to find it. I thought I screenshotted it.
Hey, Sakina Muslima.
Hey, Sakina.
Shout out to the chat.
What is wrong with Ray Ray? You got the right name. Stop playing Ray Ray.
Omar, you want to go ahead and ask what you want to ask while they looking up what they looking up?
Yes, I was just gonna I'm not gonna be in here that long. I was just gonna just kind of try to clarify what Brother Gwen was saying about the term black. I'm not really so heavily attached to that term, but I think that most people may kind of be confused about the overall general meaning of it. There were many Moors who were Muslim, there were Moors who were Christians, there were Moors who were Hebrews or so-called Jews, there were Coptic Moors, there were different like nationalities of people that may have been classified as a Moor. But I just wanted to read like maybe like 3 or 4 definitions. I'm not even gonna read the whole thing, but I'm reading from the it's the Oxford Dictionary of English Etymology of 1967. And I'm just going to start with the word black because that's the term that has been applied to our people for the last 50, 60, 70 years. So I'm just going to start with that term. And basically, the definition of black, it says black, absorbing all light. Then it gives a lot of other classifications. And it says like Old English, black, and then it says black nut of unknown origin, and then it says confused with black pale, then it says bleak. Then it has a lot of stuff, so I'm just gonna like scroll down where it says black or more. Then it says Ethiopian. Then it says Negro, and it says origin. Black more. It has the word more capital M, lowercase O-R-E. Then it says Blackmore of Dunbar. Then it says also Morian. Then it says
Every
C
city in
Moore.
America got a Dunbar High School. I'm listening, brother, but thank you,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah. It says
Keep
C.
doing what you're doing.
It
Keep doing
says
what you're
C
doing.
Moore. Yeah, it says
But
C
that's from
Moore.
the 1900s, so that's where I'd be a
It's an
little
etymology
leery
dictionary.
of
It's
just
an
believing
etymology
it because
dictionary.
hold on, Gwen, because of when it's from. I see your last name or the name you have is Bay. Is that your last name? B-A-I?
No, that's not my last name. Bay, that's just like a for like a better word, that's like the Latin and also Chinese form of the word bay. So like if like anywhere in history like Mumbai in
But you know
India,
it's not a colonized name, though. It's colonized.
it
It's
is
not
just
like the
just you're correct. It is, but because and I don't disagree with that, but I believe that I feel like us studying our Moorish history is like it's like a
it's not
pivot in its.
our
Well, can
history.
you,
It's the Lord's
one
history.
second though, can I ask him a
This more
question?
night. What the
Yeah,
hell?
I know, but can I ask him a question? Because Gwen didn't answer this question, so I would like you to answer it. How do we end up believing all of this when every single source is coming down to the Masonic or occults? And usually they're YT people that are Masonic and occult giving us this Moorish history. How do we take it then as true?
That's
That's
why
a
we
good
take
question.
different references and come up with our own conclusions.
The only way I can answer that is to say that there is a society or group of black people. I'll just use the word black since that's what our people are familiar with. There is a society or group of so-called black people who they do practice witchcraft. They may call themselves Moors. They may not call themselves Moors. They are associated with the Masonic order. However, the truth is that I think that the more we study our history and the more we wake up, it seems like we have this idea that black people were never that they never committed evil or that they were always good or they were always righteous, and that's
Hey, that's
simply
a
not the
fact.
truth. It's not the
That's a
truth.
fact.
I
So I'm not
understand.
saying, and I'm not trying to say,
I
and I'm
used to
not trying
say
to.
these same talking points when I was a Moor, and I understand because it's beaten almost into you to be like, hey, it's Moors against Moors. We try to be all like we're good people or whatever. When people are asking us of legit questions. Now you said our history. One thing I would say about when you're saying our history is that your history is going to be tied into your family. So when you're talking about your history, it would be attached to who your mom and dad is, who their parents are, and your parents' parents. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I had
Okay,
and
wait.
then I need to correct myself when I say our history. What I really was implying is the world history of quote unquote melanated people, even though it's an expansive history and it can get specific in different areas. But I'm just saying that when you
Okay,
read
so
world history,
now answer the other question that Gwen couldn't answer for me because now you're just lumping it in as black melanated. There are melanated people that are in India right now. They call them the Dalits 5,000 years from now, my ancestors are going to say we're related to them just because they're melanated. And if not, they're going to clearly see the difference between the Dalits who are melanated and the Americans that are melanated. How can we then say all the melanated people are Moors?
I don't particularly say that. I don't necessarily say that all of our people or all melanated people are quote unquote Moors, but according to all the sources that I've read thus far, that term Moor, it was just a general term that was applied to dark-skinned people.
Exactly.
However,
Yeah, but
I'm not going
all
to
your sources are
I'm
from
not going to
Masonic.
necessarily I'm not necessarily going to disagree or
So you're
take a
telling me
position of
though, when a white person comes or a white T person comes and says all the melanated people are black, then Dalits, the future, they will say they're black too because they read in a book that
Why
they're
do you act
black.
like they teach us about the Moors in school? They don't teach us about that. We grow up thinking we slaves from Africa. You acting like the Moors, like what we talking about is common amongst public schools and
No, I'm
congregations.
saying that it's Masonic no matter what. Then that's
Everything
what's
is
running
I
from.
Masonic.
will
Everything is Masonic. You're not
Not
gonna get past
everything is
that's a
Masonic.
Masonic.
whole
Not
now
everything
the
is
whole
Masonic. That what you read about your 8th grade grandfather is not Masonic. I actually was looking at the sources, and it will go into the source that you were reading
He
that is
was a
on the
teenager.
genealogy website.
He
Is
was born
going
in
into the fact
1700.
that the Europeans were coming in and trying to make the Indian tribes feel like they are Croatian and not the Indian tribes that they knew themselves to be. So now I'm saying, as far as we're going from the sources that are from our family of them telling us who we are to a book that's saying that they're the Moors, and you even said
If you're not
you
a
know
Moor,
more
you
because
wouldn't
of
have a
the
last
research.
name.
Hold on, Gwen. You're
No,
saying you know
because you're not
more.
saying nothing.
Hold on. Well, you did say that verbatim that you know more than your grandfather because of the research that you have done that have led you to different things. But a lot of that research comes from Masonic ties. When the other things come from your family, Indian comes from your family, Moors come from a Masonic occult. How can we then believe the Masonic occult over your family member?
well
Why you keep
what
saying
I
family
wanted to
member? He
do
was born in 1700s. I don't know, yo. It's like I don't know him. You acting like we talk. Like we sat down, smoked a blunt. Like, hey, uncle from 1700s, tell me about your lineage. Like, come on, this is pre-colonial America.
But so he wouldn't know that he was a Moor. It wouldn't be in anywhere that he was a Moor.
Oh my goodness.
well there's a lot of what I wanted to do is just like finish
I'm
my
about to
definitions and then I'll
let
yield the
me say
floor.
one thing, brother, and I'm not gonna say nothing. What? Give me the definition of a sagamore. I asked y'all this last time. Give me the definition of a sagamore. Sagamore. It's the same thing. They changed the spelling. If y'all don't think so, it's no point in even talking. Look up sagamore. Sagamore.
All I know is that I ain't no damn more. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I
Just look up
wasn't.
sagamore.
I
Okay,
just
I'm not.
wanted. I
Look
wanted
at
to
all
finish.
these melanated Moors on the screen.
No
Look
one
at
has
all these
told me
Moors on the screen.
Right. So
Yes,
nobody
they're
wants
Moors
to
from a different
these Moors?
continent.
they're more. So as of today,
No, they're melanated. You said all melanated people are Moors. These are
Yes,
Moors
they
on the
are
screen.
Moors.
sorry, absolutely not.
Oh my God. They're Moors
So
from
these are
I
your
was
Nigeria.
just.
people?
Oh my goodness.
I just wanted to read what I was reading, only to not necessarily to get people to believe that we're all Moors. It's just to kind of get us closer to some things about how the Europe, basically the so-called pale-skinned European, they basically used a lot of terms to basically hide our identity. So like I'm at this level where, I mean, like we were called Black, Moors, Indians, Hebrews, Druids, Celtics, Danes,
Yes, all
all
Moors, bro.
that stuff. But they was just talking about
I'm from
like,
Baltimore. We got Drew
yeah,
here.
pretty much
But
the
but
same
but
people.
but if you say they hiding our identity and it's a colonized
This is how they hide our
situation,
identity.
well, what
Because
really
our
are they
identity, y'all
hiding? Who
fussing
we?
about it right
Well, wait a
now.
minute, baby. What truly are they hiding? If we all have admitted and came to y'all and excuse you that the Moor situation is a colonized name. It's not a nice name. They were calling you out your name.
Oh my
Point
goodness.
blank. They wasn't calling
Why
you
do
nothing
you think
nice.
that?
Come on now. It was
Well,
Let me
calling
the
just say
only
one
thing
thing.
I can
I
say,
forget
the
it.
only
Can
thing
y'all
I
just
can
look up
say
this
is
they
that
was
definition?
calling you if they was calling you a name, okay, just like they was calling us the
But
N-word
the
and
and the
all of
main thing
this.
is you're running past it. You guys keep saying all melanated people are Moors,
no, I
but
didn't
then
say
Right.
that's
that.
not a good descriptive term then.
No,
If
it's not.
everybody with melanin is a Moor, and
This
if
is
you're saying
becoming
you're not
redundant.
saying that, then
It's
you
not.
can't then turn around
You got
and when I
different
ask,
cultures.
well, how are they Moors? You say they were melanated. Then you're saying that that's the only definition you need to say a group of people are Moors is that they're
Okay, I'm gonna just
melanated.
get
Then
off
we
the
should
topic
throw
on this
that
other.
term away because that is not going to give us a great indication of anything of just that's no different than black, colored, all the things that we say are dead in law.
And you
But the
can't
thing
say that
still
you believe
remains
in
is though,
genealogy,
Samia,
which is what you
that
say,
name
and
goes
then
for the
come out and
people
say that you
in
are
North
the
Africa that they were
you
first
ain't find
calling
no
Moors,
bay in your
not all
motherland.
over. It's
It ain't
different
that.
cultures. Hello?
I'm listening. I'm
It's
listening.
different
Oh, Ray
cultures.
Ray want to connect the dots. Ray Ray, you want to connect the dots?
I don't know, but I want to finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the Moors go for the people who they started calling Moors in North Africa.
Say
Well, how
black or
they
more.
get way
Say
over
put
here?
black in front of the word more. Black or more. That'll make it better. Any
Baby,
dark skin person.
stop. Well, how they get way over here? They still talk
No.
about them.
So, okay, if those were the blackamoors,
Term
who
black
are the Moors that aren't the blackamoors? They're whiteamoors?
Well, I just
because
wanted to
they are
finish.
white
I just
Moors.
wanted to finish like the couple of definitions that I was reading, and then maybe y'all can
Well,
make
Well,
can I
y'all
give you one
conclusion
Omar,
off
definition
of
of
it.
where I
Indian?
would
They
say,
in
and
the
I
white
get it,
Moors
I will
too.
definitely let you go. But what I
Make
would
sure you
say
land in the
is
white
that
Moors too.
what your source you're reading from is another indoctrinated source that is just Masonic, and I'm making it clear
Oh,
that we
so
do
what's
I
not
don't
missing
take
to
your
disagree.
that
I don't
sound
Masonic
holy?
disagree.
sources. Hold on, I'm making it clear that we do not take your Masonic sources as true here. So just because you give us a Masonic person that's going to give us a definition, that does not mean that we believe it as true.
Fair
That's
enough.
right.
I'm not mad at you for that.
And don't forget the white Moors too when you talking about them.
Every
Okay,
president is a
it
white
says
Moor. All of them got
okay.
Moorish blood.
Yeah, it says okay. It says I read the definition of black. Then it says blackamoor. Then it says Ethiopian. Then it says Negro. Then it says Blackmore. Then it says Blackmore again. Dunbar. Then it says also Blackmorian. Then it says Seymour. So therefore, I got to go to the definition of Moor. So when I go to the definition of Moor, it says just a
Yo,
second.
that's crazy.
Okay, yeah.
Who
Okay,
wrote
the
that?
definition of Moor, it says there are several definitions, but I'm gonna read the definition as far as like as it being an identity to a people. It says more. It says in ancient times,
Ancient.
native of Mauritania. Then it says later of Northwest Africa. Then it says Blackamoor. Then it says Mohammedan, especially of India. So therefore, I think it would be wise enough to go to the definition of India. Because the word Indian, it comes from the word India. So I'm gonna go to the definition
That's not
of
true. It does not come from the word India because this Indies, even the West Indies, would
I'm
be
going to
something
prove
that.
what
Hold
I'm
on,
saying.
Omar. Your source right now is from the 1900s. The West Indies were being referred as the West Indies in the 1600s, the 1700s. So no, you cannot go to your source and say, well, of course, since this 1900 source says India means this, that's where Indian would have had to come from.
I
No.
haven't even read
West
the definition
Indies.
of India
Yes,
yet.
sir. This is what
It
they've been
doesn't.
doing all
Omar, are
night.
you?
You're
Hold
not
on,
letting
Omar. Are
nobody
you
talk.
listening to the point, or is it just going over your head?
We
I'm
You're
ain't
about to
making no
prove
saying.
points.
You're
I'm
saying
about to
What
based
prove
on
you
this.
references do you
correct.
got? What
Yeah,
I'm
you're.
about to
references do you
prove
got
you
that's not
correct. I'm
Masonic?
about to
Oh,
prove
okay.
you correct. I'm
Okay.
about to prove you correct. It says India. It says in Old English, it says India, and it says present use dates. It says from immediately after Spain or Portugal, and then it says Middle English, and it says India. Then it has all these other definitions of like the different languages: Latin, India, Greek, India, Indos, French. It comes, and then it says the French definition is Indos, the river, Indus,
Indo is black.
And then
Indo
it says
means black.
it says Persian. It
Like, come
says
on, bro. They
Hind.
don't know none of this, bro. They don't know
Yeah,
this. You
it
feel
says
me? It's hard
Hind,
to
and
talk to them.
yeah, it says Hind,
Whatever.
and then it says Hindu. It says Sanskrit, Sindhu
Right. They don't
River.
know nothing about Akkadian, none of
Then it
that, bro.
says,
They
yeah, then it
stuck
says,
on, like, bro, like, it's
yeah,
hard
it says,
talking to them, bro.
yeah,
Gwen, okay, if
No,
it's too
no.
hard to talk to us, then just leave the panel. If not, be quiet while he's finishing the dictionary.
I can be quiet. You need to be quiet. Watch. I'm
it
about to be
says,
quiet.
Oh no, I don't have to be quiet. Okay, you came on Unscrambled Minds. We didn't come to the Gwen Oak Keezy show. You came to the Unscrambled Minds show. Welcome. So let him finish. Be quiet. Don't tell us what we don't know because you didn't know where Bay came from. You can't give us one family as far as for the history of this. We've asked you a ton of sources, and all of them have been white Masonic sources. So you're not really credible to say what we know and what we don't know. Let Omar finish reading the dictionary.
And his favorite YouTube researcher is a white woman. He said it, y'all. I didn't.
That part.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You killed yourself.
Okay, I'm listening.
You killed your own self. So relax.
it says the Middle English form being India. Then it says Latin India, Greek India, French Indos, the river, Indus, Persian Hindu. Then it says Sanskrit Sindhu River, specifically the Indus, hence the region of the Indus, Sind by extension, with Greeks and Persians. And then it says the country east of this sea, Hindustan. Then it says also regions further east. Then it says applied to America or parts of it after Spain and Portuguese use, hence Indian adjective. Then it says an early subsequent use applied specifically to a mahout. A mahout is an elephant rider. They had elephants in America as well. And then it says pertaining to America and the West Indies. And it says Indian rubber, the earlier form for India rubber. And it says Indies, India with the adjacent islands, later called East Indies, West Indies, which had come to be applied to lands of the Western Hemisphere, which were taken to be part of the Eastern group. So they're trying to connect to say that the people that they saw when they came over here to America look like the same people that was over there in East India. That doesn't necessarily make them the same people. It's just that the Europeans.
That is not what that said. That's what
That's
you
it.
are concluding.
Oh my God.
But that is not what you read, and that is not what they said.
I'm going to read it again. This says
No,
group that
hold on. Before you read it again, that 1928 source, can you tell us as far as when over there became India? Can you give us the date?
They didn't say it became.
No, I know they didn't say it. I'm asking, do you know the date in which that became India?
Correct.
I don't have it. I don't have any dates on that.
Okay,
I'm
it's
just
in
reading
the
to you.
1900s. Before then, it would be Bharat. So if we're talking about
Like-
Bharat, where did they get Indian from Bharat?
And what do Bharat mean? Black.
Okay, we ain't talking about Mr. Everyone's melanated,
Come on,
everyone's
bro.
black. That's beyond the point. That's a non
I'm not saying
sequitur
nothing else.
because
I'm
you're
listening.
trying to say what you're trying to say is the term Indian comes from India, and over there in the East, in a time that in the East it wasn't called India, it was called Bharat. So how
No,
did
I'm
they
not
get the
referring
term
to.
Indian from Bharat?
I don't think you were clear. It was saying basically.
The Moors.
It was basically saying that they. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Omar. I was just trying to quickly explain. I think what you were saying, but you could do it better than I can. So go ahead.
Yeah, it was saying that. Okay, I'll read that part again. It says the country east of this Hindustan, but it says also the regions further east. So when it says also the regions further east, what would be further east from East India or Asia?
No, it's further east from Hindustan. They weren't India yet. You just said it was called
Hindustan. I'm just
Bro,
saying what
all
would be
the
further.
Hindustan is the
Americas.
name before India.
Oh my God.
That would be it showing you that it was called Hindustan before it was called India. So what was the place more east of Hindustan? Not more east of India. It wasn't called India. It's called
Okay,
Hindustan.
east of Hind. I'm not arguing the word. I'm trying to paint a picture of what this definition is saying. So it's saying also the regions further east. What they mean is that if you like basically America would be also termed the Far East relative to Asia. That's what this is actually implying. It says also the regions further east. Then it says apply it to America or parts of it. And then it says an early subsequent use applied specifically to a Mahout, which is the elephant rider. Then it says pertaining to America and the West Indies. Indian rubber, the earlier form of Indian rubber, Indish, and then it says Indies, and it says origin India with the adjacent islands later called East Indies, West Indies, which had become, I'm sorry, West Indies, which had come to be applied to the lands of the Western Hemisphere, which were taken to be part of the Eastern group.
Okay, I
And
get what
wait a
you're
minute.
That's basically
What is
saying the
what
map been flipped
definition you
upside
read? I
down
mean,
and
I'm
back.
busy right now. Hold on. And what definition are you reading again? I mean, I'm dizzy over
Oh,
here.
this is the
You know,
word.
this
This is the word India. This is the word India in the Oxford English, the Oxford Dictionary of English Etymology, 1967.
Come on,
okay.
bro. It's an Oxford
My
dictionary,
bad,
bro.
Dulcie. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's a good
Go ahead.
So
source, bro.
wait, but Omar, I
That's a
get it
good
that you were
source.
saying later in the definition it would agree with me, but do you see how that's contradicting for it to bring up a person coming around the 1400s and say that they used India to name it when India, Bharat, Hindustan didn't exist, and then later they tell the truth that it was these lands that was using the Indies term and not India, but they still put it in there that India was
Right.
using it.
Right.
So isn't that confusing?
All I'm just, if maybe you would have to read the definition
No,
yourself
I
so
think
you can.
that's our problem, really, because we want to go in so many the definitions, the books they gave us, the what does history say? What does this white woman say on YouTube? What do
So
the
where do your
Masonic
information come from?
occult
Y'all
say?
talk to God
But
Himself. Y'all just talk to God Himself. Like, yo, tell us what went down. We're gonna go straight to YouTube and get these subscribers. So we want to hear your holy reference.
yeah, I
I'm all
will.
ears.
Okay, I'll tell you about talking to God themselves. But give me a second.
That's all I'm
So
saying.
the thing
Cold
about
nigga
it
right there.
is that you're going as far as a source in the 1900s, and we can go and get sources further back to show some of that's a lie.
Go ahead. We all
So-called
ears. You
Christopher
just saying that.
Columbus
You're not giving
didn't
none of them.
think he was going to India at all. He did not think he was going to Hindustan. So why would they put that in there and then throw in that, oh yeah, before it was even India, this place was using the West Indies, East Indies,
Right.
and Far East. That's convoluted, and it's going to confuse a child that you're like, okay, learn where the term India comes from. Learn where Indian comes from. Don't you agree?
I
Christopher
didn't.
Columbus. I get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. Refute it with knowledge. All you doing is
Okay.
arguing with everybody
Let
that's
me
talking.
refute it. Let me
Refute the
refute it with
reference with
knowledge.
knowledge. That's
Let
all
me
I want.
refute it.
Refute it
Let me
with
refute
knowledge.
it. Okay, let me refute it with knowledge. Okay, brother that was just talking. All right. What in the definition that you're reading, you're looking at
Oh,
it
wait
still.
one second. I'm sorry. Sister Freedom, are you here? People are in the back. And I'm on the phone. Sorry.
Okay, so in the definition it said pertaining to, right? When it said pertaining to, it said pertaining to what?
It says pertaining to America and the West
Period.
Indies.
Period. So what does pertaining to mean? What does pertaining mean? Pertaining to. What does
Pertaining
that
means
mean?
applied to. That doesn't mean that that's what it is. I'm not saying that this is what it is. I'm not saying that this definition is the
Oh
absolute truth.
man. But you
I'm
just reading the definition as if it
no,
is
I'm
truth
trying
and
to
you're trying to
tell
bring it
you
over
what
there.
they're trying to see. The Europeans are masters of code. They have a whole
Thank you,
code.
bro.
If you
That's
don't
what.
know how to read the
No,
code, you're
man.
not gonna understand what they're trying
No.
to
It
tell
ain't
you.
no code. It ain't no code to that. It said pertaining to the Americas and the West Indies. Period. Everything else is conjecture after that. It's their opinions of what it is and what they saying. Yeah, the East Indies, but and then and then the Americas and all that stuff. But when you read the first part of a definition and you get into it, it's saying specifically what it is. Everything else is conjecture after that. It said pertaining to the Americas and the West Indies. Period. Everything else is conjecture, brother. This is what we call, respectfully, reading comprehension.
Well, if you read the definition, I
Peace,
mean,
family. Peace, ladies, fellas. How y'all
I
Peace,
doing
mean,
peace,
today?
it
peace.
says
Peace,
Hindustan before
Rel.
the West
Peace,
Indies.
Cam.
What's the
Is that
word?
Cam?
How y'all coming?
That's what it is, brother.
Nah, I just wanted to come on here and speak in regards to what he talking about India. So during that time, what you referred as Zoroaster.
Yes.
Where you go, brother?
You said who?
He was saying what I refer to as Bharat. Yes, Cam, we can't hear you anymore.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and step in there. So yeah, I'm out here in Baltimore too. Bueno, I see you on the west side.
Yeah, you
But
already know.
so I just want to add, this more stuff. You got to be careful with that. Like when you pulling out these sources, these you may think they are good sources, like the Oxford Dictionary, but the years like 1960s. So you to put it in context, you got to go to the time frame that you're talking about. So a better example would be like you mentioned your eighth time grandfather.
It's
Pull out a
grandfather.
dictionary from that time frame if you want to use a dictionary. Pull out some sources from that time frame. Not secondary sources or something that you Google from the internet real quick. And that's no shade because this research shit, or excuse my language, this research stuff does get time consuming, and you got to travel. You go to libraries like the one downtown, and you would think that you will find good books there, but then they only have like second and third uh, editions of the original. They don't even have the original, so then you got to go to different places that may have it, and sometimes that's out of the country. But when you're dealing with your people here in America, here in Baltimore, you shouldn't really have to go that far. And a lot of us in Baltimore, we got family Virginia, North Carolina, sometimes New York. You can go to these places. You don't really need to go too far, but you do need to go to these places directly.
All the places that the Moors made, and these people think they not Moors. New
Nah,
York is a
Moors
colonization.
Yeah, but hold on,
didn't make
Rel.
the
Hold on, Rel, because what you just accused me of, and that's what I keep saying every time. I gave the Bharat. I was giving information. I give information every
Well, that
time.
was good
You
information.
have yet to give any information. All you scream is, those are all the Moors. How can you not
right.
believe that? Those are all the Moors. That's not giving
Listen to the
information.
name of
You
our
need to
city. Like,
Just
explain
if
how
somebody got
they're
melanin,
Moors.
don't mean they Moors. Like
bro,
that you can't
bro, because
you
Noble Drew Ali,
oversimplifying
bro.
things.
I'm not a
And
follower
can
of
I
Noble
say,
Drew
wait,
Ali.
one point to
He's an
Gwen's
agent.
point off that before y'all get into, to Rel's point, because
Crazy,
you're
bro.
right. You can't go to every library and get certain things, but people don't know that some libraries do have it. You just have to book and reserve going into the special room that has the primary sources, but they're really particular about it anyway. So it's going to be hard for you to be like, oh, I want to look up a certain definition or anything, because they keep it in glass, they keep it
Yeah.
preserved so it can
Nah,
last
the
for
lady in
years
there,
and
the
years.
librarian, she didn't even know which book I was talking about, but she pulled it up on the link, and it's like they got a link of the book, the encyclopedia from the 1600s, 1678, but it was like a second or third edition of the book. In the original copy, I heard Dane talk about this book, and it's like in DC. I forgot where else it was, but I'm trying to check it out. But like you were saying, there might be a special room. I'll definitely go back in there and try to try to get them to tell me about this special room for real. Because I know like some you would think that these librarians know about certain things, but they really don't. And when you ask questions, they may like give you the runaround, like they following the script, but you just gotta be persistent with it. And you can't oversimplify, because once you do that, you box yourself in. You think you're getting closer to the answer, but you really moving further away from the answer, and that's what you're doing with
Do
this.
y'all know who y'all fifth and
This
sixth great grandfathers is? I get this information from white people. Like, you know what I tell them? I know y'all got black ancestors. Tell me about them. All them white people in Madison, Boone County that I know I'm related to. Like, forget that Indian. I'm related to Al Gore. That's the one I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if he married into my family for trading rights on the land. You get what I'm saying? I'm related to all them white people in Madison, Boone County, Logan, West County, Virginia, and all of them say, yeah, I seen that my fifth or sixth great grandfather was black, but my family ain't say nothing. So that's who I be pressing down on. Like, yeah, y'all know we the royal ones. You get what I'm saying? I call family tree. I call a number and tell them do all this. You feel me? The Church of the Latter Day Saints. If you call them, they'll find anybody in your family for you.
So you are more, right?
You are more too.
You know how the law thing works, right? So when you dealing with law and you
I
gotta
don't
get
fuck
real
with Noble
specific
Drew
to
Ali
what
though.
when
I'm
you
listening,
specific
brother.
when
I'm
you get
not a
specific.
follower of Noble Drew Ali. I'm
I
just making
understand
that
that.
clear.
I
But I'm
understand
listening.
that. So when you dealing with law, let's say you got a court case and you go in there and they ask you specifically who you are, or you got to prove the documentation that you are who you
Yes.
say you
That's
are.
because of Noble Drew Ali, bro. He sold us out. That
But
little
you
Moroccan
but
flag
you
is not the real
you
flag.
wouldn't find any documentation to link you to a more though, to to hold up in any courtroom or anywhere really
Bro,
outside of like the internet.
I get what you're
So
saying. I understand. There's been a lot of stuff done to do that, bro. The flag that they use,
well, all
it's not
right,
the real flag.
if that's true, and let's say it's true, hypothetically speaking, let's say that's true, then you need to find the link, the proof that links what you're saying to us two more and all of the
I
changes and
need
all.
y'all to help me, but y'all need to know that y'all Moors first.
You no.
No, we're
Let's say
not Moors.
that's your mission. That's
Bro,
your
we
mission.
all need
That's
to
not.
help each other.
And I can
No,
tell
no,
We
no,
you,
all
no.
need
That's
to
not
help
I
each
have
other.
a
our.
couple of
Y'all need to
lines
know
that I
y'all
can
more.
get to the
That's
sixth
not our
generation
mission.
grandparent. I have
That's
a
not
few
our
lines that
mission.
I can do it
That's
on.
your
And over
mission.
here
And
So
none of
proselytizing.
them are Moors so far. I haven't found one more.
Oh,
Sorry.
goodness. Like, what is y'all
Stop
looking for in the Moor? Y'all
proselytizing,
looking
man.
for a burgundy
I'm
hat
looking
and
for
nah,
a
everybody
person
throwing up the
called
black flag?
man.
Moor.
If
That's what I'm
you
looking for. A person that's called Moor.
you gotta
Oh my God, that's going.
yo, like
God, do
it's
it.
your mission, bro. You gotta stand 10 toes as a man and do it yourself. Like, and then once
Man,
you
I am
start
doing
making
it,
the
but
moves yourself,
y'all not
then
listening, bro. It's too much misinformation, bro.
no, you
No, but
look,
you
you
know
came
what?
up here
You're
just as
No,
I
the
came up
what
here.
I'm
misinformation.
crazy.
No,
No,
I'm not.
actually, what's crazy is that he
Said
did.
I'm the
Yeah,
misinformation.
no, no, wait. He did do his genealogy, which is dope, right? He started out with
That's
that.
cool.
And he
That was cool.
started out by laying the framework, and he said,
Let
my
me keep
eighth great,
going.
this
I
is
can
what he
keep going
started
with the
out with. He
genealogy.
said, my eighth great grandfather was an Indian. His name was boom, 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 boom. Then, out of nowhere,
Indian
he started,
slash tobacco more,
no,
yo.
I ain't listening to that because they don't know nothing. We all
Well,
more.
I also look.
I
I'm
said
at
they
work.
don't know nothing about
I'm
that.
sorry,
I
I didn't
didn't
mean to
say y'all don't
interrupt, but
know
I'm
nothing.
at work
I said
and
y'all
I'm
don't
about
know
to
nothing
get
about
back
that.
to it.
That is
I would like to say
and you're saying ignore that. That's crazy. So no, baby,
I
no,
would like to give a shout
You're
out
confused.
to the
Stop projecting.
Unscrambled Minds.
Thank you, Real.
I want to give because y'all had a show
I
the
do
other day
too,
with
bro.
I think Dane and Topcast both came up, but it had them like that Mexican Latino on there and that African dude Zena, I think his name was. That
Yes.
was a good show. I actually really enjoyed that one, and it was interesting how y'all was able to call out like both of them, like how they both kept trying to like squirm around, trying to like beat around the bush. And I did peep what Freedom was saying about the who was being like a narcissist from the jump. He was saying little slick slide things, but y'all like stood 10 toes on it. And then eventually had one of them run away, but the other one admitted he was lying. Like it was a whole hour and a half of him lying. That shit was excuse me, that stuff was crazy. Like how I don't even
Like
know
when
how
is
he was
doing.
able to keep up a lie that long though. Like it was just
But
crazy, like
the
back to
the
back.
thing is, a lot of times it's the basis of feeling like Indian is the wrong thing. You're the wrong. So they don't have no information like Gwen here. The
Right.
only real information that he
Right.
has
Yo,
backs
I
up
get you.
Indians.
Nah, I
It
get you.
backs up Indians.
I
And he
definitely
has
get it.
gone through every
Right?
nick and
You're
cranny to
like,
prove it more with no information to prove it.
Oh, and look, it's no cap, yo. They really be out here handing out packets, printout packets to people talking about check out these links. And it's a few of them, and they look like the same packet. I never really looked at the links, but I did look at the packet, and it looks like some stuff that was that was pushed out when like Satnetta had like Taraj Bay on there. Taj Tariq
Yes,
Bey.
Elder salute to Elder Taj.
So I think the Kemetic stuff flipped over to the Moorish stuff. So it's like the same talking,
And
All
that
the same.
ain't us.
and it just seemed like everybody's just trying to like deny certain things and point to
Why
another
would we try
direction,
to
like
deny it the
distraction,
way
like
it was
this
done? That we would try to
this
deny
this
it. That's
podcast.
the
Didn't y'all
part.
this one today? Didn't y'all start off talking about something about like Biden court?
Yeah,
We was
Project
y'all, it
20.
seemed like they had a
Right.
nice little build, and then it just always seemed like something happens, and then we end up
It comes and we
derailing the
always
whole
disrupt it.
conversation. So I
Yeah,
just
they
wanted to jump
always
on
do.
here
But
real quick.
think about
It's
this, Rel, with one of the points that we were making earlier too. As far as like when they come with these sources, they always come in the 1900s, and it's always at this base point, at the point of them trying to be like, let's all integrate. So it shows they
right.
had no real control over the people and their mind and who they knew themselves as when they were separate but equal. But as soon as they were like, okay, now we got to talk about coming together, integration. Now we got all these YT Masonic people telling us they know better of who we are than our own ancestors,
Yeah, that's
and we
crazy.
believe them.
That's crazy.
This
That's
is the
listed
thing.
on
Like
tax
them white
records,
people.
birth records, land records, deed records. Like, get out of here with that. We're very clear about who we are. We not
The
remixing.
thing about power, only one person can be number one. These white people be beefing amongst each other too. Don't think that they are friends. They be beefing amongst each other. Everybody trying to get the truth
Man,
out. So
Hey, sisters,
that's
I'm
what
gonna holler at you. I'm gonna holler at you real
Thanks,
quick, y'all.
Anton.
I'm gonna holler at y'all. Gwen, get your game up, bro.
have a good night, brother. You ain't even come in and say
He
nothing.
say
All right,
some.
Anton. Listen, y'all, you
So
just
he
gotta
ain't come
stop.
in and
You
say
just gotta
nothing,
stop
bro.
oversimplifying, Gwen.
Yo,
Like that might help you out a lot for real.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You kind of like take the fact that somebody got color on their skin and say they all one category of a person, or if they lack that color, they a different category of a person, and it's kind of throwing you off. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. I gotta get back
But
to
you
work.
kind of have to spew that. Like I wasn't more before, so I understand. Like these
you
sources,
was part of some little Moorish
we
militia.
get them from
You took
Facebook.
an oath. I
But
ain't
then
take
you
no oath.
don't.
I
They
don't
haven't
take no
spread it
oath.
around on Facebook. The one excerpt that says in
Peace, y'all. Peace on Scramble Minds. Keep up
1621.
the good work. I love it.
Right. Good night, Rel. That it's like in 1621, Moore was substituted for Indian. But then you don't know that it's in the Peabody Museum. And you don't go back to the Peabody Museum to see who actually wrote that. And you don't even go and see their ties, as far as the same people that we talking about are foreigners and shouldn't be able to tell us anything. And these people are the devil, according to the Moors, according to the Hebrews. But this source proves we're this from these devils. Make it make sense.
So what's your idea on everything? Like, who are we?
It makes sense.
We American Indians. What is an American Indian? Like, what is that?
No, it doesn't say we are.
I'm
It
asking.
doesn't say
I'm
we
not
are.
being
When
funny.
you
I'm
are,
listening to the
because
soul system.
you found your family being Indian in your genealogy. But we don't say that we are anything. We're not a monolith. So it's based on your genealogy and what you are.
I
So
am
my
who my grandmother
genealogy,
on
I'm
both
Black,
sides that I
European,
am.
and
That's
Native
who
American.
I am. I am who my kin are. That's who I stand on. And ain't
Facts.
nobody, ain't no book, not you, Gwen, not no Moorish paradigm, not no Hebrew doctrine, not none of that could ever tell me that I'm confused. Absolutely, unequivocally, that's a negative. Okay? Pass forward.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up? You talking
Peace,
all like in
peace,
the
peace.
chat. What you got
Yeah,
to say?
talking greasy down there. Nah, I just coming up showing some love. Yeah, I just coming up showing some love. Yeah, I ain't been over here in a while. I was just about to close up, and then I was like, oh shoot, the ladies alive. Let me go holler at them.
That's right.
They just been fussing at everybody all night, bro.
He's been fussing. He hasn't been.
No, just you. Just you, Gwen.
He's never dealt with four women. He's never handled four women at one time, so it's a little bit much for him, you know.
He said that like you was his sister though, so he said they just fussing.
Right. I know people get that from me. I have another question for you though, Gwen.
Uh-oh.
So you at 1828, the first dictionary that says mulatto is a mix of Indies, the Indies, and a European, some descendant of European, or Indian and some descendant of European. We see the first edition of the Black Laws Dictionary uses Moor, but that's in 1896. So can you explain why we would go with the later source that says it's a Moor? And then why do you assume that in 1828 they lied, but in 1896 they were like, okay, I'm gonna just go tell the truth?
Because like the Moors lost the war in 1871. I forgot which one, but like they was still running stuff in the 1800s. The white people wasn't running everything. They had some motion.
Wait, pause, flag on the play. So
I'm
you
listening.
just said they were running stuff before 1871. So in 1828, when they said mulatto is Indian mixed with a descendant of a European,
That's
that's
not the
when
real
the
definition.
Moors were in power. When the Moors were not in power, that's when the definition changed to Moors mixed with European. So why did they put Indian in it if they were in charge?
I mean, that's a good question, but the thing about it, when you hear the word Moor, you assume that all Moors get along. It's just like the word Bloods. They the same gang, but these Bloods might not get along with these ones. So,
I've never
like,
heard
it's
a
a
blood
tricky.
call himself a Crip because he didn't get along with another blood. He's just a different version of a blood. He never was like, let me be a. Why you a hater? I never heard it be like, I'm a Latin king now.
No, Dulcie has been on Gwen's ass this whole entire time, and it has been absolutely entertaining. He finally
I'm
submitted.
not tripping off that. I enjoy the conversation. Y'all know, I know that y'all boys, y'all gonna know. You feel me? Y'all enjoyed these little Moorish paradigms, like she said. So y'all sat in a classroom with a bunch of burgundy hats. That's not what it's really about.
Hey Gwen, I had a question for you. From your perspective, your studies, and from your research, I keep hearing you say the European or the white man. So it's of your opinion or research that those people were white that actually came over here and colonized?
Of course not. That's the thing. They didn't have a social status to 1681. So when 1606, you think they was really doing something special? They didn't even know how to read or write yet. These was black people. That's what I'm saying. Like they lied about their timeline. They wrote themselves into history. If they did come to America, they was the ones like paddling the boats. The Moors was the ones with the thing like, yo, go this way, go that way. They wasn't the ones with no motion. They were Slavs. And that's how the Moors beat, like that's how they killed a lot of the Native Americans or Indians, like y'all say, because the first time they came over, whatever, it was cool. Then the Indians stopped feeding them. The second time they came and traded the blankets that the Slavs was using. They gave them blankets that was disease filled. You get what I'm saying? That's how they killed a lot of them off, giving them disease filled blankets. Little stuff like that. That's just a visual of how, you feel me, how they say, oh, they use germicidal warfare to kill the Indians. They used the blankets from the Slavs that they brought with them when they came to America. Do that not make sense?
To me, it don't.
I'm waiting for the soul sisters to say something.
Oh, okay. So I guess when you say
I'm just using my finger right now. That's what's hard for me to get on. This is freedom. It's harder for me. Dots. Okay, I was just trying to see. It's harder for me to get on. Hey, Sword.
What's
I
going on,
heard
sis?
Rashad Jamal one time say that the Moors got cursed. And I read something else that said they was creating Holocaust in the cosmos. And like the brother said earlier, he was talking about alchemy. The Moors was the alchemy families. They brought alchemy to Europe. They made the white people human. They was still sleeping with animals and stuff. Even to this day, they be kissing their animals, eating with them. Like they was really doing that on an animalistic level when the
Do you
Moors
have
got
a
to Europe.
source for that, Gwen?
It's a bunch of sources. Like next
Name
time I come,
one.
I'm gonna just have to be ready, have my books or whatever. You feel me? I'm not ready to just throw it out like I'm
Well,
Malachi.
can you
But
name
you got
one
it.
book that talks about these alchemist Moors?
That thing you said all
Like
night, you
Bobby
ain't ready.
Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett is
You
my
are
resource
so
for
right
that.
about that.
Wait, that's
Bobby Hemmett.
not a source.
Bobby
That
Hemmett not a source.
no, he not.
Oh my goodness,
Bobby Hemmett not a
I was
source. I thought we were getting like a primary source that showed the
Uh-oh.
Moors and alchemists, but
Where'd he
okay.
go? Did he leave?
I think it's something just happened with this computer. Do you see him in the back, Sister Freedom?
I keep looking out, trying to see it, and I don't see. Oh, there.
It might have died. His phone device might have died.
Well, she said he's trying to connect back, I think.
I
Now.
don't see. Wait a minute. Let me pull it down.
He need more Wi-Fi. I cannot.
Yo, Saint is on one.
But
crazy.
So
Crazy.
Police. I gotta call him. I ain't talked to him in so long.
Dustin, you see the other one? Saint said, "I'm making Morocco."
Y'all are army. Y'all are army. I don't understand why.
Morocco.
I'm smoking on the floor in my. Why are y'all?
The Moors already got planned.
Boy, y'all wild Indians, boy. Yeah.
Also, the mom, what if you not a
I
Moor?
bet y'all was terrible in high school, boy. Niggas get roasted.
Y'all terrible.
Oh man. How y'all doing, man? It's been a while.
Oh, we good. We good over here.
I know you good.
I know. I mean, like, make it make sense, y'all. He said the Bloods don't get along, but that he was explaining that to make sense of the. Yes, he did, to make sense of mulatto being Indian and European in 1828. When the Moors were in power in America to 1871, that's when they lost power. The dictionary for mulatto had no Moors in it. But after they lost power in 1871, that's where they had Moors in it. Then he said, well, you know, all Bloods don't get along. What did that have to do with anything? Like, explain it to me.
Oh, man.
Crazy. Well, we had a good. It's 1:30 in the morning over here.
No, it's 121.
Right.
Yes, it's 12:21 here.
Yeah, I've been rocking out, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm mad that I didn't see it until I was sitting here reading, and then I was like, you know, let me float around YouTube real quick. I was like, oh shoot, I done missed the daggone show. I'm about to go back and watch it.
Yeah, I don't know who. I feel like someone be scoping and sending them, because ain't no way Gwen randomly came in. He said he's been on here before. Maybe I should have asked. I don't remember him.
I don't remember him. I don't remember Gwen. I think I would remember Gwen.
Yeah, I feel like I would remember him too, for sure.
I don't remember him. No, sir.
So wait, what did? Because I was confused when I first came in. I saw the title, but then I was going, you know, with them.
Because people started coming up, and then they started being like, "We just the Moors, more lies."
Oh, okay.
Like, I mean, not even talking about nothing we talked about. It started
Agenda 2025.
I will say CJ was very respectful, and I liked him, but he definitely was going on some tangent about alchemy, like he said, some spiritual. I was like, oh, well. Yeah, so I was like, okay, let me try to make sense of what you saying and stuff like that. But he's kind of what brought up the Moors, and then Gwen came to be like, oh, I can make sense of it all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Gwen made no sense.
Okay. None whatsoever. CJ was making more sense.
Yeah, CJ was right on. CJ was right on with a lot of what he said.
Was he the one that was reading the Oxford Dictionary?
No, that's Omar.
That was another brother that came up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But salute to all of them. And
not Omar Media in the chat. It was like some
conversation because, you know.
See, and I thought he came up because he had the last name B-A-I. So I was like, oh, he's coming to answer the question about Bay being an actual family name. Because Gwen said that Bay is a family name because of Baylor. So I asked him where the lur come from. And he said that's to to get us off our game, so we didn't know they are the Moors.
But if we go anywhere, Dulcie gonna get us in the fight.
Yeah, you know, those people with that boy.
I didn't even start it. I was like, what?
Dulcie gonna have us scrapping everywhere we go.
Everywhere. Okay, how y'all say in the South? Everywhere.
Everywhere.
No way.
And it'd be that one question or the slick comment. But I didn't do a slick comment with him like I did Chief X. I'll give Chief X. I definitely said in the beginning. I definitely said in the beginning. He was like, I don't want none of that monkeying around. I was like, aren't you the one that think you're a monkey?
Why are you mentioning his name? Why are you mentioning his name?
Sorry. He's probably been mentioning our name ever since then. He probably been so mad.
The nigga or something. He just won't let go. Won't let go.
Right.
His name.
I hope they never have any children. They'll never get married.
Damn.
This is why we go in our own way. We passport bros because of women like that.
You see what I'm saying with no people?
Oh man. I gotta
on 1:30, y'all.
I think I need to check my notifications, something like that, because I be wanting to watch y'all show. I don't know how I be missing a notification. So when y'all next
it could
one?
be because we relate too. We gotta look into that because I don't know how the notifications work when you're late.
And make sure that that's right. That you get that ding.
You said make what?
And make sure you get that ding.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Okay.
Make sure of it.
That's that New York, that up north stuff. Something wrong with y'all.
But shit, yo. Wow. That's what we doing tonight.
Oh, boy.
Y'all hear it?
Oh, my bad. I thought I was on mute. My bad.
Hold on. Let's talk about this real quick because I need to understand why y'all be hating on New York so bad. Like,
no,
it's sore. You know what the problem is, and I hate to be like Sister Freedom. I really do to the core, but the problem is he's a Gemini, and like that's all we gotta take from this.
I'm a Taurus. I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what you talking about. I heard all that. I would hate. I love to be me. I've been sexy all my life.
Oh no, it's not that. I would definitely love to be sexy all my life, but I'm talking about how you just come in like I'm a Taurus. You know, Taurus is. I bet you a Taurus. I knew it.
Taurus. Ain't no
I know Sister Freedom of Taurus.
How did you know that, Taurus? You read mine?
Is there another option?
No, not at all.
I'm not gonna pick on me because the man got on. I will not.
You know what? Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Just to play with that. Let's talk about accents real quick. So, all right, you made fun of how I said sure, right? How do you say it?
Sure.
Say it again.
Sure.
Freedom, how do you say sure? We're saying SURE, y'all. How you say sure, Freedom?
Yours got a W in it though. Yours is like SHUW.
No, I ain't actual that.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm gonna go on mute.
Like you already messing up. I ain't actual that. That's not what I asked you. Dulcie, how you say sure? SURE.
Sure. I'm sorry, Dad. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
See, Dulcie has a good sure. Dulcie, that's like she has more of a northern tilt to how she's saying sure. You're saying sword, SAW. That's how your sure sounds. Just saying.
That's I said sure.
Pronounce.
Sure. Sure it doesn't.
Next one, y'all. Next one.
Okay.
St. Louis, mind your business. See, mind your business, St. Louis.
Let's do water. Let's do water.
All right. How do y'all say quarter? The quarter. QUARTER. I want to hear the different way accent. So I would say quarter. How would you say it?
Quarter.
Say it again, Dulcie.
Quarter.
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 That would depend on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to y'all, I would say quarter. If I'm talking to my folks at the cookout, I'm gonna say quarter.
Say it again.
Quarter.
Quota.
Quarter.
Like
Yeah.
quota.
Give me a quarter.
Like give me a quota. Like quarter. Okay, quarter.
It's like QWAU, like quarter.
Quota.
Yeah.
Ah, the emphasis is on the first. Quota.
Yeah, because you're putting a water at the end.
Quarter. Yeah.
Water.
I say quarter. Okay. Freedom, how do you say it?
You ain't hear us to say quarter.
Okay, quarter. And Niche, you still up, baby?
Nisha done fell asleep.
You know, Nisha done.
Yeah, she's sleeping.
My girl done. All right, let's see. All right, so you say, all right, what's the next word, y'all? Give us another word. Let's hear the accent.
How do y'all say couch?
You say what?
Say what?
A couch.
Couch is what she's trying to say.
Oh, like a
No,
sofa?
a couch. What? How is that not a couch?
What you keep saying couch?
How you
No, you mean
COUNCH?
What?
A
Don't
couch.
you mean the thing we sit on?
It's a couch.
Where's
the couch
the
is where you sit.
We need somebody to translate her word.
Right.
The end is where you sit. Okay. How do y'all say it?
Couch.
We say couch, but we say sofa. We don't say couch.
Okay, a sofa.
A sofa. Okay. Okay. We say couch. I'll say couch. How about you?
Not Sabian. I say hippopotamus.
Couch.
Hip hop anonymous.
Couch, sofa, couch, sofa.
See how is Sister Freedom saying it different than me?
She's saying couch.
Couch.
I don't know what you said though.
Where's this end keep coming from you?
I don't get it. Okay, fine.
Don't see there's not an N in there. Couch. It's couch.
I thought I heard the same thing. I heard a head in there.
Right.
It said y'all are saying couch.
That's better. But
Well, I literally have to open up my whole throat when I can just be like couch.
I don't know what the hell.
It sounds like you saying like the word count with a CH on the end. Couch.
It's not though, but okay.
You're right. It's not. My bad.
All right.
I
How
heard
do y'all say? Okay. Pronounce this.
UM.
B.
Oh, my bad.
BEEN. Ben. How do you say that?
Ben.
Like I've been doing that.
Yeah, I've been doing it.
Okay, good.
Look, now she better call us country. Look at.
Wait, how do you say it?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again for me, please.
Ben.
Oh gosh, shit is funny. That is so cute. Oh, band. like it's a band on. How I hear it is like like a band on something. When you put a band on something, it's like a stop. That's not the word sword. It's band. The proper way to say it, because from New York, we say things right.
Right.
It's Ben. Okay. BEN.
Yeah, Ben. But those actually gave the right sentence because we say that all the time. Been doing that.
I've been doing that.
That's why I was like, I had to get the definition.
That.
That's what I was like.
No,
what
it's
kind
not.
of bin?
It's
Is
not.
it a bin I throw something away or bin?
It's not. Dots. It's not that. It's nat. Been doing that.
Been doing that.
Yeah, nat. Yeah.
Been doing that. Okay, got you. What? All right. St. Louis says say street. Street.
Yeah, we say street.
Yeah, street.
Street.
Yeah, we say street.
Okay, next word, y'all. This is gonna be a good one. How to pronounce the word EGG?
Egg.
Yeah, egg.
Freedom?
Egg.
Okay. Egg. Okay. That's a good one, y'all. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
we don't really curve the G that hard. It's just egg.
That sounds like A. Like A.
Kind of
Yeah,
sort
that's
of,
sad
yeah.
because in Georgia, y'all just stopped saying words.
They just
Y'all
dropped
just
Yeah,
gave us a part of
everything is
it,
a run-on sentence.
melded it together. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Just like, like the fuck?
Okay, how do y'all say iron?
Oh
Iron,
wow, that's a good one.
Iron.
iron.
Pass me the iron. Yeah, iron. Yeah,
See,
iron.
yours got a Y in it.
No, iron.
Iron. Yeah,
Iron.
iron. Yeah, iron.
That's right, big sister. You must learn. New York in the building. We got the best accent all day. You already know.
Lord
Y'all
have mercy.
already know, though. Come on now. Y'all already know. New York is just,
That's why she wrote it all caps.
it is what it is. All right, I have another word, y'all. Pronounce OIL.
Or
Oil.
Say that again. Say it again.
What do you mean? I just
Or.
said
Not
that.
yours. I'm talking about swords. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
He's in Georgia. That was just oil.
It's
You're like, oh.
crazy. So what? Say that again for me.
Or. Change your oil. I need to get an oil change.
Oh. Now, once again,
Yeah,
they they just be like just dropping letters over words and shit.
Yeah. Oil change.
It's like, okay.
How do you say old?
Like OLD?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
So it's the same word. I gotta read the context of the
Yeah,
sentence.
it's the context, yeah. Come on, JB, you supposed to be on my side. It's better laugh.
He in the background roasting you.
Yeah, I hear it.
No,
right.
that's what you
If you
get because y'all banged against me when I was like couch, and he been saying that like, why do you say it like that?
That's why we had a hard time understanding. Did you say count?
That's so I love accents though. I think that's so interesting, you know? It really I love hearing accents. Lord Jesus. Okay, my last word. Say huge. How do you say HUGE?
Huge.
Okay.
Huge.
You didn't drop a letter off, Sword. I'm proud of you.
Nah, you got to get somebody from either Memphis or St. Louis to say it. Them boy be like huge.
Oh yeah.
They done added some letters.
Midwest. We missing something.
No, they're famous for the R. That's why Gorilla going so hard right now because she put an R in everything.
Yes. That's funny.
Now we got a word. Now I got one. How do you say THREE?
3.
Oh, okay. I would say tree or 3. Which way I'm going? If I'm talking to my West Indians, I would say 3. If I'm, we say 3.
I do that one.
Trying to trick me,
Sister Frida, you done fell asleep on that?
Freedom is on her way out. She got her bonnet on. She ready to go to sleep, get her beauty rest.
Okay,
my grandma used to tell me to say this and say it fast. So like the red ants running around the green mash pole fell in grandma's ash hole.
Wait, say it again. The red ants running around the what?
Say that again.
Green mash pole.
The red ants running around the green mash pole.
Fell in grandma's ash hole.
The red ants running around the green mash pole. Fell in grandma's ash pole.
Pole.
POLE? Pole?
HOLE. So it's pole then hole. With the H.
Red
pole,
ants
hole.
running. Oh, pole. Okay. Red ants running around the green mash pole fell in grandma's ash pole hole.
Yeah, and then she would be like, say it 5 times fast.
I swear I don't like the way that sounds. Fell in
I
grandma.
think that's why she made me do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, all right. I want y'all to say this sentence, okay? I want each of y'all to say this sentence in y'all accent, okay? We're gonna say, "Give me a quarter to go to the corner store."
Give me a quarter to go to the corner store.
So that y'all hear that Jersey, Delaware accent, right? Say it again, Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a quarter to go to the corner store.
So she really pronounces, and I was right. So give me a quarter to go to the corner store. Sword, your turn.
Give me a quarter to go to the corner store.
Corner store.
Corner store.
Let me go to corner store.
That has some swag on it. I like that. That had
And we say gimme. We don't say give me. It's gimme.
gimme.
Right.
Give me a quarter.
Letters and stuff.
But give me a quarter to go to the corner store.
And when we say quarter, like in that sense, it's a D, not a T. So give me a quarter. And we like slow it. I don't know why we all talk like that. Give me a quarter.
Okay.
So I can go to the corner store.
That kind of sound like New Orleans, though.
Yeah.
That is my favorite accent, y'all. If I must pick an accent, I would pick a Louisiana accent.
Yeah, Southern accent.
Say Louisiana. Say it. Louisiana.
No,
Louisiana.
specifically a NOLA accent because they're different. They're all different,
right.
you know.
You're right.
Right.
Oh, you mean
I
it's
do
a
like
different-
all Louisiana, but
It's
New
a
Orleans
different
accents
kind
are
of.
the best.
It's a different type of culture. Chocolate people.
They even got different depending upon what side of New Orleans you grew up on. They accents different.
Yeah.
Even within the I went down there and met with Carrie Bay, him and Dez down there. I like their accents too, man.
I just love when they say how do they say baby?
Baby.
Baby.
Yeah, that is. And that's why Super, like, I love me some Super. And that's how she got super big, too, and got famous and got all those properties just based on just telling stories and just her accent and different things like that. But, yeah, like, I love their accent. They have a thing like this, too, of just being like, say oil and the Earl.
I went into
stove.
stove. Yeah, going to the stove. And we say finna. I'm finna go to the stuff. Finna.
Yeah, finna.
Like I'm about to. I'm finna.
Oh, finna. Right. I'm finna. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we refer to the corner store as bodegas in New York City. Not in all of New York State, but in New York City, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Corner store.
So is the bodega for everybody? I thought the bodega was just like for the Spanish community. Like if someone.
Bodegas, they integrated both. The bodegas are in every hood near you in the city. Right?
Oh, okay.
That's where you go.
I do like Baltimore accents, but Baltimore accents are more so they bring a smile to your face. You just like do. I can't even do it. Say do. Say do in Baltimore. Can anybody do it?
Oh, they do. What's Jeremiah, man?
We got a lot of listen. Where y'all from? Where y'all from anyway in the chat? So I know New York because I got my sister, big sister. You must learn. She already let that know. Like New York, you know, we number one. Where y'all from in the chat?
Sachi, I think Sachi from Louisiana, right? Certified Sachi, ain't you from?
No, he from Tennessee.
Oh, he from
Tennessee.
It must. There's another guy named Sachi that I thought he was from either Mississippi or Louisiana.
Mississippi. Not yeah. So we will emphasize the first Mississippi.
Yeah, we run all that together. It's too many S's.
Yeah, we like to pronounce, enunciate. You know what I mean?
How do y'all say? Well, I say regular, but I know it's regular. How do y'all say regular?
Regular. Yeah, we drop the R. Regular.
Yeah, it's regular.
REGALA. Regular.
Yeah. We got the R. We got the R. Yeah, regular.
How y'all say shouty?
Shouty.
Shorty.
Come on. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Shorty, what's up?
That's for shorty.
Hey, Shorty, what's up? Hey, Shorty. That's what we say. We don't say shouty. Shorty. See that swag on that?
Shouty.
You know what I'm saying? Like the swag is different in New York.
Why
Like,
is I feel like I'm in school again? Damn.
because you're in Delaware. Delaware don't get no play, no props.
Delaware is the play, honey.
Yeah, y'all out there in the water.
Y'all are the play.
Say that again. Say that again, Sword.
Y'all out there in the water.
How would you say that, Dulcie?
I don't know what you just say.
Water.
Water other than water.
I know you ain't talking Miss Couch.
Whatever. You sit down on the couch. We all do.
Imagine if Dulcie, grown up and said,
some water.
"All right, now y'all sat out. Y'all sat out on the couch."
On the couch.
Hard. I cannot.
Cause that's what my grandma, she say, rather than saying sit down, she say sat down.
Oh, sat down. Yeah.
Sat
my
down.
grandma was from Virginia.
Oh yeah, for sure.
My big mama from on my dad's side.
Mm-hmm.
They traumatized us because
I
we were
need
good.
my do.
You remember those buddy
They
dolls?
say I need
Shout
my
out to Alabama. Alabama's in the house, y'all. Ariana says Northern California. She feels like they don't really have an accent. Aw, I don't know how Northern Cali talk. I'm not sure.
Well, the Geechee people say
No, California definitely has an
Nah.
accent.
Yeah.
Dulcie,
They definitely have an
Dulcie. The Geechee people say I need my hairdo.
Yeah.
I need my hair. And I said my name Robin. Robbie, I need my hairdo.
Yep. you damn near sound like Nisha. I'm like, okay. That's how
OTK1.
Now watch.
Or OTK, right?
Yeah. Once they got my hair did, something like that, right? Y'all say y'all got
Right,
that
yeah, it's like did
Mhm.
or something like that.
That which I
But I would say that like my family would have been like sat down somewhere, but they traumatized us, so they had a buddy doll, and they didn't know my brother made it look like fire was coming out of him to get us to sit down one day. So then they all started using this doll. They would just set this doll up in a chair, and that's so traumatizing, like a horror film.
I mean, you remember this shit like 20-something
I
years later,
do, I do, and we sat still too. But it's just like you would threaten us with our whole life. Us thinking like we about to die.
I'm telling you, Southern people.
I have another one. How do y'all say?
The lightning and thunder, they turn every light off.
Yep, and you gotta sit still.
Oh yeah, we turned everything off.
And they be like, "Go read a book." How? How, Sway? You told us to turn off all these lights.
PlayStation, everything turned off.
Put the candles on. That's how you gonna read it, and I dare you to move. When God, what they say, when God is talking.
When God is talking.
God,
yeah, you gotta listen.
That Kansas City has a funny accent too. I don't know how they sound in Kansas City.
And the angels is crying.
Kansas City, I don't know either.
I'm not too sure about that. That Kansas City accent. All right, how do y'all say vitamin?
Vitamin.
Okay. We making progress. Georgia actually pronounced the letters apart. I see you, Georgia. All right.
In New York, don't y'all say vitamins or something like that?
No, it's just plain old vitamins.
Oh, okay.
Now, vitamins is yeah. How do you say ATE?
8.
8.
Like the number 8?
No. Like you ate.
ATE.
Oh, 8. Same. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh shit! Here go this one, y'all. Let's wait for it. How do you say AGAIN? AGAIN. I know it's late. Again.
Again.
We pronounce that, not me.
Oh, again, yeah, again.
Again with an E in
Again.
Again. How do you say it, Speedo?
I never heard nobody spell that word. That's interesting.
Really?
Again.
Yeah.
Oh, again. Okay.
I thought you had. I was thinking age and
Some
you
people
left the
say
G.
again. Don't do that again.
Don't do that again.
See, because gain, but then again, it's like different for us. Like, but if you gain something, GAIN, you are gonna say it gain. But like, yeah, I don't know. Again, it's something we
Oh
just
shit.
do.
In Georgia or in Atlanta, you do it again.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Right, do it again
That shit is a threat and a half.
and find out. And find out real quick.
Now, one more again. One more again.
Yeah, one more again, yeah.
Oh,
Right.
one
So
more
when
time.
when somebody says, "What's up?" What does that mean in your part of where you live?
Depends on how they say it.
Right, because
I say it depends on the
it
circumstance.
could be how you doing, or it could be let's get ready. We can ready. What's up?
Yeah.
Right, get it
Okay.
in.
Okay.
What's up?
Okay.
How we doing this?
It's not just what's up? What's the one singular meaning for what's up?
Who's good?
No, because because what's good don't got one meaning. Because you could be like what's good, but you could be like what's good.
You're right with what's good, but what's up?
What's up is the same way. So if someone's looking and they want to fight,
If someone say what's
you
good,
gonna be
that's
like
different.
no.
No.
You gonna be like what's up? Like
if I say what's up and leave it there, it's hi. That's it.
no,
It ain't
it's not
nothing else.
always hi though. It
No?
could be like what's up? What you got going on? Like what you about to do?
Yeah,
That's still different. That's not a hi. That's
It
not
used
a
to be
hi.
high, but it turned into what's up.
Exactly. What's up? Like
It
what
used
what
to
you
be
want
high.
to do?
What you want
But
to
if
do?
somebody
One
says,
box? One box?
Y'all gotta remember, y'all the masters of like, you know what? I don't want to say a shit ton of things, so I'm gonna say one thing to say a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah,
So
that's
what's
what
up?
I
That's what I'm saying.
always
So
say that.
That's
One word.
yeah,
American.
so that's why what's up can mean
Where
multiple
English can
things.
mean
It
a
doesn't
whole
just
bunch
mean
of
hi.
things.
No,
It's not like how we can use the B word.
okay, what I mean is like, it's like when you say, you know, nigga, like, you know what I'm saying, nigga can mean a whole bunch of shit depending on the context.
So can what's up?
Exactly.
Nigga.
Exactly.
You feel me, nigga?
I mean, I got something to tell
Exactly.
you.
So that's
But
why
you can
what's
even be
up?
like,
That was the
this
only
my
thing. That
nigga.
what's
What's
up don't
up?
just
This
mean
my
hi.
nigga.
It doesn't mean hi. Like
That's why I said, I was like, I chose high, then I thought about it, I was like, okay, cool. I wanted,
and it can mean more than just hi. Like
Listen
if
though,
if
JB.
you cross
used to mean
next your
hi.
own people and you haven't seen your own people all day, if you were in Maine, what's up means something different.
Yeah.
Because it was like
It
the
means something
joy to
Over
see
"But
here,
you
what's
in
up and
Maine.
what's good are two different."
That
Listen,
what's up is
y'all.
gonna
in
be
Delaware,
totally
what's
different.
up when you go get your
If
butt
you
whooped?
if you go to Delaware, and you just bored outside your mind and you come across,
So here we go with the shade. I can't.
right.
that was
Out there in the water.
You gonna get your ass whooped. I'm just gonna straight tell you like this. Delaware is known for kicking your ass. And it's just no way around it. It's small, and that's just how it is. You don't come here like them Hebrews stand on the corner of New York talking that. They can't do that here. Not at all.
Your Delaware accent coming out real strong right now.
Can't do it at all.
Yeah, right.
That's
Now,
why I
if
get her
somebody
all
says,
turned
now
up. But
listen,
she likes
if
it. She likes
somebody
to throw
says,
shots
"What's up,
too.
Dulcie?" Wait, hold on. If somebody says, I think I heard JB said, but if somebody says, "What's up?" Right? Oh, okay, I'm talking about here in New York, right? Okay, so if somebody says, "What's up?" That's very different than somebody coming up to you and saying, "What's good?" If somebody say, "What's good?" Usually, depending on how, like, "What's good?" Right? Square up. That's what that should be, right? So, what's good and what's up have two very different
How
meanings.
we doing this?
Yeah,
All
but
that.
that's where we can say what's up for that. Like if you're staring and it's like what there's animosity, you're gonna be like, "What's up?" And it's not a hi. It's gonna be like, "Okay,
we
what's
gotta
up?"
look.
Like,
We gotta look that say what's up.
right.
It's a facial expression.
You better know it.
Because mainly, if I don't know you, my what's up is a head nod as a hi. Honestly, it's just like, yep, you know, I know, we know. We know. Hello. And I'm out.
Okay,
Head nod,
how do you
but-
say the? Now here's my last. How do y'all say that? I want y'all each to say, like Monday through Sunday or Sunday through whatever, Monday through Sunday. Okay.
But wait a minute. How about they saying that on my soul?
Freedom. Say
On my
Monday,
soul.
Tuesday, Wednesday. How do you say those words?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So she goes Saturday. You see that like D, right?
Yeah,
We would
Saturday.
say, I would
Wait,
say
on my soul, is that something you say?
Thursday,
Like,
Friday,
was that
No,
something that
that's
you
what
used to
I'm
say,
saying.
Sister
When they
Rita?
get they got this thing now where they say on my soul. This is happening on my
Oh
soul.
yeah,
I'm
like
like,
it's like
what?
on God.
Oh
Okay.
God.
Oh, they say on God too. Yeah.
On my mom.
Now, Sword, say the days of the week for me.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, y'all actually pronounce every letter in the word. You go, Georgia. And
Represent.
see,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't really have a Texas like you don't
Okay.
really have a strong Southern Texas
I
accent.
don't.
Yeah.
Because I moved a lot. But so I say it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
But I do hear it coming
What
out.
did you say Sunday? Would you say
Sunday. Well, did I say? I don't know. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But I think it comes out more too at night.
Why do you say Wednesday? Why isn't that Wednesday?
Well, I don't know because you
Wednesday.
don't say
Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Right. But it's spelled Wednesday, right?
Yeah, it's
Right.
Wednesday.
So why do you say Wednesday?
Because that's how they taught it. There was all this other
Wednesday.
stuff.
The whole word.
Remember,
Yeah,
I before E, except after C, and then there was all this other shit. This I before E, and it's not a motherfucking C. I don't know. They do that sometimes. They just make up rules and then take them away. So
Victor says, and Alabama, they speak of Alabama has a nice little twang to it too. Alabama.
Oh yeah, Alabama has definitely.
Y'all have a very nice, yeah, for sure. And
The average. Oh, my bad.
go ahead.
I was gonna say that the average person in Atlanta, when they say Saturday, they say Saturday. Like they drop the T. Saturday.
Right.
Saturday. I can't even do that.
Saturday.
I just add it automatically.
Saturday.
It's like SAERDAY. Saturday.
But I want y'all to know to say
Saturday.
in the letter, your tongue has to touch the roof of your mouth. when I say count, my tongue never touches my mouth.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know
Count.
what y'all are hearing.
Okay.
Y'all's ears, not mine.
I got
You see how
ask
it
y'all.
took me and
I got a
Dot's like,
question to ask y'all. If a person have a stroke, right, and now they have like a slurred speech from the stroke, what advice would you give them on helping their speech get back in order? I say read out loud. This is what I said. I said read out loud and add to it. What advice, like if somebody said, you are a very attractive young man, Sword, and I would like to meet you. That's like adding stuff on, adding words on to get their speech back. But do you think reading would be the best advice to give them reading out loud? Or what kind of advice would you give them?
so I'm of the yeah, I think reading is great. I think that's a great option. One of the things that I would add to that would be some type of herbal remedy. So,
right. Now that's true too.
Because you can use what they call nootropics to restore brain cells. As long as a person can consume and digest herbs, they can. So, like if someone is brain dead, they can't do it because their digestive system is not working, because their brain is not like the normal flow and function is not working properly. But as long as someone can consume and digest food, period, then they can also go the herbal route in addition to what you said, which is reading books. So yeah, that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. I think well, let's see. If someone has a stroke, that's isn't that somewhat related to like their central nervous system? I mean, I know it's depending on the type of stroke that they have. So I know that that's probably why the speech is coming out slurred. So it's sort of retraining that muscle. So yeah, I agree with what Sword said, and what you suggested, right? Like just building that muscle capacity back, but it's gonna take time because it's damage to their nervous system.
But you still got to use them. You
Really,
got
they need to
the muscle.
relax though. Don't have them rush. Even for books, like have them start with just simple children's books and different things and work their way up, because it could
Like I
be
was
putting
telling
way
you.
too much pressure on them trying to be like, oh, I gotta do
Hurry
this,
up and
I
get
gotta
back.
do that, I gotta hurry up and be like normal, because that can spark another stroke or the stress of it all. So yeah, like read books, but just take it easy too, of just being like, it's gonna come back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the brain is a
I
muscle,
really
just
thought
like you.
I thought you could you massage that muscle as well, like massaging and things and what is it? The limps. I cannot limp something moving through the body. That's my thing. Once you have a stroke, you really got to do a lot. You really have to do a lot. My best friend had a stroke and it really is bothering me. You know what I mean? I told her, I said, you got her speech is slurred, and when she's walking, it's not, not like she's supposed to be walking like regular walking. Like
Yeah, it's gonna be like a different, like a limp,
yeah, she
with
needs
like
to
a
be.
retaining.
I don't think she should went home yet. She went home yesterday, and I don't think
Is
she should.
someone helping take care of her?
Yeah, her husband there, but she lives in Jersey, which is a little bit further from me. But I guess we're gonna have to go up there and like be helping her and stuff. I think she need to be massaged too.
Yeah, I
With
think
Yeah,
massage and
it's a
music,
reset.
and
different
stretch
vibrations, different things
and that
like that.
herbal
Have
thing
her
is gonna
listen
do
to,
it.
and like, and so sometimes she's not like stressing or trying to do too much.
Right,
Like she can just sit back, listen to certain classical music, listen to certain
and
vibrations. There's
meditate.
different vibrations that are really good for the
Hmm.
brain. So looking into those, as far as like those hurts that you want to go ahead and play, and
And
even
speak
her playing that through
um,
her sleep and going to sleep to
brain,
different things like that.
and she can
And
listen to sleep.
we can't understate. I mean, this is so important because even I have to remember this, right? Like the importance of staying hydrated and really, really flushing
Hmm.
the body and drinking water for that oxygen.
Drinking what?
Part of that stroke is because there's a blockage of blood flow as well, right? So replenishing those red blood cells, and trying to oxygenate that. So, Dulcie, that's a great point actually of not overdoing it and taking it very slow, but doing it
Right.
Hmm.
because our body is amazing, really and truly, right? Our body knows how to heal itself.
Facts.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
It is
And I
amazing.
know because sometimes we stress ourselves out, especially us women, and of us our complexion. When this happens to us very young, in our 40s, and a lot of us, and really it comes about because of stress and different things like that. Overwork, stress,
Stress.
never relaxing, all this always on the go. So it's like we're so used to that after that moment that is like a reset. Literally, it's like your body being like,
Yep.
"Oh, we got to reset."
That's
Starting
right.
over.
Being like, "Oh, giving your body those same stresses ain't gonna work."
At all, because the same thing is going to take you there. Can't eat the same foods, can't drink the same things. I mean, I just told her, I said, you're going to have to just change. There's nothing wrong with eating watermelon and fruit and stuff like that for breakfast. It's nothing wrong for eating it, but don't try to eat too much. You know what I'm saying? Just eat one good meal a day, but the rest of them make them small or fruit,
And it'd be
vegetables.
nice if I don't say go vegan or anything, but like even pescatarian's probably good for her to get some kind of
Yeah,
fish, because the
I'm
omega
I'm a
threes are
vegetarian.
really good for your brain. But just like even being like some
Hmm.
plant based sometime, making sure she's getting the proper minerals in her diet, because even us, we're not getting the proper
Yeah,
minerals in our
that's a
diet.
fact. I know I'm not. And it's all and there's also that environmental factors which play a huge role, right? And the toxins that we take in every single day, just living, what
Hmm.
I mean, doing our normal kind of thing. And so I feel like, especially in 2024, unfortunately, there's so many things, if you will, right, that's coming
Mhm.
at us on a daily basis, right, that we're ingesting on a daily basis, right? Our auditory senses, right, our visual senses, our hearing senses, all of these things that our bodies that we are taking in, and that we're ingesting, you know. So that whole that whole point of reset is major, major, you know.
Because your body is always telling you something. And it really is a message as far as it. Also, when you say massaging too, Sister Freedom, and this goes for like anything, you know, massaging your feet is for every portion of your body. So like that's really good, having foot massages. The different points in your body connect to like your stomach, your head, all this other stuff. A foot massage can end up making you feel a lot better. That's why
Yep.
too with sicknesses that they say put onions on your feet, because
That's
it's
what
going to be
happened.
most
They should do
susceptible
that to
to
me
get
because
those
I
toxins
had for
out.
nosebleeds.
Ooh, let's talk
But
about those old remedies, those old
old
time good
remedies.
old remedies that work. Come on.
That
And
is
you
a
can
good subject.
you can have a pretty good idea of what's going on with your body or with anybody's body. As a matter of fact, hold on, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat.
And I
Have
think
y'all?
it's Caribbean dots. Have you ever heard potatoes gets rid of fevers?
No.
Oh,
Potatoes do a lot. We
yeah.
got
Well, if you wrap them around like
we
your
got
middle
that
of the
storm
thing, it
here,
can
man.
break a fever. But I was always thinking like maybe Caribbean people know about it because everybody was saying that, and I was like, so none of y'all get potatoes wrapped around your head and stuff to break the fever?
Well,
When
we
I
use
had bad nosebleeds, they used to do that kind
yeah,
of
we use a lot of
keys.
fruits and
The
herbs.
keys, I don't know what keys to do, but the keys, they used to put that around my neck too.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that for the nosebleeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can one of y'all put that up on the screen? That link that I put in the back chat.
Let me see.
Are you going to cash app one of us for doing this?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you for criminal.
Okay.
There you go. We ain't even have to go over that word, criminal.
He's a smooth criminal.
Focus Mine, I saw the first time you said that, eat for your blood type. And I have seen people talk about that, eating for O or A positive. But I saw one woman talking about eating for O and being like, O's are the ones that can eat red meat. And then I saw a bunch of O's in the comments like, no, we can't. So I don't know how to believe what a blood type can eat and not. When people are being like, I'm a O and that don't work for me. So is it based on blood type? I don't know. We had to research.
So what is this? What you wanted?
Yeah, see if you can pull up see if you can scroll up to the top and just click on images so that way we can blow it up.
Okay.
So basically what I want to showcase is that you can look inside of your eyes or you can look inside, your family members' eyes and to see where colors are, lines are, and that will kind of give you an indication of what organ on the inside of your body is receiving some form of stress. And then you can target that organ.
I'm clicking on the first image and I'm going to just like try to highlight like.
See, I didn't know that
Can you
because
click
I
on
thought it was like more so just
fine.
like when your eyes are red or yellow. But I didn't know there's different spots and different colors.
Yeah, it depends on where the line is at. Will determine which organ is experiencing stress. So wherever the lines are, or wherever the color is, or
all right,
like I wish you could.
Oh, this is not clear, y'all. Hold on, let me get another. No, hold on.
Or you can probably type it in on your side. It might pull up something different. It's just Iridology chart.
But have y'all ever heard of that, eating for your blood type?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that.
So because what I heard was A positive or A's. I don't know. They're supposed to be vegans, but other ones are not. What have y'all ever heard that?
Yeah, it's been a while. I was actually on the path of being an herbalist, but I forgot all that stuff.
All right, Sword, is this okay? So like this is right eye, left eye. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah. So they basically So like if you think of your car, how your car has like a dashboard that tells you like if the check engine light come on or something like that, it kind of lets you know what's going on with your car. Your eyes are the same way. They literally operate the same way, and they let you know what's going on the inside of your body. So if you notice, the actually are the same. You see how the insides, you got the thyroid on the left eye and the thyroid on the right eye. So wherever those lines are on the inside of your eye, it gives you an idea or an indication that that particular organ is experiencing some type of stress. So when you go to the doctor, and the doctor, well, I don't know if they do it anymore, but I remember when I was a kid, they'll pull out the little light and they'll put it in your eye. They was looking for those lines so that way they can have an idea of what part of your body is experiencing some type of stress. Then they would start asking you questions to see if the colorations on your eye align with whatever questions they ask and the answers that you give. So you can literally kind of use this for yourself, to kind of see and confirm, if you got anything going on with your own personal body.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I
But they got
definitely.
quite a few charts out there. But what made me think of this was what you said, Dulcie, because the hands, the feet, and the eyes, they all kind of work together
Right.
and showcase and demonstrate the same things. So if someone has a headache, sometimes you can see it in their eye. But if you massage like between the pointer finger and the thumb, which is kind of where most people typically massage, then they'll start to see the headache will go away, and they'll also see the coloration in the eye go away at the same time.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I used to do that.
Yeah,
No, between.
but yeah, man, that's when
Yeah, the
Swarty
body's.
Ziggy got in the herbal community, man. I was almost there.
You would have been a good herbalist.
Yeah, I would have been there. I'm still do it though. I just had to put it on the back burner for a little bit, but I'm gonna come back to it.
I love conversations like that, though, because it's all
Yeah.
interconnected ultimately, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and it's really getting, stuff that people used to do and stuff and coming down and like what your parents used to do, what my parents used to do, and then we just put it all together. And like, okay, now we actually have a natural remedy that we can just do.
Y'all remember that nursery rhyme about how'd it
Ooh,
go?
boy, you sound like you was from the South when you said that.
What happened?
Y'all remember that?
Yeah, y'all remember that?
Boy, you sound like you were straight out of Alabama.
Yeah, y'all remember that? What was that rhyme, that song that it was like the head is connected to the neck bone,
Neck
the
bone.
neck bone
I'm
connected to
connected
the
to
head. Well, yeah, the neck bone. What's the next part of it? I don't remember, but I remember that nursery dance.
right. I don't remember that
Was
part.
that Ride, Sally, Ride? I think that was the name of
Y'all remember that? That's what it made me think
I
of.
think you say hip bone at some point.
Oh, it's actually they actually got a video on it. Let me find out. They taking jacking our shit. They made a whole video on YouTube. Hold on. Let me see.
What? Who?
On that nursery rhyme of the head is connected to
Oh
the.
yeah, to the thing. Oh, they probably got. We need to look up Gracie's
Let me
Corner.
find out.
Gracie Corner probably got a good song for it. It got a beat on it and everything. If not,
Let me
Gracie
find out.
Corner, then Jules TV. That's where they really been hyping up the nursery rhymes these days. It's different.
And blending it with that hip hop.
Oh yeah. They got the hip hop mixes and stuff.
Sister Freedom, you still up?
Oh no.
The
They
same
got.
that Barney sung that.
Y'all want to look at this song? No, they did. That is so disrespectful because that is not how we used to sing it. Look at this, y'all. Just for laughs. Hold on. This is crazy. Would y'all show y'all kids this thing here? Hold on. Your freedom. Share that if you can, my love. I cannot. Yeah, do y'all see this?
No, you can't see nothing yet.
All right, wait to freedom.
She might have fell asleep.
Oh, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I'm not asleep. I went to check the basement.
Oh, okay.
My boo is back. Okay, yeah.
Freedom,
Can
she
you
just
get
woke up.
I wasn't asleep. I had to go check that basement. We having a
No, I
basement.
can tell by her voice she wasn't asleep because sometimes she come in and like you definitely was asleep. Okay.
No,
I
this
mean,
time you know she's sweet because you know we talking about.
Nobody's talking about the Tauruses, are they?
Do y'all see the video? Because I'm not looking at the screen.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't know you was trying to show something. Wait a minute, guys. Give me one second.
I told you she was asleep.
I was not asleep. I had to
You know what? This the clue. This how y'all know she's asleep, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, you see how we talking about this? So she'll come in like, so yeah, don't stream beans. How y'all make y'all stream beans?
Change the whole topic.
No, for real though. Like, or she'll come in like the last two words. Thank God. And then it's just like she'll be like, yeah, thank God, because this like what you hear nothing before. You just made up some stuff.
You wasn't even talking about God.
I know, Sister Rita. We love you though.
Yeah,
So we
do.
got the four
It's
skeletons.
only one big mama for unscrambled minds, and that's our boo. All right. Oh, I think she pulled it up. Okay, wait, hold on. Now look how wild we get.
Who them people? I want to name them. I want to name them.
The undone.
Those the
bones.
undone people. Those are undone people right there.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Here we go. This is crazy. Listen to how they said it. Craziness.
Them bones, dry bones, them bones,
Lord have
dry
mercy.
bones, dry bones. Now shake them skeleton bones. The toe bone's connected to the foot bone. The foot bone's connected to the ankle bone. The ankle bone's connected to the leg bone. Now shake them skeleton bones.
That's not how we do that.
Fall off.
You know,
Right,
swear,
that is not
we do not say it like that.
Ain't no rhythm in it or nothing.
And
It's
but
like,
the fact that they said them bones.
now they teaching slang. This is crazy.
Like what? Exactly.
Now shake them skeleton bones.
Right. I just see an old woman. Shake them. No, in a nursing
I don't even
home.
see where we got the same body structures or nothing like that. I just don't see it. We got hair, they got fur. I mean, I just don't see it.
Wait, did Bebop do it? Did Bebop and TJ do it on Barney, or
How
just
you gonna
Barney?
live in the same country?
Wait, I'm gonna find a remix.
I mean, you know,
Because if Bebop did it,
we still sound
then
different.
it was
You ever
lit.
notice that? Sword, we
Was
live
that?
in the same place and still sound different.
Yep.
And and the crazy part is we cook different, all in the same place now.
Mm-hmm.
Walk different, smell different. Everything about them is different, and they live in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, baby Bob.
My mama nature ain't the bomb. She the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
She made all these different people, different cultures, and damn if they ain't different right in your face. What is you saying? You got to say to them. They don't say, "Oh my Lord," like we do. They don't say nothing like we do. They just don't. They just. And if you ever go to their churches, oh my God, it's the most boringest episode you ever went. It's a bad
Oh my
night.
goodness.
And off dance, all off beat, everything. Very seldom do you find ones that that are copycatters. That does similar to what we do. It's just simple as that. They just different people. And people be like, oh, he got a little bit soul in him because he can move a little bit, just a little bit.
Well,
They
at church,
a soul in them.
at church they go to choir rehearsal. We go to choir rehearsal.
Yes. They probably don't even use that.
We got choir rehearsal.
Horrible. Oh, it's just
I
horrible.
think it's
The
more
African,
so
even
the
African
songs,
sing that
and
song.
sometimes they
Sounds
even got
horrible.
the same song, which is the funniest thing ever. when you go to a white church and they have the same song as a black church, because it's not the same song still, and it's like
They sing it different,
they
God,
sing
this
it
thing is
way
horrible.
different or
like a
whatever. I
hymnal.
can't think of one of the songs, but it was so funny listening to it because
All on
we gonna sing
that
it
is
and
just
then we gonna
annoying.
sing it 20 times and we gonna make that one
Hmm.
word 20 other verses and then we gonna come back again round 2, round 3. They get in, get out. They sing it. Thank you, Lord, and then it's like, okay, we're
And when
done.
the choir get done singing, that's the pastor gonna sing it, one or two verses when he come up to the pulpit.
Right, to get everybody
Yeah.
going.
And they don't even get mad the same way we do. They get mad. They act like they got straight bipolar. I look right at them like they're crazy.
No,
Cause
I
they
like
do
their little
act like
mad.
crazy to
Someone
me. I be like,
made
oh,
that
you
go
you're
viral. Be
crazy.
like, get mad
Oh,
like
I
a
see
white
how I'm gonna
person.
have to deal with
And
you.
it actually is fun because it's like, listen here, buddy.
Let me tell you something, buddy. Let me
You
tell you
got
something,
another
buddy.
thing coming.
Put it there, pal.
For Peter's sake.
And they really feel like, all they got to do is say that they are undone to this what they call the police, okay, and that they get over. They really feel superior in somebody else's land. But we see you. I look right in their faces and tell them, I see you. I know who you are. I tell them. They be like, what are you talking about? You're the devil. I say it right in front of their face.
Mm.
I do. With our ones, you know what I say to them when they come to my house with some bull crap? I see your name tag. I hope you know that. Don't act out. Don't act crazy because I see your name tag. What do you mean by that, Miss Red? Oh, which means I know how to pull up Akron. That means to find out where you live, who in your family. Yeah. Be careful what you do trying to copy behind this undone one. You gotta be a certain kind of way with certain people. But for some reason, the undone feel like they can just. You ever notice they feel like they can just put their hands on you? You ever notice that about them when they are what they call police? They got immunity, insurance, some type of insurance that let them get away with some stuff. Being a police officer, they really feel like they can put their hands on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you get crazy right along with them. That's why I always use my favorite thing. I see your name tag. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Johnny, you better back up, pal.
Mm-hmm.
You got another thing coming?
Yes. And if they pull you over for a mere traffic ticket, you ever notice 8, 9 cars pull up at the same time? Who does that? It's one little old lady in the car. It's for your safety and mine.
I'm gonna look for it now. The Black Gospel version of the Dry Bones. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
But you gotta have 9 police officers here with the cars. It's so embarrassing just to give me a ticket. That's how they act. They just weird and crazy to me. They just crazy. I think that done police officers are completely different when they police officers. What you think about that, Sport?
Well, it depends. When you say different, what you mean by that?
They act different than like they just start to change into them or something.
Oh yeah. It's you got some of them, that's their opportunity to be powerful because maybe they didn't have it growing up. A lot of those, I remember, like some of the guys that I went to high school with, they used to get picked on. So,
Yeah, they become police officers. That's only what they
right,
because now they feel like they're in a gang. They
yeah,
feel like they're in a gang
We
now.
are
Somebody
in a
can
gang.
help. Yeah, but that's
but
literally mentally what it is. I got brotherhood now.
But if you really go into like certain country towns and all this other stuff, even the undone ones, like you said, like they don't act the same way. They don't act super like racist or oh I'm superior or anything like that. It's like I would say out here, I don't know if it's survival, all this other stuff, but like not all of them just be acting super like racist, but you get to certain places, like even out here in Austin, where we've been stopped in like the suburbs sometime, and it's like they're shaking, all this other stuff. Like, you scaring me. What is wrong with you right now? Like, I had to tell them, like, yeah, you're saying bring out something, but your hand hasn't left your hip, and I'm uncomfortable to bring anything out right now till you like chill out. I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on, but you're not about to make me your highlight story. Chill. But
Yep.
yeah,
I'm
like
trying to
it
make it
just
home.
depends on where you are to, like, different places around here. Certain places I wouldn't even go.
But you can tell, like, you can instantly tell for the ones that look like us, or at least I can instantly kind of tell what type of situation it's gonna be. If it's gonna be, one of the brothers that's just like, hey man, you a speeding, come on man, that's gonna be like a give me my ticket and go. The other cornball come up to the car asking questions, like he, you know, Sergeant nigga, it's gonna be a whole different. You're gonna be asking all kind of questions. Where you going? Where you coming from? Do you know who lived there? So
What's in your bank account? They can literally see it.
right. So
Yeah, that happened to us too. And I always was like, no, you're not gonna play with me. So these cops, they had followed us, and at the time, like, we're in Denton because we go out in college there, and I'm with my friend that, like, I always made fun of him. I was like, oh, so you're rich, because he, had his Benz and all this other stuff. They had this big house, all this, and he was from the rich side of town. So he's like one of those uppity ones.
yeah,
But like, so we just going to get food, we're loud, all this stuff like that. So apparently someone called the police on us, and they followed us all the way down. Like, so finally he does like a turn real quick, because he's like, this cop is following us. We're not putting on their lights or nothing. So what's happening? So he just turns really quick, and then they put on the lights, and then they were like, oh, you didn't put on your turning signal 100 yards before turning. And we're like, we know you've been following us, so we were like, let's just stop and figure out what's
100
going on.
yards. God dog.
Yeah, they're like down to the are you driving exactly how the book tells you to drive? So like
Like nigga, did you pull out a measuring stick? Like
right.
100 yards.
And
I
then they're
instantly
like,
thought of
oh,
a
have you been
football field.
drinking tonight? All this other stuff. Like, no. Like, what's going on? Why did we get stopped? So then he was like, well, it's a group of like teens in a bin. So someone called the police on y'all and was like, check it out. And what?
Yeah, that is crazy, right? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
and it's like this. You definitely seen this before. You can't say you don't see people of our skin tone in nice cars out in Denton. So what are we talking about?
I was 2 blocks away from my house, and apparently, I guess I was driving too slow. So somebody, I guess a car behind me, must have called the popo or whatever. And so when I pull into my driveway, and he pulled up behind me. The cop pulled up behind me or whatever, and he was like, can I, he asked me for my ID or whatever, and I'm like, why? How what's the problem or what have you? He's like, oh, somebody called. They were saying that you were driving too slow and they were concerned about. And I was like, wait, what? So you can't drive too fast. You can't drive too slow. Nothing happened as a result of it. You know what I'm saying? You have a conversation or whatever. But that's crazy. My sister actually, she just got home, right? So she was in North Carolina visiting family for the weekend or whatever. And so what's today, y'all? Today is Thursday. Okay, this happened Tuesday afternoon. So Tuesday, she's in a rental because she doesn't, she's from New York or whatever, but she's in North Carolina visiting family. So she gets a rental. She's driving a rental. Tuesday, she's like, you know what? Let me go get some food or what have you. She goes get her food. She makes a couple of stops. She gets back on the highway to come back to one of our cousins' house, right? On the highway, all of a sudden, the police car behind her, the lights come on, woo, woo, whatever, right? She's like, okay. She pulls over. He goes on the intercom. Put your hands out. First thing he says to her, you know, put the window, step out of the car, right? He's on his little intercom thing. She steps out the car, what have you. He's like, put your hands behind your back. She's like, yo, what's going on? What's going on? Don't touch nothing, the whole nine. About 2 minutes later, 2 more police cars pull up. So now there's 3. She's on the highway, okay? Long story short, and it was a black officer who initially pulled her over. So he put her in cuffs, okay? First time my sister ever got arrested. We find that fun. Everything traumatic in my family, we laugh about. We kind of joke about, right? That's just our way of dealing with shit. But so anyway, she on the highway. They got my baby on the highway, sitting down in fucking cuffs, right? She's like, what's going on? Apparently, what happened was the car that she had rented, the rental agency Hertz or what have you, they had it listed as a stolen vehicle. So it was she's in North Carolina. They had Tennessee plates, and apparently there's somebody named Tanisha. I don't remember the last name, but Tanisha person did not return the car to Hertz, and so it was listed as stolen. She eventually returned it, but I guess she didn't return it on the day. So they listed it as a stolen vehicle, rented it out to my sister, y'all. Okay. And my sister was pulled over on the highway in cuffs on the sideline. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Now, can you imagine how crazy that is?
Yeah, because how Hertz get it back? What do you mean? Like, I'm saying free Tanisha. What are we talking about?
I was like, sis, I feel bad for that girl. I even wonder if like she's gotten pulled over yet or anything. Because if a rental car agency is listing as, you know, stolen, that's a big issue, you know? So anyway, long story short, she's like, yeah, and you know, I'm going to the police station too because I don't appreciate that black officer, you know, she wilding out or whatever. And I'm like, no, you're gonna come home first, and then you deal with the police. You deal with the North Carolina police when you in New York, okay? Bring your ass home first, and then we deal with that piece. So yeah, so she didn't have to pay. Long story short, this happened Tuesday. Today's Thursday. So yesterday, when she returned the car, I was like, all right, now you're back on the highway. So from where my cousin's house is in North Carolina to where the airport is, it's about an hour and 10-minute drive. So I'm like, do we need to stay on the phone? You know what I'm saying? Like, because now she has to return the car. So long story short, they didn't charge her for the weekend that she had it or the days that she had it. I don't know how much more like compensation she could get. Of course, she's trying. She's like, I got PTSD from this shit, the whole 9. But that's crazy. That's crazy. They had my baby on the highway in cuffs. Can y'all believe that? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I'm with her. I'm suing them because that don't make no sense. How did you rent this to me then? Free Tanisha. Like what? So did Tanisha drop it off at another location, which she's allowed to do, and then y'all marked it as stolen? Y'all have a whole intercom, a whole system connected that you could say, oh, she dropped it off in Texas, and y'all just said it was stolen, and then rented it out to people. Sued the definitely.
And it had Tennessee plates on it, so that also, you know,
right,
made it look kind of cray. So yeah, I don't know who Tanisha. That's the same thing I said to her. I was like, sis, I was like, I feel bad for that Tanisha girl. Like, I wonder if she, you know, got caught up because of that. That's crazy. So the moral of the story is when y'all rent a car, okay, and y'all don't return it when it's due and you extend it, just make sure they did not put in the system that it's a stolen car. But the fact that the agency is still, but the fact that company would even rent something with stolen plates on it is just wild crazy to me. That makes no sense. Yep.
Yeah, it makes no sense because someone didn't put it back in the inventory to be like it's returned. Like they didn't do their job fully, which is most likely. Okay, someone didn't fully do their job. But like that, it got to a point where you reported it stolen and it's sitting in your one for inventory. That's just no. No. That's absolutely not. I'm sorry.
I have that. I think who was asking for me to play the gospel version, the black gospel version? I think who was it? Oh, Victor, I have it up. Y'all want to hear it? I think this is the one Yes, St. Louis. That's what we said. So she didn't have to pay for the days that she they compensated her for gas. They compensated her for like the days that they had charged her initially, so she didn't get charged. But in terms of like further compensation, to be continued. But yeah, that's crazy. All right, I'll share this last video. He wanted me to share the Black Gospel version of Dumb Bones. All right, here we go. Freedom, share this, please. Let me know when it's up, when you guys see it.
St. Louis being all nostalgic this morning. Why? Want to hear Barney? Is it European to like lamb chops? What was that? What was her name? Was it lamb chop?
Oh, he want to hear Barney. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Barney version. He was saying that the Barney version hit.
Oh, there's a Barney version? I didn't know that. Okay, Freedom must have stepped away, y'all. So we're not gonna be able to share that. But it's 2:30 in the morning. But it's time for me to go to bed.
Yes, it is bedtime. Sister Freedom, you gone? I know she said she went to go check her basement before. So okay.
Okay.
Yeah, she wanted to go check the basement again.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that's what it looking like.
Allegedly. Well, all right. I'm gonna say my good night.
Yeah, good night. Peace, y'all.
Uh-oh, back.
Yes. I'm right here. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Wait a minute.
It's okay. We don't have to share. Yeah. We don't have to share it. Y'all want to hear it or no? It's up to y'all. All right.
Y'all hear her phone ringing?
Yeah.
Saint said shalom. We all.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, shalom. We all Moors.
We almost.
Shalom, right?
St.
Shalom.
Louis.
And the original Moor spoke Hebrew, according to your dude.
It's getting late. Dots, what is this? What you wanted up there?
No, not me. Somebody was asking to play the Black Gospel version, but we don't have to. Do y'all want to hear it or no? Because it is late. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, we can be closing this out or play this and then close out. However, we want to do it. But we should close out.
Music. So
all right, we ain't got to listen to it. Dumb bones. All right, hold on. I'll play a little minute of it, just because Victor asked. So Victor, here you go. I've never heard this version before, so.
Dry bones, easy glue, cry them. Dry bones, easy glue, cry them. Dry bones, now hear the word of the Lord. Easy glue, connect to them. Dry bones, easy glue, connect to them. Dry bones, easy glue, connect to them. Dry bones, now hear the word of the Lord. Well, the toe bone connected to you, foot bone connected to you, heel bone connected to you, ankle bone connected to you, leg bone connected to you, knee bone connected to you, thigh bone connected to you, hip bone connected to you, backbone connected to you, shoulder bone connected to you, neck bone connected to you, head bone, now hear the word of the Lord.
Some brothers couldn't move. They had them reading off that teleprompter. They couldn't give a tap with a foot. All right, that's a good closing. That just put me to sleep, y'all. To be honest,
I don't want to do it like that.
But there you go, Victor. That's for you. Okay, y'all saw that.
And they hit that note at the end.
They hair was slicked back. What? They wasn't playing.
They had the Farrakhan there.
All right, y'all. I
Good
love
night,
y'all.
everybody.
It's
I'm
been
great.
real. We had a good conversation, though. It was a good topic. Good topic. Good topic, Dulcie.
It was a good topic. It was fun. They're crazy people. I don't know. It's like, Lord, if we talk about politics and law, you just gotta know that the war is coming.
Yeah, it was an awesome topic. Awesome topic.
You know what? Always a hater. It's in the blood, shouty. You like that, right?
Wait, say it again.
It's
I
in the
gotta
blood.
record.
It's in the blood, shouty.
It's in the blood, shout.
You know?
But no, what's that old school dating show that was like maybe the three people were blind or no. Was it Love Connection? Where you start off and you say those things about yourself. I like long beach
Oh,
walks
CJ.
on the beach. Yes, CJ hit us with the I have a criminal justice major.
He was so
I
adorable.
went and got my associate's degree. I'm like, okay. She's like, let me tell you a little bit about me.
I went to college, but you know, I messed up a little bit.
I like long walks on the beach. I'm a foodie.
Yes. He ran his whole jacket down. Shout out to CJ.
Shout out to CJ.
Yeah, for sure. All right, y'all. Listen, it's been real.
It's been real.
It's been real. You heard?
Good night, everybody. It's all ended. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Peace, queens. Peace, kings.
Shout out to the boy. Shout out to Darvis. He's queen. Shout out to Darvis. You know.
He sent him. That's who sent whatever, Gwen.
Queen.
I'm blaming him because he ain't come up here. He had Gwen come up and be the Moorish representative.
Darvis kid. You know, Darvis get the stuttering, and that's how you know.
Queen. You already know where it's from. Queen.
What up?
Good night.
Oh, sorry. All right. Good night, y'all. Good night. She
What,
shut
good
us down.
night. Wait, did she shut it down?
She shut us down.
No, I don't think so. I think we're still live. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, we still live. Good night, Ariana and Glass Moon, St. Louis, Victor, Urban. Where you been, Urban? I ain't even see you in the chat. Focus Mind. All y'all was in here. Good night. We appreciate y'all. Hit the like button. Feel free to share. We appreciate y'all. We really do. See y'all next time. Peace. All right, now I'm taking off.